Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Canadien.
The Minister of Canadian Heritage. Ms.
Champagne moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Cette motion est réputée.
The motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be presenting a petition highlighting the plight of Uyghur Muslims in China and calling for the imposition of Magnitsky sanctions against officials who are responsible for what's going on. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present today electronic petition number 2416. The petitioners note that genetically modified foods are not labeled. Consumers have no way of knowing what they purchase, if it contains genetically modified organisms or not. They cite evidence from the World Health Organization International Agency for Research in Cancer that suggests that there are probable human carcinogens unlabeled in our foods. As a result, the petitioners ask that the House and the Parliament and the government take action to ensure the labeling of products that contain GMOs so consumers can exercise choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders.
A motion in relation to consequences of the pandemic on Canadian workers and business in the name of Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, seconded by Monsieur Généreux, moves that given the pandemic has had devastating consequences on Canadian workers and business, especially in the restaurant, hospitality and tourism sectors, the House call on the government to A, immediately pause the audits for small businesses that receive the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy until at least June 2021, and B, provide additional flexibility in the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and other support programs. L'honorable député de Calgary.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, and it is a tremendous honour to lead today's debate on our opposition motion that calls on the government to delay audits for small businesses until after next year's tax season, to immediately introduce legislation to enact small business support and ensure that such supports are flexible enough that they do actually reach the small businesses that they are supposed to help. Je vais partager mon temps avec.
I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Montmagny-Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup.
Each province and municipality enacted emergency health orders, and businesses were required to close their doors. The restaurant, hospitality, and tourism sectors were especially hard hit. The small businesses in these and other sectors are the lifeblood of our communities. They're the backbone of the Canadian economy, and the owners, workers, and customers of these small businesses are our neighbours and our friends. When governments issue orders that require a business to close their doors and lose money, these businesses are expected or have a reasonable expectation of receiving support by their government. And that's why my Conservative colleagues have worked with the government to pass various support measures as quickly as possible. It's also why we have spent the last 7 months pointing out problems with some of these support measures and offering alternative suggestions in the hope that this government will get it right and have the courage to admit when it has made mistakes, to work with opposition parties and with their own backbenchers to ensure that the government creates the most effective and most efficient programs that it possibly can. Mr. Speaker, when we left this place in the second week of March and returned to our constituencies, we were all immediately inundated with calls for help from constituents concerned about their safety, their health, their jobs, their savings, and we heard from thousands of small business owners concerned about the fate of their businesses. In my riding, I met a travel agency operator. Since the pandemic hit, her revenue is down 96%. And that does not even include the fact that she has to refund most of the money that she earned last year as people are receiving refunds for trips booked. She's exhausting her business and personal savings and extending her credit and laying off loyal, hardworking employees, and there is no end in sight. I heard from Anna, a constituent who runs a pizza takeout kiosk in a downtown office tower. Her business was already threatened by the thousands of pre-COVID energy layoffs in the very tower where she was located. And with the remaining offices nearby, with workers working mostly from home, she's down to a couple of dozen people a day walking past her stall. So, Mr. Speaker, the impacts of COVID are absolutely devastating to these business operators. I heard from a wedding officiant who is an independent contractor and does not have a business account, and she could not access the CEBA program for months. She knew that she was losing an entire wedding season, and she needed help in the spring. I heard from a constituent who operates an online industry trade publication. He had recently made significant investments in his business, and even though his revenue was collapsing, he did not qualify for federal supports back in the spring. I heard from Susan, a partner in a small oil and gas exploration company, who endured endless bureaucratic delays in trying to access the BCAP program, despite being on the threshold of receiving conventional funding on the eve of the pandemic, and despite meeting all of the criteria under that program. Each of these small business owners supports a family. Most employ a whole team of dedicated employees who are their loyal friends. The desperation and frustration in these calls, and many more calls, has been palpable. People who have worked for years to build up a business are seeing their life's work vanish before their eyes. The coronavirus is a threat to public health and safety that cannot be ignored. We know that. And we agree that all levels of government have a responsibility to ensure the safety of Canadians. But that responsibility also includes the need for a plan for economic survival for the small business community. And this is why my Conservative colleagues and I are asking this House to consider these 3 points today. Small businesses need breathing room. They need immediate assurance that they will receive appropriate government support while public health advice is harming their business. And they need programs that will be flexible enough to be actually accessible by the businesses when they need them. Mr. Speaker, tax compliance is hard enough on small businesses. And we have heard that the CRA is aggressively auditing some of the small businesses that are receiving the wage subsidy. They are immediately being told to produce large amounts of documentation with almost no notice. They don't have time to deal with onerous requests when they are in survival mode, which is why we are calling upon the government to delay compliance audits for the wage subsidy until after next year's tax season, until at least June of 2021. Mr. Speaker, prior to election, I was a small business owner, and many of my clients were also small business owners, and I know what a letter from the CRA does to a small business owner. The mere fact of receiving a request for documents is enough to ruin a whole productive day to a small business owner. There's the initial anxiety of the request, followed by frantic calls to the accountant and the lawyer, the hollow-sounding assurances that these things are just routine and not a big deal, then further scrambles to find what is being demanded, and usually with only a few days' notice. Some of the documents, at least, that are being requested in the wage subsidy audits are the same ones that as small business owners will typically have to gather in the course of preparation for their 2020 return anyway, which is why next June would be a more appropriate time to commence wage subsidy audits on small businesses. The second thing we're calling on the government to do when we put this motion on notice was to immediately introduce legislation to enact promised extensions and amendments to support programs. The fact that the government has done so without waiting for a vote is welcome, but it was long overdue. The government knew that its failed rent subsidy program was coming to an end in September. It knew that its wage subsidy program was ending in the fall, and it knew that other programs like the CEBA and the BCAP have problems that are well known. So instead of coming into this fall session with legislation ready to go in September, this government, mired in its own conflicts of interest and scandal, prorogued the House in August and seemingly did no advance work on necessary legislative changes. They came into September with a recycled throne speech, some vague hints about how they might address aid for small businesses, and then waited until after an opposition motion was on notice to introduce measures into the House. Desperate small business owners and workers have been waiting for details for months. Finally, we're calling on the government to ensure that its aid programs actually reach small businesses that need them. The government's original rent subsidy program failed most small businesses. And it was panned by tenants and landlords alike, and I think the government knows and has acknowledged that its initial approach to rent subsidy was a failed approach. Other programs like CEBA and BCAP also had problems, and opposition members raised concerns about these programs months ago, and while some issues were dealt with along the way, some were not. This government now has an opportunity to get it right. They can do so by taking the time to listen to opposition MPs when we debate Bill C-9, because the Conservative caucus always stands up for small businesses. We have their backs. We were there standing up for small businesses when this government went to war with them in 2017 with draconian tax changes. We were there standing up for small businesses when the Prime Minister said that they were just a way that wealthy people avoided paying taxes. We were there when Bill Morneau said that wealthy Canadians use complex corporate structures to avoid taxes, while he himself continued to own shares in a company that he regulated through a complex web of private companies. We were there standing up for small businesses when this government imposed taxes that were particularly hard on restaurants, tourism, and the hospitality industry, like the escalator tax on alcohol, higher payroll taxes, and of course, the carbon tax. We have been with them since March. We've been there ensuring that aid measures for small businesses pass expeditiously. We have worked with the government. We have not held up legislation. But we've also been there making constructive recommendations to improve programs. And we stand there with them now, Madam Speaker. We are calling upon the government to deal with the growing crisis of small businesses. Prior to COVID, this government failed to respect small businesses. During COVID, they've enacted programs that in some cases were poorly designed and difficult to access. This government now has an opportunity to make amends with the small business community. They can show small business owners and workers that it shares our Conservative support for the hardworking men and women, small business owners. They can do so today by standing with the opposition and supporting this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is wrong in many ways. This government has been recognizing the valuable role the small businesses play in our country, being the backbone of a lot of the job creations that have created. Pre-pandemic, we saw small businesses working with government creating over 1 million jobs, which is far greater than the previous administration did in 9 years. members. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the pandemic, we have consistently been working alongside small businesses, and that's why we saw the implementation of programs such as the wage subsidy program, the rent relief program, and we continue to work with small businesses, consulting with them every day to make sure that we're trying to meet to the best of our abilities the needs of our small businesses. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could maybe inform the House or let the House know in terms of what he feels specifically that he would like to see the government do with regards to small businesses, reflecting on the motion specific. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, the first thing they could do is stop treating them like tax cheaters. Exactly. The first thing they could do is stop auditing them, coming in and asking for onerous documentation while they are in survival mode, trying to cope with the pandemic and to be able to actually survive. So it would be a welcome relief to small business owners to be shown some respect from this government that has treated them so poorly over the years. I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker, and hope that we can get more people involved in the debate than just the member from Winnipeg North.
Questions and comments? L'honorable
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques? No, sorry. Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We agree pretty much with what's being proposed here. Commitments were made that we agreed with, but it's taken a while. So let's be serious. The wage subsidy was designed to help people in an emergency, not to help the political parties pay their staff. We know that the Conservatives have tabled this bill. Both potential leaders proposed to refund it. On the Liberal side, we're not so sure. But what's the status on that promise? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I'm not going to talk about political parties today, Madam Speaker. I'm here to talk about workers in small businesses. And small business workers need to be able to keep their jobs and to be able to remain in their jobs. And this was a failure of these programs in that the emergency response benefit was greatly oversubscribed at a time when the wage subsidy was undersubscribed. This shows how the programs themselves were a failure to small business community, the small business community, who struggled to keep workers employed.
Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, for his speech. Madam Speaker, as much as I appreciate his speech, one thing he did say is Conservatives have always been there for small business people. Like him, I was a small business owner in 2008, and the Conservatives were definitely not there for small business people. They were there for big banks and big corporations, Madam Speaker. My question to my colleague is, given that they've rolled out this flawed design program of the Canada Emergency Rent Assistance Program, given that they're going to fix it and they admit that they're wrong, the Liberals, does my colleague agree that they should be rolling out legislation to backdate the fix to April 1st for those that didn't get the help they need, so that small businesses aren't left out if their landlord didn't apply for a program that they should be eligible for, like everybody else? Does my colleague agree that the Liberals should fix this and backdate it right now?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, 30 seconds.
Well, Speaker raises a good point. The former program failed small businesses, and I don't know how many businesses actually have failed over the summer and in the spring, or how many may be on the verge of failure because of the failure of that program. He raises a valid point, and I hope that the government will listen to opposition MPs and create the best program that they can for small business owners.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to speak in favour of this motion put forward by my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge. the shadow cabinet minister responsible for small business. I've had the opportunity to speak with him and my other colleagues on a regular basis throughout the summer when I've been as present as ever, even virtually, with the small and medium-sized businesses in my riding, or SMEs. In my riding of Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, I organized roundtable discussions with the Chambers of Commerce in my riding, which I thank, along with entrepreneurs and municipalities affected by the various effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. I wanted to share all available information with my constituents and to accompany them as much as possible in their efforts to take advantage of various assistance programs put forward by the federal government. As an entrepreneur, if I may, I'd like to take advantage of my presence here today to thank all the employees of our companies who, like us, have been destabilized by this pandemic. I'd like to thank them on behalf of all entrepreneurs in Canada and Quebec, as well as those in my own company and my associate, for having navigated this storm. Our employees, who for the most part have returned to work but not without making concessions on the hours they work and so on to help us get through, once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping us get through this storm. Being an entrepreneur myself, I can tell you it's not easy to make business forecasts in the midst of a pandemic. In March, we were all hoping that the closures would have had their desired effect of flattening the curve and that we'd be confined for a few weeks and with a little hope that the pandemic would be eradicated, as Canada succeeded in 2003 with SARS. Unfortunately for us, this pandemic is ongoing. Weeks have turned into months, and although I represent a semi-rural riding quite far from major centres, the second wave is now hitting even harder than the first, where we were largely spared. Last weekend, we unfortunately learned that the municipality of Montmagny and Lillet were going into a red zone, as was the whole region. Many entrepreneurs in this region can feel discouraged, and I understand them, especially those in the restaurant, bar, and event industries. Before the pandemic, believe it or not, there was a labor shortage in my riding. So I recognize the importance of maintaining an employment relationship between employers and workers so that economic recovery can occur more quickly when the time comes. In this regard, more than 500 jobs are currently available and not finding any takers. It's pretty ironic, eh? There's people on unemployment, and there are entrepreneurs looking for workers, and the two sides are just not coming together. Like many in my party, I supported the emergency wage subsidy program so that businesses could count on their already trained employees when operations resumed. I also criticized some of the elements of the CERB that discouraged people from returning to work, because I've seen some cases of that this summer. A number of companies and entrepreneurs can't find anyone to hire. Remember, Madam Speaker, when CERB first came out, you had to be without any income to access it. If someone had asked for their $2,000 but agreed to do a day's work for $130, they would have lost their entire $2,000 for that month. The opposition, employers, the media, everyone protested that it didn't make sense. So the government made a change, allowing workers to earn up to $1,000 a month. However, if they earned $1,001, they lost the entire $2,000. The Conservative Party was the only party to propose an alternative plan this summer based on the principles of working while on claim that we had for EI under the Harper government. We believe that government should never discourage work and that every dollar earned from working should gradually reduce the benefit received but not eliminate it altogether, as was the case with the Liberals' plan. It took 6 months, but at least by bringing the unemployed back into the EI system, they were able to regain the flexibility that was lost over the summer. So in the context of a minority government, we managed, even in opposition, to get policy changes out of this government. In fact, I also pointed out flaws in the Canada Emergency Business Account, whose onerous rules excluded many smaller businesses that didn't necessarily have the sales or large corporate bank accounts required by the Canadian government and financial institutions. we identified these problems, and it was largely through our interventions that the government finally offered more flexibility. And that's what we're asking for now as well, Madam Speaker, more flexibility. But these many changes can also lead to more confusion. Acts passed by this Parliament often contain provisions allowing the Minister or the Governor and Council to change the criteria by regulation. So small and medium-sized businesses who are not accountants or tax specialists and who don't always have the resources to obtain such services took advantage of the various programs by interpreting the criteria as best they could. And God knows, the criteria changed almost every day. So there were press conferences every day, and every day changes were made to the interpretation of the conditions and criteria. So it was complicated to navigate all those constant changes. I recognize that the government has a legitimate role in carrying out controls to ensure the integrity of programs. In some cases, we were the first to condemn the fact that the government had ordered its officials to make CERB payments even when there was an indication of fraud in the spring. However, I question the government's decision to now go after the emergency wage subsidy claimants who say they are already being questioned by CRA. Madam Speaker, we're talking about businesses here that have been have been bending over backwards for the past 8 months. So contractors have often had to work in the place of employees who couldn't get in. They've invested heavily to reopen safely. With the arrival of the second wave, they're once again starting to worry about their future. And what's the government doing to thank them as they try to obey all the rules of social distancing and so on? They send in CRA officers again to check their books. So we're hardly out of the woods, Madam Speaker. We don't have time to deal with this. Businesses don't have time. We're full into the second wave. Businesses are up to their necks. They're just trying to stay afloat. There are better times than others, and it's quite unfortunate that the Liberals don't trust these entrepreneurs to wait until the end of the fiscal year to do these audits, as the government intends to do with the CERB in the spring of 2021. Even today, despite the government's measures, it remains in many areas of activity that is very hard, and the fall and winter ahead will not be easy. I'm hearing about in tourism and the events sector, a number of businesses in my riding are on the verge of going belly up. They have no income. 95% or 98% of their income has been lost, and what's left? Not much. I think we owe it to ourselves to give the necessary space to get out of the hole and let entrepreneurs and businesses that are working hard let them get out of this hole, let them dig out rather than bogging them down with administrative paperwork requirements. I don't know how many businesses or professionals didn't have access to the CERB or the emergency account because they didn't have a corporate account. They just had a personal account. We worked on that all summer. I remember we had Zoom meetings with the committee, with various committees, to make these people eligible. It took months and months for them to get eligibility. And again today, I asked a question earlier about the case of a company that was taken over during the pandemic or just shortly before. And because of the change in names of owners, they did not qualify for the benefits. It's ridiculous. And the problems have continued throughout the pandemic. Companies get taken over, they buy, and there's mergers and acquisitions. These programs have to adapt to that. They have to be able to deal with the reality of the business world so that people qualify for benefits. That's why I support, obviously, my colleague's motion calling on the government to immediately suspend until at least June 2021 the auditing of small businesses that have received the CEWS. I'd invite my colleagues from the opposition parties to join us in the hope that the government will respect the will of this House and continue to help our SMEs because they are the backbone of the Canadian economy. And I'm part of that backbone. I'm very proud of that. I think we need to continue working on helping them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way for his intervention today. I'm having a lot of trouble squaring conflicting ways that the Conservative Party is looking at audits during a pandemic. In one hand, they're asking the civil service to provide thousands and thousands of pages of documents to review in the middle of the pandemic, and then not reviewing the documents. And on the other hand, they're saying that people are cheating the system, the CERB payments, people are staying at home, they're not wanting to work. And now in the middle of what we're trying to deliver in terms of service to small businesses, and we're working together across party lines on this, Madam Speaker, the honourable members are asking to stop midstream so that we can interrupt the work of the CRA on doing small scale audits to make sure that we're on track. So to audit or not to audit seems to be the question this morning, Madam Speaker, and maybe the honourable member can help me understand why in one case they're wanting to do deep dive audits and on the other hand they're not wanting to do audits.
The honourable member for Montmagny. Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague is mixing up apples and oranges. We're talking about the business community in Canada, which is the backbone of our economy. Let's just leave them in peace for a few months. I know that the Liberals called them cheats and thieves. We don't think they are. They're the ones that are making the economy work. But that's the oranges. Now, for the apples, it's his party who gave an organization $1 billion to a charity that simply didn't have the means. So the documents that we're calling for from them have nothing to do with support for SMEs. It's apples and oranges. The real scandal is the Liberals and the We charity. They're not disclosing the documents that they should give us, and that's what's truly scandalous here. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking of scandals, in your speech, you alluded to the CERB, my dear colleague. A lot of people have fallen through the cracks. We agree. But could you answer my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte? He asked, the Liberals clearly said that they would not refund their CERB benefits, but what about the Conservatives? What are you going to do? The honourable member for Montmagny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, during this pandemic, there have been decisions that were made by political parties. The Liberals decided to take the benefit. We decided to take the benefit, but then we stopped taking it. So important decisions were made by all organizations, both political and volunteer, all across the country, to ensure their survival. Are those the decisions we need to analyze to see if maybe we could do things differently in the future? Who knows?
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, one thing we do agree with the Conservatives is that this legislation that's getting tabled tomorrow should have been tabled in the summer, but the Liberals chose to prorogue Parliament. What my concern is the other day we heard the Liberals make an Opposition Day motion, a motion of confidence that could have forced an election before any small business owners get the desperate support that they need. We don't even know when they're going to get the support for the legislation that's getting tabled tomorrow. And I wonder if my colleague believes that this is absolutely was an irresponsible and shameful decision by the Liberals to make it a confidence motion. We heard from Dan Kelly from Canadian Federation of Business on that day, and he stated absolutely critical that all political parties pull together and get the rent subsidy, CEBA loan expansion, and wage subsidy extension across the parliamentary finish line, end quote. Doesn't he agree that Canadians should expect that parliamentarians would come together at a time like this in a pandemic and provide the necessary support for those that close their doors to protect public health? That's the small business owners and their workers, and give them the support that they need immediately.
L'honorable député de Montmagny, Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
The honourable member. Madam Speaker, as an entrepreneur, I agree that we need to support entrepreneurs in Canada, regardless of the sector. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business stated that 2 weeks ago, 70% of businesses were open full-time. Or rather, 2 weeks ago, that number was at 75%, and now it's gone down to 69%. Many businesses are currently having to put on the brakes, and that's going to have a real effect on the Canadian economy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to speak to the motion. We are living in extraordinarily difficult times, Madam Speaker. COVID-19 represents obviously the greatest public health emergency that we have seen in our lifetimes, but it also represents the greatest economic shock that we have seen in generations, perhaps only rivaled by the Great Depression in terms of its magnitude in the history of our nation. Madam Speaker, how we respond to this pandemic will dictate what our country looks like a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now. And we have to have the courage to take actions, as difficult or challenging as they may be, to allow households and businesses to survive this pandemic so they are still there to contribute to the economy on the back end. Madam Speaker, over the past 8 months or so, I've had too many phone calls with business owners, with workers who've been concerned about their well-being, the well-being of their employees and of their families. I don't like being on the phone with parents who do not know how they will feed their kids. I do not like being on the phone with business owners who fear that they're going to lose their home. I do not like being on the phone with my neighbors who are worried that the business they have built up over their lifetime is at risk of disappearing forever. As much as I do not like being on the other end of those phone calls, I am so privileged to have the opportunity to do something to help those in need. And I don't know that in my life I have ever done work as meaningful as I have over these recent months to help keep people fed, housed, and on the payroll wherever possible. A big part of our response has been to advance benefits and supports to businesses in a manner and to a degree that Canadians have never seen. Some of those business supports are the subject of the opposition motion on the floor today. Over the course of my remarks, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be discussing the nature of the economic crisis facing Canadians and explaining why now is the time to make these kinds of investments. I plan to outline some of the responses that we've put forward to help support businesses to date and demonstrate that, in fact, they're showing signs that they're starting to work and keeping people afloat during their time of need. And finally, I'll deal with my objections to the motion, which largely deal with the fact that it's calling on the government to do something which it has already done. Madam Speaker, I kicked off my remarks by drawing attention to the severity of the public health and economic challenge before us. And let me say, before I get into a discussion of business supports, that the most important economic policy we can adopt is to protect the health and well-being of Canadians and of our communities. We will not see an economic recovery if we do not address the public health threat before us. The recession that we're facing is not like other economic crises we've seen in the past. In 2008, for example, there was a fundamental problem with the financial system globally, primarily in the United States, and of course had a serious spillover effect into Canada. But now we're dealing with an exogenous shock to our economic system. It is temporary, but it is severe. The threat that we are facing is caused by a threat to our public health in the form of a virus that we need to stomp out if we're going to see an economic recovery. We have effectively a supply and demand side shock going on. We have businesses that have been shut down due to public health measures, sometimes that are mandatory. Sometimes businesses have done it in a voluntary way to protect the health of their employees and their customers. We, of course, on the other side of the equation, have customers who are not going out to businesses because they are afraid. They are afraid to travel. They are afraid to dine in enclosed spaces. They are afraid to go to entertainment venues. The consequences of this supply and demand side shocks that we're seeing are that businesses are producing fewer goods and services, and customers are purchasing fewer goods and services, and the Canadian economy is suffering as a result. We made a decision that we were going to step in to ensure that the consequences of this economic slowdown can be mitigated against and that the long-term prospects of the Canadian economy can remain positive. The fact is, Madam Speaker, we can afford to make the kinds of investments necessary to float businesses and households through this emergency. In fact, I don't know that we can afford not to. If we don't choose to advance substantive supports for businesses and households at this point in our history, what we will see is the cost will be borne out in the lives of our loved ones. We will see businesses shut their doors. We will see jobs leave and maybe never come back. If we make the investments to keep households and businesses as close to whole as possible throughout this entire ordeal, we can limit that long-term economic scarring, and we can protect the long-term interest of the Canadian economy and, more important, of the Canadians who take part in it. Madam Speaker, the reason the time to invest is now is A, there is a need, which I think I've established by now, but B, we really can't afford to do this at this point in our history. We are dealing with a historic situation. Although we entered this pandemic with the strongest fiscal capacity of any developed economy in the G7, we've used that fiscal capacity to deliver for households and businesses. Madam Speaker, we don't just have the fiscal capacity to respond, we're dealing with historically low interest rates globally and here in Canada as well. The fact is, we can finance the recovery effort at a rate that most would not have thought was possible just a short time ago. We can lock in long-term low interest rates that will help ensure that households and businesses can survive during this time of unprecedented uncertainty. In fact, Madam Speaker, the cost of servicing a much larger debt that we have today is lower by several $billion than it was about 8 months ago, because of the fact that our interest rate is at the effective lower bound. Making these investments, Madam Speaker, is not just something we can do, it is the smart thing to do. I direct you to the comments of the chief economist of the IMF, who was on leave from Harvard University's Department of Economics, where she stated that for the many countries that find themselves at the effective lower bound of interest rates, which Canada is at, fiscal stimulus is not just economically sound policy, but also the fiscally responsible thing to do. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take some time to outline how some of our fiscal stimulus has been designed in a way to respond to specific needs that Canadian businesses are facing. Madam Speaker, when we first realized the impact that this pandemic could have on the Canadian economy, we made a decision that households and small businesses were too big to fail. We wanted to protect their interests because they serve Canada's interests. Madam Speaker, each of the programs that we put forward, they're not based in some rigid economic ideology. They are designed to solve very specific problems that my constituents were calling me about, and I know that they were calling the constituents of every MP in the House was calling their offices as well. And I had the opportunity to speak with my parliamentary colleagues from different partisan backgrounds from every region in Canada. And the feedback that we were hearing largely mirrored the feedback that I was hearing at home. The same thing is true of the stakeholder engagement that the government undertook, including many of the calls that I personally took part in with chambers of commerce, business associations, local small business owners. Madam Speaker, at the outset, we realized that there was a lot of people who were at risk of losing their income that didn't necessarily qualify for EI, including self-employed Canadians. We advanced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit to make sure that people could afford the basics, even when their job was causing them to lose income or their business was shutting down temporarily or perhaps even permanently. Madam Speaker, we had launched the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy because businesses were telling us if they didn't have support to keep workers on the payroll, they would have to lay them off. And the panic that I heard in voices of local business owners when they realized the impact of this pandemic was going to be felt by their employees is something that will stick with me forever. We launched the Canada Emergency Business Account to respond to the concern about paying monthly bills like electricity or heat or internet and phone bills at businesses, things that can help them literally keep the lights on. When we realized that there was a crunch coming for rent for commercial properties, we initially launched the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, and now in response to feedback have moved forward with the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, which will provide direct support to tenants who are suffering from an inability to cover their rent during this pandemic. There's a series of other measures. We realized that we needed to get cash into the economy to ensure that businesses could meet their needs, whether it was dealing with equipment or materials they had on order, whether it was covering larger monthly expenses. And we did this by advancing the Business Credit Availability Program. We did this by working with banks and the Bank of Canada to discuss the lowering of the domestic stability buffer. We did this on delaying remittances. We thought of every existing mechanism that we had to keep cash in the hands of businesses rather than insisting that they get cash to the government. This was a strategy that was important to adopt at the time. And I think back to the testimony that was given by Kevin Milligan, a professor of economics at the University of British Columbia, who's since been brought in to advise the government. But when he attended at our finance committee, he made the point that this pandemic has created significant costs. It was not a decision of the government as to whether we should bear those costs. It was a decision of the government as to who should bear those costs. If the government decided not to advance the kinds of programs that I've just described, what we would have seen is those costs would have been passed on to households and businesses. They would have been demonstrated by households defaulting on their mortgages. They would have been demonstrated by parents not being able to buy groceries for their kids. They would have been demonstrated by businesses that would have to lay off workers, perhaps permanently. They would have been demonstrated by businesses that would potentially be shuttered forever. We made the decision that the federal government should take advantage of its ability to borrow at historically low interest rates and use the fiscal firepower that we had because we had been responsibly managing the nation's economic affairs to make sure that the government stepped in and supported Canadians during their time of need. Madam Speaker, the results of these investments are starting to show themselves, and they're positive. If I look at the road to recovery, though we may have a long way to go, and though we are certainly still living in the midst of an emergency, both a public health and economic emergency, there is no question in my mind that the businesses that have received these supports are better off and potentially still here today because of those supports. Madam Speaker, if I look to compare ourselves to the United States with a geographic proximity that is significant given the way that virus is spread, I can see that the response we've had is largely successful. We've seen to date 76% of the jobs that went missing during this pandemic have already come back. We still have a way to go to reach our 2019 levels of employment, but we're going to get there because we're going to continue to be there for Canadian households and businesses. Madam Speaker, the 76% recovery in Canada, by comparison, is only seeing a 52% return of lost jobs in the United States. I direct your attention, Madam Chair, to a recent report from TD Bank, which stated, no matter how you slice the data, the Canadian labor market has been on a steadier road to recovery relative to the U.S. The report concluded by suggesting that the old adage, when the U.S. sneezes, Canada catches a cold, ought to be changed to, when the U.S. sneezes, Canada builds antibodies. Madam Speaker, the reality is this approach is not based on ideology. It's in response to specific needs we're hearing directly from stakeholders, and it mirrors the advice that we've received from the leading experts when it comes to economics, whether it's the IMF, the Bank of Canada, the World Bank, leading Canadian banks, or business associations right here in Canada, and in fact, community members in my backyard that run businesses. Their advice has been that we need to be there in the short term to allow businesses to stay here in the long term. Madam Speaker, if I turn my attention to the motion before the House of Commons today, my objections to it exist on a number of bases. First and foremost, the motion calls on the government largely to do something that it accomplished yesterday, introduce flexibility in the wage subsidy and Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy Program. I note in particular, Madam Speaker, the wage subsidy has now been extended through to next June. It's going to continue to allow employers to maintain a connection with its employees, so they not only continue to have a source of income, but so that connection is there on the back end of this pandemic. It's going to benefit the employee who will maintain a job, and it's going to benefit the employer who won't have to look for new labor, won't have to deal with retraining, and will have a ready access to a worker when they need one, when it's safe to return to work, and when the orders have returned to their full volume. Madam Speaker, some of the changes that have been made to this wage subsidy show the flexibility that we've been willing to implement, whether it was the initial shift from 10% to 75%, or whether it was the expansion of certain eligibility criteria so more and more organizations would qualify, or whether it was the introduction of a sliding scale so all businesses that have suffered a revenue loss have something to gain from this program, rather than experiencing a cliff that would have maintained an incentive for businesses not to recover to the fullest of their ability. Madam Speaker, as well, the new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy is a significant program that responds directly to the feedback that we've heard from Canadian businesses. This is going to provide a new simple and easy to access support. It's going to allow tenants to apply directly to the program to get the support they need, literally to keep the doors open. It's going to provide support of up to 65% of their monthly rent expenses. And for the businesses that have actually been mandated to shut down as a result of a public health order, it's going to provide further lockdown support of up to 25% of their rent to ensure that they can weather the storm of this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the motion suffers from an additional defect in that it asks the suspension of audits altogether. The reality is this is perhaps the most significant economic supports that have been directly provided by a federal government in a very, very long time, generations, in fact, Madam Speaker. The idea that CRA, who operates at arm's length from the government, should be told not to conduct its audits that they determine are necessary to ensure the integrity of the program is not in accordance with best practices, and it does not protect the public interest in making sure that the benefits accrue to those who are eligible rather than extending them to those who don't qualify, which could in fact put the business owner in quite a bind if they are given benefits and are not told very shortly thereafter that they were not eligible in the first place. Madam Speaker, the other problem that I have with the motion is that there's a tacit implication that the government has not been flexible in its approach to date when it comes to these specific emergency programs, or perhaps emergency programs more broadly. I can tell you from my conversations at home, as much as people appreciated CERB in the early days of the pandemic, or businesses appreciated the wage subsidy or the emergency business account or the slew of other government programs we put forward to help Canadians during their time of need, one of the things that jumped out at me as perhaps the most cited piece of positive feedback was the government's willing to listen to adapt its programs to the needs of those who didn't fit in the first instance. I mentioned initially, Madam Speaker, the fact that the wage subsidy shifted from 10 to 75%, that we expanded the eligibility criteria to different classes of organizations, and in fact to different kinds of businesses because of the transaction they had in the year before, so we could properly adjust their supports to mirror the financial situation they found themselves in. But I look across all the other programs. I look to the Canada Emergency Business Account, and I remember that we shifted the payroll threshold. I remember that we've expanded it to businesses that used credit unions as opposed to traditional banks. I remember we made changes around the payroll processing by third parties. I remember that we made changes to allow access for businesses that use personal accounts. And we're now making an expansion of the program to allow a greater loan with an additional forgivable portion. And we even created a new fund through the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund in Atlantic Canada, administered by ACOA, to ensure that businesses that didn't qualify for those existing supports would have another path to choose should they need additional financial support to get them through this emergency. The reality is we have been as flexible as possible because we continue to have conversations with those who've been impacted most by this pandemic. Madam Speaker, I'm getting close to the end of my time, so perhaps I'll move towards the conclusion. The reality is I know that I'm going to continue to have those kinds of phone calls that are difficult to make throughout this pandemic. I know that I'm going to be dealing with businesses whose customers have not come back. The motion cites the restaurant industry, the hospitality sector, and tourism operators. I have talked to campground operators. I've talked to travel agencies. I've talked to restaurants. I've talked to airlines. They have a presence in my community and they keep people working. What they're telling me is that they continue to need support, whether it's their rent, whether it's to help keep their staff on the payroll, control, whether it's to help keep the door open. But most importantly, they say we need to continue to fight this pandemic so we can put an end to the public health emergency that is causing their customers to be afraid. We're going to continue to do whatever it takes to ensure that we protect the health and well-being of Canadians, that we eradicate COVID-19 from our communities to the best of our ability, and that we continue to extend the kind of emergency supports that will help keep Canadian households and businesses afloat throughout this pandemic until it is over. Finally, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak about the motion on the floor today. I'd be pleased to take whatever questions my colleagues may have.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks. And I want to ensure he spent a lot of his speech talking about the need for support programs. Nobody is disputing that need. That is understood by everybody in this House. This motion deals with how the government has approached these programs and the needs of small businesses. But I want to maybe zero in on a point that the Parliamentary Secretary made in taking credit for the success of their programs in comparison to he picked the United States. But I'd like him to comment on this. Madam Speaker, this government has spent more money than any peer country. The G7, we've spent the most in Canada and yet have the highest unemployment in the G7. So how does he square that with his credit that he is taking for the success of their programs?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, before I address the question, the member raised in his preamble that everyone in the House supports these kind of business supports. I would direct him to the comments of his own party's finance critic at the outset of this pandemic, who explained that the kinds of measures that we were putting in place would not gain the support of the Conservative Party, and he described them as big fat government programs that did not seemingly serve his ideology. So I would dispute his preamble. In any event, with respect to the question, the honourable member ought to know that Canada entered this pandemic, despite the fact that we may have had a lower employment rate than some of our G7 comparators. It was literally the lowest in the history of our nation since we started keeping track of those statistics in 1976. Madam Speaker, he criticizes seemingly the fact that we've had the most ambitious support program when he talks about our spending. What he's really saying is that he doesn't support the fact that Canada has had the most aggressive COVID-19 economic response of any developed economy in the world. Mr. Speaker, if he's curious about the unemployment rates today, I think Canada's at 9.0 compared to about 8.6 in the United States. If he would like to make up that 0.4 by paying for it in the lives that have been lost in the United States rather than the rate that we've experienced in Canada, I invite him to show me which public health measures he would erode in Canada to put Canadians' health at risk in order for that 0.4 rate in unemployment to match Canada and the United States.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've talked about those who have been left behind, and we can all agree that throughout the pandemic there has been some domestic tourism, but there have been alarm bells that have rung. I'd like to ask my colleague about a very specific aspect of tourism, air travel, aeronautics. What does the government plan to do, and when does it plan to take action?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I sincerely appreciate the question. My region of Atlantic Canada has been hit hard in terms of the tourism sector and the aviation industry. And my riding is home to the Halifax International Airport, which serves as a major hub for our region. And we've seen major airlines announce cancellations, potentially indefinitely, for regional air routes. Many of the benefit programs that we've put forward have been a lifesaver for the aviation sector and for air travel more broadly, whether it's anything from financing for large employers to the wage subsidy to the other commercial programs. I know that the government's been working with the aviation sector to continue to figure out specifically how we can support the long-term survival of air travel in Canada, because the full picture of this pandemic will not reveal itself until long long after the public health emergency has ended. We plan to be there to ensure that the air sector has the support it needs. So when it's safe to resume travel in the manner that we did pre-pandemic, that Canadian tourism operators are going to be amongst the primary beneficiaries globally.
The honourable member for New Burnaby, Westminster. Sorry.
New
Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker. Yes. Thank you very much. And I certainly agree with my colleague about the scale of the devastation in small businesses. This is the worst economic impact that we've seen since the Great Depression. And what we've seen in the saddest moment, I think, for MPs across the country have been, in many cases, small business people that have put their lives into their business, closing the key on the door for the very last time because they're simply unable to continue. Now, the commercial rent relief program that was put in place by the government was handed to a commercial mortgage company. And as the member knows, initially, it only applied to landlords with commercial mortgages. Completely unacceptable. Over $1 billion that should have gone to small businesses was not able to get there because of the complexity of this program that was given to a company that is led in part by the spouse of the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. Now, the government has said that they'll fix that massive error by actually putting in place a new program. But it's not retroactive. And my question to the member is very simple. Why is the government not putting in place retroactive measures for the hundreds of thousands of small businesses that were unable to access the first botch program for commercial rent relief so that those businesses can actually weather this storm and come out of the pandemic and the second wave intact? And
Parliamentary Secretary.
Before I address the question, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out to the member that I find it wholly inappropriate to deal with the drive-by smears of the family members of the Prime Minister's staff. He and others have raised complaints along this nature that are personal attacks. They took it so seriously that they raised it with the Ethics Commissioner, who dismissed entirely the complaint that they had made. I think it's inappropriate to continue the personal attacks on the families of both the Prime Minister and his staff. With respect to the question, Madam Speaker, we launched a series of benefits to meet very specific needs. The wage subsidy to help people keep workers on the payroll, CEBA to help businesses keep the lights on, and initially the commercial rent assistance program to help them keep the doors open. We realized through many conversations with our colleagues of different partisan stripes, and most importantly businesses themselves, that they wanted something that could help them better avoid the provincial responsibility for landlord-tenant relationships, and we designed an innovative program that would allow them to apply directly for support. I anticipate that the honourable member from his statement will be vigorously supporting this piece of legislation when it comes time for a debate and a vote on the floor of the House.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hopefully you got me loud and clear there. Simple question for the member. Obviously, during this pandemic, clear communication has been important from all levels of government. And in particular, though, one of the most disappointing things has been the announcements that have been coming out of the federal government, but the lack of execution or implementation. Specifically, though, when it comes to the CEBA, the government made the announcement that they were going to support those businesses with personal checking accounts back in August. As of last Monday, they made the announcement on their website, the Canada Emergency Business Account is now open to businesses using personal banking accounts. However, as we know, this isn't the fact. What has now happened is those businesses could open a business account and then now qualify to apply for the CEBA. Through you, Madam Speaker, would the member agree that, you know, the message and this title of the government website could be a lot clearer so small businesses clearly understand what programs and how those programs are available to them? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. I would disagree with him, however, that this has been successful communication without successful implementation. The strength of our programs is the number of Canadians they are directly supporting. Quickly, before I address the personal account issue, CERB has benefited more than 9 million Canadians. CEBA, which he has complaints with, has now helped over 750,000 businesses. The wage subsidy is helping keeping more than 3 million Canadian workers on the payroll. Yes, there are nuances that could have been improved both in terms of communication and delivery over time. But this is precisely why we're making the kinds of changes that we have for the personal issue. With respect to businesses who do operate out of a personal bank account, the reason this was a challenge is because to prevent fraud, financial institutions, of which over 200 are involved in the delivery of this important program, need to be able to quickly verify the information being presented to them as accurate. It is easy for them to do with a business account. It is nearly impossible for them to do with a personal account. The solution that we have achieved is to allow businesses to go to the bank that they normally deal with through a business personal account, simply open a business account, and they will then immediately have access to the Canada Emergency Business Account, like the 700-some thousand that are already benefiting from this program and continuing to keep Canadians working as a result. I thank the member for the question and look forward to any others that members may have.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Running a small business is very difficult. People work hard. They work more than 40 hours a week. Oftentimes, we're not even paid. We don't pay ourselves a salary. And oftentimes, we have to take out another mortgage, remortgage our homes. And these are the pillars of the economy of the future. 80% of businesses will not celebrate their 5th year in business, and it's extremely difficult for these people, Madam Speaker. Then we have the pandemic. Now, the pandemic isn't the government's fault. It's not business's fault either. The pandemic is going to hit companies at a time when they were finally starting to see light at the end of the tunnel, and then came the pandemic. This is profoundly sad, Madam Speaker. There are certain sectors that will be harder hit than others. And even in the mid to long term, they won't recover. They'll face difficulties like hotels, the aeronautics, travel agencies, and the tourism sector. They don't see light at the end of the tunnel at this point, Madam Speaker. Now, we've asked the government to help them as much as we can. And given this exceptional situation, we needed exceptional measures. We also needed parliamentarians to set aside partisanship, to leave it in the lobbies. If you talk to the government House Leader, he'll know that at the start of the pandemic, he had a solid ally. And the Bloc Québécois was in collaboration mode. I worked with the government House Leader, and I am the Bloc House Leader. And when we talked about building an aircraft as we were in the air, well, that's really what we did, and that's why we worked so hard together. Unfortunately, the collaboration began to decline, and it gave way to partisanship, unfortunately. On April 11th, when the wage subsidy was created, with the 75%, well, that was a measure that we were happy with. But as part of that subsidy, we wanted to include coverage for fixed costs because the wage subsidy didn't cover everything. Perhaps it wasn't enough to help businesses to get through the crisis. We'd asked the government, and the government had accepted to implement, as part of its motion, coverage for fixed costs. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what came through was a rent subsidy. And it went to the owners. And there was a major problem with that measure as well. And at the time, I said to the government House Leader, fixed costs will cover that. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about because fixed costs are difficult to establish. Does that mean electricity? Well, in part, yes. Insurance, yes. Rent, a lease, and other things. So we left the door open, saying, well, bring something out and we'll support them. We're here for our constituents, for small businesses, but unfortunately, the aid as put forth didn't fulfill the mandate. So that was another broken promise by the government. a broken promise when we negotiated the CERB, so that after the pandemic, after the first wave, we'd be able to hire people who would be better off working if possible. The government said, well, because employers said we can't hire people, it's too difficult. And that's why we came forth with a modified CERB, which could be implemented quickly so that we could get ready after the first wave. And the Deputy Prime Minister stood in the House and committed to changing the CERB. That was another victory for the Bloc Québécois. Did the Deputy Prime Minister follow up on that promise? Unfortunately, she did not, Madam Speaker. This is the type of assistance we've seen from the government. There was good faith between the Bloc Québécois and the government. We had hope, but that has vanished. Assistance for businesses for fixed costs, it was too directive. They didn't fulfill their mandate. Now we've got the second wave, and there's still nothing in place for companies, and we're forced to debate this again in the midst of a second wave that's even worse than the first. And this is the reality we're facing. On October 1st, the Quebec government, in light of the coming second wave, created a program for fixed costs, asked for assistance from the federal government to align itself. Now, when I talked about this earlier, Madam Speaker, I said it was difficult to identify the fixed cost, but the Quebec government facilitated, they shows, that the situation, and they said, we will be identifying the fixed costs, and you come alongside. October 1st, nothing. Now, we've been in the second wave of the pandemic for over a month. It took until November 2nd for something to be tabled to help deal with the traumatic situation facing business owners, Madam Speaker. The Conservative motion is interesting. We agree. It talks about helping businesses. We can't disagree with that. It talks about giving them a break. And see, I can speak some English. Sometimes I do. It's about giving them a break so that until June 2021, I should use some English a little more. I can see they're getting a chuckle out of that. But we're looking for more conciliation. And so when you have the CRA that knocks on your door, that's always pretty stressful. So we want to give them a break until 2021. Well, I think that that's a good idea, to target sectors that have suffered, that were harder hit. Now, I mentioned some of them earlier, and that is important. That is what the Conservative motion opens the door to. We talked about seasonal workers. We've mentioned them a long time, many times, in fact, and there's also the hotel industry, restaurants, tourism. How are restaurants surviving, Madam Speaker? In my riding, people are in very difficult circumstances. They've called on the government for help. Everyone agrees that there simply isn't enough. The same thing is hitting the air industry, the aviation industry. Quebec's main export, and I would point out that Montreal is one of 3 locations in the world where you can build an aircraft from start to finish. And so that shows us how disappointed we are. And oftentimes I look like I'm in a good mood, but I'm not. Because we've learned today that despite significant funding for the first quarters, they won't be paying back the wage subsidy. That is shameful, Madam Speaker. 13 million in just a few months. On the Liberal side, it's hardly better. They've collected up $800,000, Madam Speaker. It's public money that went to the Liberal government. That's taxpayers' money from Quebec, $800,000. They collected 8.6 in the first 4 months. oh, well, we'll stop. We've got enough. That is shameful. Both of those political parties are the richest two parties in this country. And what they are doing is shameful. I'm not afraid to point this out. The new leader of the Conservative Party campaigned on it, saying that he would be paying back the wage subsidy, but they have not done so yet. They've done nothing. The Liberal Party had, with the Prime Minister, who is lecturing everyone, he prefers giving this money to his party than to give it 237 million to a former member. He gave money to We Charity, and that, too, is something we're ashamed of. We are here in the Bloc. We're here for the right reasons to help people, and we'll continue to do that.
Question. The honourable member for Mission. I'll start. Mission Musgrave Fraser Canyon.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we've heard the member for Guelph, who said that an audit in the public service is the same thing as in the private sector. Could the member for La Prairie clarify things for us here in the House about the difference between a public servant and an entrepreneur who's taking the risk to create wealth? The honourable member. I'd like to commend my colleague who's speaking French very well. I do salute you. And he's right to be indignant about this totally inappropriate comparison. When you're talking about auditing an individual, often that person's going to need expert support. He's going to need an accountant, and there's a threat hanging over his head. If you talk to entrepreneurs, you'll see that they really feel uneasy with an audit. Is it the same in the public sector? I don't think so. I think the answer is obvious. He's completely right, and I fully agree.
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member. On doing a limited scale audit of an operation during a pandemic is actually a way of managing risk on that operation. As a small business owner myself, audits would give me some corrections that before problems got out of hand, I would be able to make. So could the honourable member mention, I mean, as a businessman, I didn't like auditors coming in either, but I did find them helpful in terms of managing the risk of my operation. And a limited scale audit such as this would be able to help a business owner do that. Could the honourable member please comment on that?
The honourable member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Apparently, people discover things when they're under a threat. So my colleague says that an audit would enable him to better manage his business. My response is seriously. That's the kind of work that an entrepreneur does. It's a work in progress. That's another English expression. So this is my opinion. I don't agree. An entrepreneur is constantly keeping abreast of what he needs to do. Now, a member for La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which raised a number of important concerns, which we share when it comes to culture and tourism. But what about aviation and the lack of a national strategy for the airlines? I'd like to hear a bit more what he has to say about the fact that the Liberal government has been unable so far to come up with a clear plan for aviation and for the airlines. It's so important to Quebec. The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank Madam Speaker. I would dare say that I agree with the member. Quebec needs an aviation policy that is solid, that has specific goals, and that's completely lacking from the Liberal government. They're underreacting, and too slowly at that. The whole airline industry, which to begin with was not exactly spoiled by the Liberal government, but now they're in the extreme opposite situation. They're in grave danger, and the Liberal government is doing nothing. And in Quebec, this is one of the most important industries to our economy. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning of his speech, my colleague raised the fact that when the pandemic started, the Bloc came up with constructive solutions and proposals to support SMEs in my riding. I'd like to thank the organization in my riding and the municipality of Saint-Laurent and all kinds of organizations that have been important economic partners in supporting SMEs through the whole host of programs that were created both in Quebec City and Ottawa. Can my colleague explain the impacts on those organizations between a government announcement and the eventual rollout of that program? Is that causing any harm to those organizations? In 15 seconds, the honourable member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for a question. Obviously, when a promise is made and it's a public official promise and they have to wait a long time for that to become a reality, a lot of people will be knocking on the door and people are waiting. And those people who work on behalf of the public, they are in dire need and there's nothing to offer. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always hard following my member for La Prairie. I'll try to use a few less English words than he did, but Madam Speaker, there's no doubt that Quebec and Canadian businesses, especially small and medium-sized ones, have been hard hit by the pandemic. Listen up, today I'm going to be frank with you. I'm very happy that such a motion is being debated in the House. The Liberals spent last week celebrating Small Business Week. They did it a bit like mysterious incantations, as if that was going to solve the problems of entrepreneurs who simply can't make ends meet. Clearly, Liberals love to hear themselves talk about the economy and entrepreneurship, but never without congratulating themselves along the way. The last time they bragged about it was September 23rd, when the government announced its intention to offer a range of new measures to support businesses in need. Madam Speaker, they announced additional direct financial assistance to businesses that have to close their doors as a result of a public health decision, the extension of the emergency wage subsidy until summer 2021, a new program to assist with commercial rent, enhancement of the Business Credit Availability Program, or the BCAP, and assistance measures for the hardest hit industries like travel, tourism, and culture. It's been over a month since the government promised to support businesses, but they are still waiting. The economies of Quebec and Canada are feeling the full impact of the second wave of COVID-19. It's just as urgent as ever to deliver the required assistance as it was during the first wave. And yet, Madam Speaker, it was only yesterday the government woke up, finally introducing legislation to extend the wage subsidy and the new commercial rent assistance program. Well, that was a bare minimum. But unfortunately, it was only after they had telegraphed their Governor General with a speech from the throne full of wishful thinking and empty promises, after having blackmailed a certain opposition party that cares more about its survival than its values, and after threatening the country with an election and blaming the parliamentarians' desire to shed light on the We Charity scandal. The Liberals are finally taking care of business. Madam Speaker, the world has sent us here. They want more than nice talk. They want action. But Quebecers and Canadians need to know that their businesses, or those that employ them, are far down on the list of this government's priorities and of the party that supports this government. In fact, you can be sure that if they have to choose between working for their own re-election or working for the survival of businesses, they'll take the first option. Today, Madam Speaker, we have a Conservative motion that's specifically aimed at kicking the government's butt so that it will hurry to act. And I fully agree with that. In fact, I always ask myself this question before voting on a motion or a bill. Who do you work for? My answer is always the same. I work for the people back home, the people I represent. I work for the entrepreneurs of Lac-Saint-Jean and for the people they employ. I don't work for my own personal interest, Madam Speaker. When you ask yourself this question, and when you answer it that way, it's quite obvious that you're going to make the right decisions. And I think that being in favor of this motion goes without saying. But I will allow myself a few comments on the context of this motion. First of all, I still have a hard time understanding how it could take the Liberals more than a month after the end of the Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program to come up with an alternative. And I still don't understand how after 6 months after its implementation and many testimonies of its failure, the government still hasn't responded to the criticisms. I'm glad the government is listening. Don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, listening finally. But since the outset of this pandemic, small and medium-sized businesses have been under the struggle of dealing with this virus, but also their landlords. The landlord has practically the right of life or death over a tenant business because the landlord had to absorb a certain loss, and like many businesses in the community, we've always condemned the situation and hammered home the fact that it would be simpler if we went through the tenant rather than through a third party in delivering this assistance. The program was far too complex. Ironically, Madam Speaker, it's less than half of the $3 billion originally planned by the government that has been actually spent. I've only been here a year, but I'm told that Ottawa rarely spends less than it planned to. So that's a first. So it's right that this government, it's fair to say that this government has made itself irrelevant with this underspending. Their bill is clearly an admission of failure, but better late than never. But the government will have to convince us and convince us quickly. Worse than further delay would be to pass a botched program on the pretext of emergency. I will be unequivocal, Madam Speaker. This government no longer has the benefit of claimed urgency. This government no longer has the right to cut corners. From now on, it's responsible for the speed at which it does everything and responsible for the integrity and seriousness of the parliamentary process by which its measures are presented and then adopted. With respect to extending the wage subsidy to June 2021, what Bill C9 proposes, you'll understand that in principle I'm in favor with that. It's a request that has been made repeatedly. It's also consistent with the debate today, which is intended to give the government a little bit of a kick in the derriere. Coming back to what I said, who do we work for? Well, we work for people who've clearly expressed the desire to see this subsidy continue. They want the rate of the subsidy to remain unchanged, that the basic subsidy rate be maintained until December, and then the additional subsidy be adapted to changing circumstances. Flexibility in the determination of basic income for employees returning from leave, include rent as an eligible expense. They also want entities and individuals who take advantage of the pandemic to grease their paws, to have to reimburse, Madam Speaker, to pay back, whether it's CERB fraudsters or political parties. I know I keep repeating myself, but I think it's important. Will the Liberals reimburse the wage subsidy, knowing they made almost $1 million out of it? Are they going to do like the Conservatives and admit they were wrong? This government is quick to recognize its privileges when it finally recognizes that governing is a privilege that implies a higher standard of probity on its part. This government and its cronies have had their hands in the candy dish for more than 6 months. But Halloween is over, and it's time for them to take off their masks and get down to work. Quebecers and Canadians are ready to use their hard-earned money under the virtuous pretext of saving the economy. On the other hand, let's have the humility to recognize that it's their money, and let's do things right. And doing things right is also a way of showing that when you're dealing with companies, you're dealing with human beings. I told you a few seconds ago, our constituents want the entities and individuals who benefit from the pandemic to pay the money back. That's why CRA is auditing SMEs that have received the wage subsidy. However, I think the situation calls for more flexibility from CRA. It was urgent for everyone at the beginning, for politicians as well as for business leaders. While I'm convinced that errors were probably made in the distribution of benefits, I believe that the majority of cases were in good faith. For this reason, more than any other, I agree with this motion. It seems obvious to me that in the midst of a partial shutdown of the economy, starting to audit now is ill-advised. We all know, personally or in the course of our duties, of companies that are struggling to survive. At this time, it's their priority, especially since the measures to help workers, although they've been largely beneficial, have increased the pressure on employee retention. This is an undisputed fact. Moreover, we should not delude ourselves. The pandemic, despite everything we've done, has deeply wounded our economy, particularly tourism and restaurant industries, which are closely linked. The tourist season in Quebec has not benefited everyone equally. The second wave dealt a further blow to an industry that was already hard hit. I'll take my region as an example. Fall is usually a season that welcomes lots of tour operators. This year, a decade's effort to extend the tourist season has been reduced to nothing. In Montreal, we even have figures. Spending by international tourists is down 95%. Everywhere, even when we want to console ourselves, we still continue to operate at reduced capacity. Many, including myself, fear massive and permanent closures of establishments like hotels and restaurants. I'll conclude on that point, Madam Speaker. I think once we have secured the more general programs for businesses, we will quickly have to get down to work on a specific assistance plan for the tourism industry. The Prime Minister has said twice that he's considering a specific solution for tourism. I hope he does. I also hope that he'll fulfill his constitutional responsibilities by giving means to Quebec and the provinces. I also hope that the Conservatives and New Democrats will agree with me on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate the comments that my colleague has made in tourism being important, and I enjoy visiting his part of Canada as a beautiful place in our country, and it's an industry that has been hurt. But there's two parts to this. We need to protect lives and we need to protect livelihoods. If we don't have livelihoods, the lives will be a challenge if there's no livelihood. So as over the months, in 8-9 months, there has been many suggestions made to the Liberal parties of things to be changed. But the one that they're proposing now is legislation. I have lost businesses in my riding, small businesses, because it's too late. I just wonder if my colleague, in the sense of, in your writing, have businesses been lost because these changes that we have suggested for 9 months haven't been made? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an excellent question. Yes, indeed, I know people personally who've had to close their business down because the government took too long in amending the emergency measures they had implemented. For 6 months, the Bloc has been saying that the commercial rent assistance program wasn't working. And the proof is that they didn't even spend half of the money earmarked for that program. So personally, yes, I do know people. It's rough. People who've worked hard their whole lives to build up a business, and because the government took too long in reacting, despite our advice and solutions, their foot dragging caused heads of household to have to go belly up, and that's regrettable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There has been a suite of programs there to support small businesses in Canada, in all regions of our country. There's not a day that goes by in which there's not direct input going to individual members of Parliament, Liberal members in particular, I suspect, Madam Speaker, and government with regards to concerns related to businesses. We've indicated, as the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance has been very clear on the issue in terms of the openness to make the changes that are necessary to support small businesses. My question to the member is my understanding correct that the Bloc will in fact be supporting the Opposition Day motion?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Whether you want to know whether we're going to support this motion? Obviously, Madam Speaker, we will support it. For 6 months, our colleague from Joliette has been telling the Finance Committee that the program isn't working. And the former Finance Minister people talked about his open-mindedness, but it's been 6 months that the member for Joliette has been saying, listen, the situation is serious. And the Liberals keep saying that they're open to change. But what happens? They prorogue, they shut down the committee, they shut down the House, and then they don't listen to us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Most Quebecers are in a red zone right now. Unlike the first wave, restaurants are among the businesses that are on lockdown. I am in a very agricultural riding. my colleague knows all about this. I'd like to know when he talks about assistance, because when you're talking about the supply chain for restaurants, what beneficial impacts could this have? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. My colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is from beautiful riding. I lived in that riding for 7 long years. When restaurants close down, that means that they buy less local products. When a hotel closes, they buy less local products. So there's an effect all the way back to our farmers. And that's what we've been saying from the start. When the Bloc proposes something, it works. Look at aluminum. We come up with good ideas. We work for our people in Lac-Saint-Jean and Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I have a very agricultural riding too, and this has been very hard for farmers because the shutdowns in the cities have affected farmers too. So it would be nice if they would listen to us on the other side. We could save a lot of businesses that way. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to be able to rise today and talk about small business, about the economic generators in our small communities and job creators and cultural innovators. And I'm happy to be sharing my time with my colleague, our finance critic, the member from New Westminster Burnaby. Madam Speaker, today we're talking about those small business owners that I outlined from the beginning and the sacrifice of those small business owners, many of whom who have closed their doors to protect public health, many who have made ultimate sacrifice or even created products to help protect people in our communities, including distilleries for, our hygiene coordination and whatnot. Madam Speaker, it has just been a tremendous effort to see small businesses rise up, which they always do, Madam Speaker. We know that in our communities, they're the first to donate to our charitable organizations or volunteer to support those communities. And many of the owners are the coaches or teachers of our sports teams and classes that we take in our community. So we owe them a ton of gratitude. And Madam Speaker, I think back about myself as a previous small business owner and a Chamber of Commerce president, and I think back to 2008 when the last recession hit us and the Conservatives were in power, Madam Speaker, and I watched the government of the day bail out their friends, the big corporations and the big banks, Madam Speaker. With horror, I saw my own sales in my business drop 75% overnight and no relief or help. So I was delighted when the leader of the NDP called me and he asked me what needs to be our priority for small business. And I identified that we could never let history repeat itself. We could never let another 2008 happen where small business owners took the brunt of the economic crisis and their workers. And instead, we needed to make sure that we help everybody we can, especially small business owners, to get through the difficult times that we have. Madam Speaker, I am glad to see this motion come forward today, especially the part about auditing small business, because there's nothing worse than being in a financial crisis and you're getting CRA knocking on your door, asking you to come back with documents and report to them, which can not always be an easy task when you're scrambling or pivoting to adjust to stay afloat. And especially at times like this could wipe somebody out, just the enormous amount of time and energy that could be required. I do want to talk about the importance of parliamentarians working together. And, for the most part, we've been doing that in this crisis. And, I think about the unprecedented actions, including, working with the leader of the federal NDP, myself, signing a letter with Dan Kelly, the head of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business and Organized Labor, asking the government to increase their original rollout of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy from 10% to 75%. The government has continued to roll out programs to support workers, but has always come out well below the bar of what's necessary, and they've designed programs that are flawed, that don't get people the help they need right away. So this unprecedented effort of working together of, organized labor, small business owners, and New Democrats, and working with their colleagues across the floor, kicking and screaming to get the government to fix these programs has made an enormous difference to help many Canadians. Whether it be working to get sick days, which has helped support small business. The New Democrats have been there every step of the way, supporting Indigenous-led businesses in the tourism sector or eligibility around the wage subsidy, bringing forward the Canada Food Procurement program idea. But one program that I worked very hard with my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby was in early April, we brought forward the idea of a Canada Emergency Rent Assistance Program, Madam Speaker. And of course, we expected the program would be directed at the small business owners that need help. What baffled me and everybody across our country, especially those in need the most, was that this program was designed specifically for landlords that had to have a mortgage, Madam Speaker, which no one can really explain why still to this date. And, many small businesses were left out. In fact, at the end of the program, even in its extended version, only 128,000 businesses were able to get access to the program. Canadian Federation of Independent Business cited that there was 400,000 businesses that wanted to apply, but only a third of them were eligible. Madam Speaker, they left $1 billion, the government, of unspent money by not fixing this program. Which brings us to today. Many of those small business owners, including many in my riding, are steeped in debt, or they're facing bankruptcy. They're under enormous amounts of pressure because they couldn't access a program like the Canada Emergency Rent Assistance Program, the same program that their neighbors or their competition got, Madam Speaker. So in all fairness, the government has admitted their failure in that program by tabling the legislation that they're going to table tomorrow, but it is public knowledge what they put out, as we know the details of that. And we're glad to see those changes happen, Madam Speaker. But we're really disappointed that they're not going to go back to April 1st and allow those small business owners that were left out to get access to those funds that are taxpayer funds, Madam Speaker, that they should have equal access to like everybody else. We are seeing a massive deficit. It could be $400 billion to support small businesses and workers, gig workers, people across this country in this pandemic. At the end of the day, it's going to be those people or their children or great-grandchildren that are going to end up paying the debt on that. It should actually be the big corporations and those that profited, as you've heard from the New Democrats, Madam Speaker. But at the end of the day, that money is going to be paid back by everybody. So those folks that haven't been able to access those programs, well, it's absolutely unfair that they don't get access to those funds, Madam Speaker. And the government has a duty and obligation to go back and fix that program and ensure that they get access to it. So I'm urgently urging the minister and the Liberal government to fix this program and my colleagues to get on board, Madam Speaker. And I didn't hear the Conservatives answer my question today, whether they agree that the government should backdate that program so that they get access to it. We heard, that businesses in Port Alberni, for example, where they rent from a local government agency, they couldn't access that program. They were disqualified just by renting from local government, who under their own legislation couldn't provide relief to them. So, Madam Speaker, the government continue to watch small businesses either fail or rack up debt, and many of them couldn't even get access to the loans because of the qualifying measures of the loan programs the government was rolling out, especially LEAF or the TPAC program. These programs have been very restrictive. And what these small businesses need is they need actual help, Madam Speaker. They don't need more debt. They're in fear right now. I know what it's like to be in fear of losing a business that you've built over many years. And so we urge the government to support this motion today, to back off on audits, but also to come back and fix this program. I see my time is running short, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, one other thing that we haven't talked a lot about, and we are glad to see these programs roll out, things that we've asked for, the extension of the emergency wage subsidy. We don't see any strings attached to protect workers. For example, in the tourism and hospitality industry, laid off workers have no guarantees from their former employer that they're going to be recalled to work, so that when their jobs are restored, that they get put back on the seniority list or taken care of. Indigenous-led businesses and organizations, many who were disqualified until we went to bat for them, on the wage subsidy, or the Indigenous tourism organizations, they haven't had full participation to have an Indigenous lens on the rollout of the important programs that the government's rolling out. We need the government to roll out the program. But Madam Speaker, a lot of these supports come a little too late. We need the government to come back with a recovery plan to support small business, but also to invest in social infrastructure, as we're seeing. Childcare is absolutely essential to support small business. Pharmacare, dental care, and reform EI, so that those workers that are now on the new CERB can get the training they need and meet a lot of the labor market needs. And many of them don't qualify because initially they didn't contribute to EI. So we need the government to take more action and have a more robust rollout. And instead of threatening Canadians to go to the polls on opposition day motions, they need to get this program through across the finish line, so that small businesses aren't worried that they're going to have to wait months and months and months for the support they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. He touched on many different areas that I agree with, and I'd like him to comment more on the timeliness of supports. This government spent the summer mired in conflict of interest scandals, prorogued the House. When they came back in September, they didn't have any legislation ready to go. They just had a recycled speech from the throne. And here we are on November 3rd. Can the member comment on the importance of timeliness in supports and how it affects real businesses in his riding?
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Oh, it's a great question, and I appreciate my colleague's question, because it has been an incredible journey for these small businesses. They've been waiting for, what the news is going to be around the extension of the wage subsidy or changes to the rent program. The government prorogued Parliament. They delayed getting the help to small businesses. In the meantime, small businesses, every day, we're seeing more and more close their doors permanently. And we need the government to fix these programs, but we need the Conservatives to get on board and pressure the government to backdate the commercial rent assistance program. So I urge that member, and I urge the Conservative Party to get behind the NDP call for the government to not just roll out the new legislation moving forward, but to help those that are steeped in debt, that are looking at losing their businesses or facing even bankruptcy. So I appreciate his call and highlighting the delays have cost thousands and thousands of workers and small business owners really what has been their life's work, and it's absolutely disappointing and shameful.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The Bloc Québécois is in favour of this motion. In May, I recall it, I was in the House. I was asking questions to the Minister for Innovation about the changes to the commercial rent program. We already knew that the program wasn't working well. Only about 10% of businesses were able to take advantage of it, according to a CFIB poll. That was in May. June, July, August, September, and October passed. Now we're in November. Only on the 2nd of November was a change to the program finally introduced. What happened? That's unacceptable. Meanwhile, daily, we're hearing from entrepreneurs, businesses, organizations that are telling us that they're struggling and they're trying to find solutions. But there was a solution, changing the program to make it broader, to make it more accessible to businesses and so that it didn't depend on landlords. Now, if we look at the emergency wage subsidy, once again, we can see that it's not very consistent. businesses are supported for longer, but they get less support. For example, look at the tourism industry. Only recently, I was talking to representatives and we were talking about the current situation. And they were saying that they're getting less support from the government and that it's a difficult period. Because ultimately, the entire business offer of the tourism sector, which has taken decades to create, is disappearing because of a lack of timely government support. So what I'd like to hear from my colleague, in April, on the 11th of April, the Bloc Québécois tabled a motion, or actually an amendment to a motion, on various government programs to enable to add fixed costs, and we even got an approving remarks from the Deputy Prime Minister. But now, here we are in November with the Regional Recovery Fund. I'm sorry, I must interrupt and ask the member for Courtenay-Alberni to respond because we don't have much time left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I mean, when it comes to the Commercial Rent Assistance Program, on April 9th, my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby brought forward a proposal to the government of the idea and concept of a Commercial Rent Assistance Program. We were baffled when they came back with a program that was landlord-driven and tied to mortgages. And as we want to learn more and get more answers on that through Ethics Committee and various different committees, why this program was created in the way it was, because we hear of ties to the Prime Minister's office and his chief of staff, which raises a lot of questions that need to be answered. We wanted to see this program as a tenant-driven program. We wanted to see it tied to the...
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to shout out to my colleague from Courtenay-Alberni, who's been the strongest advocate for small business in this Parliament, and he does extraordinary work. And I would like to underscore that amazing defense of small businesses. I'd also like to shout out, Madam Speaker, to the New Westminster Chamber of Commerce, of which I'm a longtime member, and the Burnaby Board of Trade. Also serves my area, and I'm also a member of both organizations. And coming out of the small and medium business sector, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, Madam Speaker, I think it is fair to say that we are at a crucial period through this pandemic where small businesses need to be paid attention to. And Madam Speaker, I will flag the issues around small businesses, the government's slow response. But also, I think in terms of pandemic response, the NDP has been very proud to force the government to do a whole range of things that the government was not willing to do initially. I think two areas where the government has failed the most is certainly people with disabilities that have had to wait 7 months and then only now getting a one-time emergency payment that does not by any means reach all people with disabilities, and also the small business sector. Small business sector, as my colleague from Courtenay-Alberni pointed out, has put into place a program that was simply inadequate. I'll come back to that in a moment, Madam Speaker. But I think it is important to note the government was very, very quick to respond when the big banks came up for a handout. Within a span of a few days, according to the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, $750 billion, $750 billion was available through various federal government institutions in liquidity support. That contrasts vividly with how slow the government has been on responding to the challenges that small businesses face. And nothing is sadder through this pandemic in the small business sector than to see people who have given their lives to their small business, to building the community, to creating jobs in their community, turning the key in the door for the very last time and slipping the key through the mail slot because they simply cannot continue. The hemorrhaging of their personal financial resources mean that they can't continue that small business. And yet the government initial response was, to say the least, inadequate. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, initially the government put forward a 10% wage subsidy. And it's the member from Burnaby South, the national leader of the NDP, that said that was absolutely insufficient given the size and scope of the pandemic. And the NDP caucus worked together and we forced the government to actually put into place a 75% wage subsidy. That has managed to save a whole range of small businesses. Now, we also said, as the member from Courtenay Alberni outlined so eloquently, we also said that, like many other countries that have put in place commercial rent assistance, we needed to have a robust response from Canada. And instead of that robust response on commercial rent relief, we saw a program that was set up for commercial lenders. Now, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance and the member for Central Nova, who is normally a very measured person, reacted very badly when we asked the questions that are on so many small businesses' minds across the country. The facts are the following. First off, the commercial rent resistance program put in place initially was a failure. There's no doubt 2/3 of the businesses that desperately needed that support weren't able to access it because it went through landlords. That's fact one. Fact two, this was an untendered contract that was basically handed over to a company that employs, as its vice president, the spouse to the chief of staff to the prime minister. There are questions that are very obvious when a program is a failure as to why that happened. And the government still has not answered those questions in any sort of fulsome way. And thirdly, that program was set up by a commercial lender to benefit landlords that had commercial mortgages. There is a clear contradiction in that. Not only that the program didn't work, but also that a commercial lender was able to set something up that, in a very real sense, is perplexing. A commercial lender saying, well, if you got a commercial mortgage, then you can access this program. These are legitimate questions that are being asked. And that is why we've been saying from the beginning that the program that the government is announcing to replace it needs to be retroactive for all of those small businesses that were unable to access from April right through until the end of September any sort of commercial rent relief. The NDP will continue to be dogged and determined on this fact, and the member from Burnaby South, the member from Courtenay Alberni, the entire NDP caucus believe very strongly that those supports that were denied so many small businesses over the course of the last few months have to be available retroactively for those businesses who need it the most. Monsieur le Président, j'ai mentionné tout à l'heure.
Now, I said earlier that I would say a little bit about my situation or my experience. As a business owner, it was a social business, and there were 50 employees. And I was the head of the company. And we had won 2 prizes in 2003, 2004, 2 awards. And so I understand why people are concerned, why business owners and creators are concerned, because they want to keep their employees employed, and they want the businesses to keep running. So when we're in a situation started under the Conservatives, continued by the Liberals, that put businesses at a disadvantage. Look at the web giants. They don't even pay taxes in Canada. They don't face the same obligations as small and medium-sized business owners do. So they're in a situation where we need to have a level playing field for everyone. With the tax havens, there are other problems. Large corporations are stashing money away there and not paying taxes on that. And so these are other things that need to be changed. The NDP is working on these issues during the pandemic and at all times. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to outline briefly why the NDP feels so strongly, unlike we've seen from previous Conservative regimes and from this current Liberal government, feels so strongly that we need to put in place a level playing field for small businesses, small and medium businesses in this country. First off, that starts with a fair tax system. We can no longer afford the $25 billion a year that go to overseas tax havens. And we support the motion today because the audits that CRA does so frequently on small businesses is not something that's applied to any of the corporations that are named in the Panama Papers, the Bahama Papers, the Paradise Papers. We've seen CRA admit that they've simply not been able to do any of the audit or follow up or bring to account any of these big businesses that are involved with overseas tax havens. We also believe web giants need to be paying their income tax and we need to have a level playing field. But here are the other things that the NDP is proposing for small business. In putting in place a fair tax system, we also believe that the small business tax rate should go down by 1%. This helps to stimulate jobs in the local economy. But we believe in significant investments in housing. And the newly re-elected John Horgan government in British Columbia, BC NDP government, has actually invested more in housing over the last 3 years than the federal government and all of the provincial governments put together, has actually built physically more housing units than all those other governments put together. Liberals promise, and they throw out vast figures that eventually they will fund, but they are far behind the BC NDP government in terms of actually having key in the door housing units that people can access. We also believe in putting in place pharmacare and making sure that our healthcare system is enhanced. And that is a $3,000, the Medicare system, a $3,000 per employee cost competitivity advantage for Canadian businesses. Pharmacare would be a $600 advantage on top of that. Not only does it mean employees are treated fairly, it takes the burden off of small businesses and allows them to have employees that have a full range of social benefits. These are the kinds of things we propose for small businesses to get through this pandemic and in the period afterwards to prosper and contribute to Canada's prosperity and jobs across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize a year ago, none of the programs that we're referencing actually existed. It's actually through the fine work of just hardworking civil servants, yes, the cabinet, elected officials working with governments, and in particular, in this particular situation, small businesses from all regions of our country, as we come up with programs to get us through this COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And the government has been very clear in terms of that we'll continue to be there to support small businesses as we have been from the get-go. My question to the member is, would he, just for the sake of clarity, my understanding, just listening to the member, is that the NDP will in fact be supporting the Conservative motion.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's pretty clear that we believe that we need to provide the supports for small businesses. We honestly believe that the CRA that is targeting small businesses rather than targeting the huge, massive amounts of money, $25 billion a year as evaluated by the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer. And yet CRA has done absolutely nothing to curb that massive tax evasion that takes place with the use of overseas tax havens. We believe both through the pandemic, but also just given the sheer size and scope of what we're seeing with overseas tax havens, that the audit function needs to be put there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you. Thank you for the speech. I asked the member on two things. One is with the CEBA loans. I've got about 30 or 40 businesses in my riding right now that cannot get through the process. They've applied through their bank, and now they can't get a hold of anybody in the government. They can't get it approved. This is a big problem. I'm sure there's cases all across the country. wonder if the member could talk about that and just the stress that it puts a business owner under to not be able to need it, but not be able to get it. It's almost as if the government's put it out there, but made it so impossible for them to receive the money. And these are the recent CEBA loans. Thank you.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I thank the member for his question. And the reality is, when we actually look at where the government has been putting all kinds of complications in place, it's often people that need to get the response as quickly as possible. People with disabilities have had to go through incredible hoops over 6 months for a $600 payment. Small businesses are having to jump through all kinds of hoops to access, and the commercial rent relief program wasn't even available to 2/3 of the small businesses that desperately needed the support. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker, with the big banks and the massive liquidity supports, $750 billion, $750 billion with no conditions. The big banks were not required to lower their interest rates to zero like many credit unions did. They weren't required to eliminate interest or penalties. Their profits now, so far in the pandemic, and we'll hear new figures shortly, $15 billion. No conditions at all. That contrast, I think, is evident to everybody.
Question et observation. Alors, la députée de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. At the start of the pandemic, there was talk about collaboration, and it was necessary because we had to go ahead with the CERB. It was urgent, as the title indicates. We were the first to identify some problems when it came to the rent program, but the government took 6 months before it made changes to that emergency subsidy. I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks. Why does he think the government took so long, took so much time to change the program, when it only took 2 weeks to decide to use the rent subsidy for its own political party? The Honourable Member. That's an excellent question. When we look at persons with disabilities, they waited over 6 months. When we look at small and medium-sized businesses that have a bogus program available to them that doesn't work, there's a lot of controversy surrounding that program. Given the link with the program that was selected without tender, and the fact that one of the owners is the husband of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. The government's refused to respond to these questions. Now, when we look at those dynamics, complex dynamics, when we look at the assistance that went to the banking sector, the money, the $750 million that went to the banks without any strings attached, that's not helping small and medium-sized businesses. Why did the government help the banking sector? Resuming debate. The Honourable Member, appearing virtually from Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to salute my colleagues who are tuning in today. From the outset, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with an entrepreneur, the Ember for Cloverdale, Langley City. She's a remarkable businesswoman, a mother and grandmother who's built a company with over 200 people, and I'm very proud to sit with her. I'd also like to congratulate our colleague, the member for Burnaby, for the quality of his French and for having answered questions in French as well. French is one of our official languages. Today's an excellent day for the House of Commons and for the country, because our leader, the Conservative leader, put what is at the heart of our economy to focus a motion on our businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, which are so important. And I'm referring here, of course, to transportation companies, restaurants. There are many in my riding as well, in the tourism sector. For over 6 months, we know that these businesses have been having a hard time. Our role as parliamentarians is to follow the health guidelines, but also to ensure that the government measures do not add an additional burden to what they're facing. SMEs are having a hard enough time managing the pandemic with the health guidelines and other aspects, so they don't need other red tape and obstacles bothering them. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, as we've seen in the past, when we've put questions to them, and in passing, I've got a number of letters that went to the Minister of Finance that went unanswered, where I was calling on assistance for companies. But these letters went unanswered. We didn't get answers. The Liberals were always prepared to do something to help their little friends, like We Charity. They bought ventilators from a former Liberal member at twice the market cost, so they're helping their friends. But in my riding, people are having a great deal of difficulty. Businesses over the past 6 months have had a hard time hiring staff because there were disincentives put in place by the federal government. So what our leader is proposing today is to put added flexibility in the measures available to businesses. That's what the motion is designed to do. It talks about flexibility for rent, for example, because the measure put in place by the Liberals was not effective. Some 80% couldn't benefit from it because they had to pay the full amount of their rent. Or, on the other hand, the landlords who didn't see it as being beneficial either. So that's why we're asking for more flexibility in the program, so that when it comes to the tax side, we can support them as opposed to adding an additional burden that will affect the health of our businesses. And, of course, I'm referring here to the wage subsidy. Unfortunately, the Liberals put it in place after having put in place the CERB. And what we need to take into account is the fact that businesses are at the heart of our economy. They're our real economy. They need to make it through the crisis so that they continue to exist after the crisis. The pandemic is such that the government has racked up huge amounts of deficit. Yes, we want to help workers, families, and businesses, but we must be judicious. We must use targeted measures. Unfortunately, what we're seeing with the measures put in place by the government are adverse effects on businesses. And I'll give you a couple of examples. A pharmacist in my riding called me recently to tell me, or to say, in fact, Stephen, I can't hire people. They don't want to come to work because they're at home receiving the emergency benefit. And then they've also got the student benefit. And then there was a volunteer program. So the pharmacist, who was working hard to fight the pandemic, ended up in a situation with an additional problem because of the government. As I said, it's already difficult enough to deal with the pandemic that we don't need a government that simply adds an additional level of difficulty to the situation. Now, there's another issue, and that's the measures that overlap and didn't yield the results they'd hoped. Now, one of the restaurant owners said, it's easier for me to get benefits than it is to work part-time. So restaurants are already facing difficulties, especially when it comes to delivery, for example. If there are problems with the personnel, with their employees, well, that's even worse. So what we're telling the government is that we need effective measures. We need to make some changes. The letters that I sent to the Minister of Finance went unanswered. The government prorogued the session, and then we saw that it was prepared to give money to party friends that that had given money to the members of the Prime Minister's families, or they granted contracts to companies providing equipment that we could have purchased at half the price elsewhere. That is unfortunate, and that's why as Conservatives we're here to support businesses. And that's why I hope the Liberals will support the motion that we've put forth that is calling for greater flexibility and a reduced burden, a reduced amount of bureaucracy for businesses, and at the same time, measures that will see the rent subsidy go directly to the companies, not through a third party. Now, that's what's at the heart of today's motion. And Mr. Speaker, I've listened to a number of speeches this morning, and what I can add is that what's important is to maintain a link between employees and the businesses. Yesterday, I talked to a company that's in tourism in my riding. It has buses. And what's difficulty links back to the wage subsidy, because not supporting them. They're facing a critical time because for the past 6 months, their income has dropped significantly. We're now in the second wave, and they're going through another very difficult time. So it's important to have targeted measures. But unfortunately, the government has not put forth targeted measures. They want to support the government, but at some point, we're going to have to pay back and pay down the deficit. The money's not being invested adequately. Small businesses generate wealth, and you're telling me, Mr. Speaker, that my time is almost up, but we need to ensure that we support, as our leader says, our businesses, especially in the tourism sector, in the restaurant sector, in hospitality. We need to give them hope so that they can weather the pandemic, they can overcome these challenges, and so that, and I can see that you're telling me my time is up, Mr. Speaker, but so that these businesses will be able to show that they resisted and they can continue to generate wealth, because that's what small and medium-sized businesses do. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge all of the small businesses in my riding, Rodebeck, Exceldor, or Desjardins, that's very busy and that we need these days. We need businesses like that, Mr. Speaker. We are here for them. So let's adopt this motion, the motion that's before us today, so that we can weather this crisis and so that our small and medium-sized businesses will weather the storm and be with us at the end of the pandemic.
Questions and commentaires.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a very specific question. My colleague talked about the importance of providing support, some oxygen to our businesses or money. But I'd like to know, what about the money that's being used, taxpayer money, for the wage subsidy for your party? My question is, when is that money going to be reimbursed? And if so, when? The honourable member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you to my colleague for that question. You know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that's why the Conservatives are supporting measures to support families, seniors, and businesses. We did so in 2008. Perhaps you remember the economic crisis back then. We loosened the purse strings for public money, but we did that with targeted measures and with budgetary discipline. The Liberals aren't doing that. It's like the ship is adrift. There's no control, and this is creating uncertainty on the financial markets, and our credit rating has been downgraded. What we would like to do is maintain support for for people in need, but also support for businesses.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. Small businesses, we know, are the largest employers of the world, certainly in Winnipeg Centre as the second wave has come in and we're now in a code red. Businesses including Deer and Almond, owned by Mandel Hitzner, one of the top Canadian chefs in the country who's been featured on Food Network, is talking about worrying about 50% of the businesses closing down as a result of the failure of the federal Liberal government, failure to support small businesses, but also a result of his provincial colleagues under the Pallister's government failure to support small businesses almost completely. So when my honourable colleague mentions getting rid of programs, I become very concerned. My question for my colleague is, when he's talking about getting rid of programs, which programs is he referring to? Because we can't afford any more cutbacks in our support of small businesses.
La députée de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Lévis.
Honourable colleague from Winnipeg, and share with her that we are unfortunately in a red zone too, and I wish her community well as we struggle to flatten that curve. What I can tell you is what we want. We want programs that are efficient and targeted, especially toward our small and medium enterprise, and programs that are not actually having a negative impact on them, such as some measures have had that were implemented by the Liberal government. So I want to reassure my colleague that we want those measures. We want to support efficiently small and medium enterprise, and that's the goal of the motion today, and that's why I seek support from our other member, and I can understand that my colleague from your party will support it, which I think is a step in the right direction. We need to be there to help and support our small, medium businesses and not being a barrier for them to go through this pandemic.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague for his speech today and let him know that, as he has pointed out in his speech, 82% of our economy depends on small businesses in Canada. And, the government has related to them as less than efficient means of raising economies. I think the words tax cheats came up years ago in from the Prime Minister in regards to small businesses. But I just want to say as well, he mentioned bus lines. I've got small businesses in my area that still haven't come through, still aren't eligible for some of these opportunities that will help them in the CEBA loans particularly, and bus lines in my area. There's no school tours. There's no tours in travel anymore, and I just wanted to have him expand on his comments about the bus lines and others that may fall through the cracks.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Toba, I wish him well. Yesterday, I just learned that I spoke to this owner of a business company, Autocar, and he's just shared with me that we need to improve the federal program in order to support them through this difficult crisis. And that's why I'm proud that my colleague and I are supportive of that motion, which seek to support our businesses in a time of need so that when we get over it, they are still with us, they are safe, and they are contributing to our wealth. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this pandemic, a great divide has been perpetrated on the nation by this Liberal government. A schism of enormous proportions. Over the last 7 months, we have seen certain kinds of good, hardworking Canadians be dealt blow after blow, while other kinds of Canadians were handed checks and assistance at every turn. No injustice was too much for one bunch, and no perk was too generous for the other. As this government began to impose lockdowns and restrictions across the country, they treated Canadians like two different classes of people: the good and the bad, the honest and the cheat, the employee and the employer. Now, this distinction is no new thing for this government. For years, our Prime Minister has been going after small businesses, calling them tax cheats, suggesting that they're all hiding their ill-gotten gains by taking advantage of loopholes in the system, buying equipment as a tax write-off, or hoarding money and calling it a rainy day fund. "I'll tax that," said Mr. Morneau. You have a family business and you want to sell the farm to your son? This government planned to make you pay over 80% of the sale price in taxes if you wanted to pass it on to the next generation. Because everyone knows, said this Liberal government, passing the farm from father to son is clearly a tax dodge if ever there was one. So what happens in a pandemic when a government sees small business as the enemy of the proletariat and themselves as the savior? Well, Mr. Speaker, you see financial support programs that discourage going back to work while punishing the big, bad barber, brew pub, or banquet hall around the corner. Let's take the restaurant and hospitality industry for an example. In my riding, there are hundreds of unique and exciting establishments scattered in every neighborhood. Shiraz on the one-way street in Langley serves up Persian and Italian food. It's delicious. Right across the street is Viva Mexico, where you can have a truly authentic Mexican experience. A little closer to the Willowbrook Mall, you can experience a little taste of Thailand at the Naka Bistro. Further down the Fraser Highway is an ever-popular Dublin's Crossing, where you can eat your fill of bangers and mash while tapping your toe to a live band of Irish Rovers. Every one of those restaurants I just mentioned is owned and operated by a hard-working entrepreneur, the majority of whom are new Canadians who have brought the color of their culture to our communities, along with jobs and economic prosperity for us all. They took on great risks and responsibilities in their quest to create a new and better life for themselves in Canada. Little did they know that their new country now has a government that punishes risk takers and job creators like themselves. When their doors were closed in early March, they just buckled down and pivoted to takeout. Owners and their families worked long hours to get food to our homes in a safe way. When their wait and kitchen staff stayed home unserved, they called their nieces and nephews, their aunts and their uncles to please come help with the cooking and cleaning, or we're going to lose our dream. 7 months in, and the entire sector teeters on the brink of extinction. After the restaurant industry has invested $750 million of their own money to train staff and enforce social distancing, implement health checks, adapt for contactless delivery, curbside pickup, they continue to live under the constant threat of lockdowns and further restrictions. This government has offered them almost no help besides a wage subsidy that disproportionately helps some businesses while being useless to others, or rent subsidies that were impossible to access until our current motion forced the government to improve it. And now, they have instructed CRA to start aggressively auditing any business who applied for that wage subsidy. If you made a mistake in your calculations, Mr. Speaker, you will be charged a penalty of 275% of the amount you claimed. 275%? If our Prime Minister had been charged 275% penalty for his illegal $250,000 trip to the Aga Khans Island, he would owe almost $750,000. What did he actually pay in fines and penalties, Mr. Speaker? He paid a measly $500. This Liberal government has declared war on our small businesses, the backbone of our economy. Mom and pop shops across this country are the target of sustained attacks that don't appear to be ending anytime too soon. The government has exhausted all credible excuses to explain away their continued failure to answer the call of Canada's small business owners. For months, my opposition colleagues and business leaders across Canada have identified serious problems with the COVID-19 relief programs that have allowed too many small businesses to fall through the cracks. This government keeps claiming that they create jobs in this country. The government doesn't create jobs, Mr. Speaker. Canadian entrepreneurs do. And if this Liberal government doesn't begin to understand that concept, our economy is going to be decimated. You can only rob Peter to pay Paul for so long. For every small business you force into receivership, you will lose the jobs and revenue those businesses create. Canadians were told that a prorogued parliament would give time for a quality restart plan to be crafted, and they believed them. But what did they come back with after 6 weeks of shuttered parliament? Nothing. Nada. Bupkis. The government promised to come back to this session with a plan. Where is the plan? How do I tell the businesses in my riding that the support they need is going to lapse without new legislation? Where's the plan to improve the programs that have not worked for so many businesses? Where's the sector-specific support for airlines, travel and tourism, agriculture, energy, any of it? We constantly hear how hard this government has been working for Canadians. But from where I'm sitting, Mr. Speaker, if you're a Canadian businessman, you're getting a lump of coal in your stocking for Christmas. Honestly, we need to get to actual work here. The Finance Committee should be conducting pre-budget consultations right now. We should be hearing from Canada's business leaders about what they need during this economic crisis. Instead, the Prime Minister sends his MPs to filibuster the committee, talking out the clock to avoid releasing scandal documents. Machiavelli, Aristotle, Plato, all the philosophers are dragged by the hair into our meeting to justify the Liberal cover-up. Mr. Speaker, there's a very serious crisis happening in our country. Many small business owners are not sleeping at night. They're absolutely desperate, and no one is listening. They're begging and pleading for this government to make a plan, an actual plan, not just a Band-Aid solution. I've met with them face to face. I've seen their anxiety and their agony in their eyes. Men and women who poured their whole heart and soul into a dance studio, a coffee shop, travel agency, hair salon, chiropractic clinic, pharmacy, restaurant, clothing boutique. The list is endless. They're under extreme stress, and it comes out in forms of migraine headaches, rashes all over their body, and even heart attacks. Their stress comes from a government who doesn't have a plan, so that they can't make a plan either. Entrepreneurs will find solutions. They just need to know where they stand. Give them clarity, and they will figure out the rest. The scorecard shows that our country has spent the most of all G7 countries, and yet has the worst economic performance. There is no one else to blame for this disaster except the Liberals. They keep throwing money at programs that are nothing more than Band-Aid solutions. We need to get our economy moving again, but since the government seems incapable of stopping the bleeding, let's at least make sure that whatever Band-Aid solutions we apply actually work. This government is working hard to turn Canada into a benefit-based economy with no end in sight, while making it more and more impossible for businesses to find workers. We need to show leadership here and give businesses clarity and equitable treatment. Right now, every level of government is knocking on their doors and demanding compliance to rules that haven't even been written. Workers' compensation, Health Canada, bylaw officers, police. It's a never-ending stream of busybody bureaucrats that are making things up as they go. Health officials are even encouraged Canadians to report on their neighbours for perceived infractions. Have we lost our minds? Do we really want a police state? I recognize that these bureaucracies are not the federal jurisdiction, but it's this government's lack of leadership and transparency that is causing so much confusion. At first, we were told masks don't work. Now we're told something completely else. Wear one. In the beginning, the virus didn't spread from person to person. Now we have our own children. We can't even have our own children over for coffee. The message has been god-awful. Half of Canadians are scared to death and don't believe a word the government is saying. Why isn't getting at-home rapid tests in the hands of Canadians, why isn't this government doing that and making it a top priority? Let's strategically target our efforts on protecting the vulnerable while allowing the healthy to safely get back to business. Why, after 7 months, is our tracking and tracing failing so miserably? We need to focus on getting things back up and running and not on scaring our country to death.
And comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talk about utilizing conservative backroom talking points. I think that that's the best thing that comes to my mind when I listen to what it is that the member had to say in regards to the resolution. Mr. Speaker, there is very little that within that speech that I would find that I would concur with. other than the fact that, yes, businesses are having, like all Canadians, a very difficult time, and government is doing its very best at providing the supports that are necessary. Heaven forbid if it was Stephen Harper that was in government, Mr. Speaker. At least with a Liberal government, you have a government that truly cares and believes that we need to provide programs to support Canadians, to support businesses. And, Mr. Speaker, I guess my question to the member is, does she not recognize that the CERB program was in fact a good program, contrary to what her speech might have implied? Does she not recognize that by helping Canadians through the CERB program, you are helping businesses, as an example?
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
The fact that the honourable member didn't find anything of value in my speech shows you how little connection they actually have to really true business people. What I said comes from the heart because I live it and many people in my riding are living it. I'm meeting them, I'm visiting with them. Yes, we needed CERB because of what they have been doing, but now I'm begging them, find a plan. We need the other government, the Liberal government, to find us a plan to get us out of here, not just Band-Aid solutions.
Questions et observations virtuellement.
Questions and comments? By video conference, the honourable member for Mirimiski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The Bloc Québécois, as we all know, is in favour of this motion and in fact wanted these changes to be made a lot earlier. They're so important for economic prosperity. But there's something I'd like to say about startups. In my riding, Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, several companies have called me, and they said that they didn't fit into any of the programs, either the emergency wage subsidy or the others, because they're startups. They opened their doors in 2019, so they just don't have the numbers they need to show the government to get this assistance. What does my colleague think the government should do to help these startups? The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you so much to my honourable colleague for the question. I couldn't agree with him more. I think there are many startups and many businesses that are still falling through the cracks, and that's why this motion is asking for more flexibility. We need to make sure that when we get on the other side of this pandemic, we still have small businesses that are actually functioning. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her comments today and highlighting the importance of small businesses in our communities. I'm from Edmonton, Strathcona. It is the heart of the restaurant sort of scene in Edmonton. And we know that Alberta's been deeply hit by COVID-19. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has said that there is a higher risk of small businesses closing in Alberta than anywhere else in the country. 8,500 businesses in Edmonton closed between March and May. So I will be supporting this bill. But my question for the member is, as a New Democrat, throughout this pandemic, we have been proposing ideas. We have been able to move the government from a 10% wage subsidy to 75%. We've been able to improve business supports, the CERB process, got supports for people with seniors, for students, for people with disabilities. What has the Conservative Party proposed? Where are their original thoughts on how they would move forward on the pandemic?
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Perhaps my honourable colleague can take a look, first of all, at the motion that we have here today. But all of the things that she mentioned that they supposedly came from the NDP, those have all been our suggestions. We work hard to make sure that everybody is taken care of in the small business world, because without our small business, we are nowhere. Thank you.
We have time just for one other short question and response by video conference. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the engine of the economy in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, and the hospitality, tourism, and entertainment industries have been hit really hard. I'd just like to ask her about the contradiction in the Conservative position around, wanting to audit people for the CERB. And there was a well-known news story about a senior who had 2 children who were disabled, and they all applied for the CERB, and these people weren't eligible and the Conservatives wanted to see audits of people that were getting the CERB when they didn't deserve it. But now they want to remove audits for small businesses, which is something I actually agree with. Could she comment on that?
For Cloverdale Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, in a pandemic like we're at, you're going to get a phone call from the CRA and they're going to say, you got 10 days to cough up the papers. We need small businesses to be protected right now. We need to help them stay in business. The last thing they need is a call from CRA. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable, this is by video conference, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue. Mr. Sabera, just if you could activate your microphone there.
There we go. Apologies on front, Mr. Speaker. I will recommence. It's wonderful to be here today. Great to see so many of my colleagues virtually here that I am today in the wonderful riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Before I get into the heart of the matter, I do wish to say, and where I'm located today is surrounded by small businesses. I have a local bakery shop, a local convenience store, a cleaner, a restaurant, and we know businesses across Canada need our assistance and need our help, like the ones here in Vaughan Woodbridge. And we've been providing that assistance, whether it's the Canada Emergency Business Account or whether it's the new rental program or the existing rental program that's going to be finishing up. But we also know we needed to work with the provinces when we introduced the first rental program. I do wish to submit to you, Chair, to you, Speaker, that I will be splitting my time this morning with the member from Sherbrooke, so I do wish to acknowledge that. Also, Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge that these small businesses didn't do anything. There was no exogenous shock to this was an exogenous shock to the economy, as we say in economics, and these small businesses were working hard. They were investing in their business. They were growing. They were hiring Canadians, creating great middle class jobs from coast to coast to coast. And unfortunately, with COVID-19, we've seen throughout, not just in Canada, but throughout the world, small businesses need our assistance, and our government has responded. We've listened to the CFIB, we've listened to the Business Council, we've listened to small business owners, and what you see in the legislation through Bill C9 is a flexibility that we are providing to businesses so we can continue to reinforce that bridge we need to get to the other side. And we know winter's coming, and we know also spring is coming, and we need to ensure that businesses have the confidence and the certainty that government has their backs, and that's what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for this opportunity to speak on today's motion. In my remarks, I'd like to focus on the aspects of the motion that relate to the important Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and provide some insights on what the government has done to ensure this important measure is available to all those vital businesses across Canada that qualify for it. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes that although the economy is slowly reopening, many people are still impacted by COVID-19 in devastating ways and continue to face very challenging economic circumstances as a result. The government introduced the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, CEWS, in April in order to provide financial support to employers of all sizes who had been significantly impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. Since its launch, more than 1.4 million CEWS applications have been approved. And Mr. Speaker, I need to give a shout out to the phenomenal team at the Canada Revenue Agency, all those civil servants or bureaucrats. They've worked night and day tirelessly to deliver programs to millions of Canadians that have been impacted by COVID-19 and continue to be impacted by COVID-19. Whether it was the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, whether it was the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, or even the new rental benefit coming, the CEWS applicant, the CP folks at CRA have just been top notch, and we need to applaud them, and we need to applaud their efforts for helping all Canadians, whether they're businesses or business owners or workers. Additionally, millions of Canadian employees have had their jobs supported through the CEWS program, and that number continues to grow. The CEWS program, which is administered by the Canada Revenue Agency, has provided more than $45 billion in support for Canadian businesses as of October 25th, 2020. The CEWS program is an essential part of the government's COVID-19 economic response plan, which strives to support Canadian businesses by helping them avoid layoffs and rehire employees. Throughout the past few months, the government has made changes to expand the reach of the CEWS in order to meet the needs of Canadian businesses. The program originally launched for a 12 launched for a 12-week period, has been extended multiple times, and just yesterday, the government introduced legislation that would extend the program until June of 2021, which would continue to protect jobs by helping employers keep employees on the payroll and rehire their workers. Mr. Speaker, keeping the attachment of the employer-employee relationship is so important, and we've seen the rebound in the Canadian labor market, how it's outperforming many of the global peers, how employees are returning to their work, but also while there is the impact of COVID-19, that we maintain the attachment between the employer and the employee. The wage subsidy would remain at the current rate of up to 65% of eligible wages until December 19th, 2020. The CEWS eligibility requirements have also been expanded to include a greater number of employers by including those who experience a revenue decline of less than 30%. Additionally, other enhancements to the CEWS program are being proposed to ensure the CEWS continues to not only support employers, but also to respond and really enhance the flexibility of the CEWS program to the evolving Canadian health and economic situation. Mr. Speaker, these adjustments to the program help ensure that CEWS addresses Canadians' needs while also positioning them for success as we move through economic recovery. The government has striven to make the application process simple in order to get quickly the money out the door and into the hands of those who need it. In most cases, eligible employers receive their CEWS monies via direct deposits within 10 days of their application. In fact, Mr. Speaker, eligible employers can apply for the CEWS through the CRA's My Business Account portal, and authorized representatives can apply on behalf of their clients through the CRA's Represent a Client portal. Additionally, both groups can apply through the CEWS web forms. In order to make the process simpler, the government also developed an online CEWS calculator that allows employers to estimate the amount of subsidy they will receive for each claim period. The CRA's approach to CEWS compliance starts with providing early certainty through outreach and engagement with businesses and stakeholder groups, through FAQs addressing common questions, and by having auditors help staff the CEWS inquiries line, all to help businesses get it right from the start. When more detailed review is needed from a CEWS claim, the CRA's focus remains on doing so as quickly as is practical. In fact, Mr. Speaker, significant focus was placed on tools and information to help taxpayers get it right from the start. From calculators to outreach sessions to updated questions on the website, helping businesses and their representatives has been our focus. Along with a supportive client focus, the approach to post-payment verifications of wage subsidy claims was designed by officials to reflect the current reality. Significant tax dollars are in scope. More than $45 billion in wage subsidies have been paid, and the program will continue to provide billions more to Canadian businesses and obviously their employees. Within a few short weeks from launch to implementation and less than 5 months since inception, it would be normal to see many more mistakes and gray areas than we find with more mature programs. Mr. Speaker, we have to remember the Government of Canada has rolled out a number of programs to help Canadian business and employees in a few short weeks, which would normally take years to do. We've been there for Canadian businesses and workers, and we will continue to do so. Many businesses are struggling financially, and with the pandemic, the CRA should match the scope of its compliance effort to the size and scope of the issue. The CRA should apply targeted, minimally intrusive, and commensurate interventions that reflect the nature and degree of any issue. Given this, the CRA has designed a multi-step approach to lead off with an initial phase of less than 600 verifications of claimants, of all sizes who had some risk indicators. Strategically, the overall analysis of these internal initial audits will provide the information needed to understand the nature and prevalence of issues, allow the CRA to consult with the Department of Finance on questions of interpretation, and to inform the options for addressing those issues needing further attention. CRA auditors were directed to be flexible on the timeliness for this work and to focus slowly on the calculations for the wage subsidy. The government acknowledges that the COVID-19 pandemic has been a difficult time for all Canadians, and that attempting to navigate the subsidy may be challenging, especially for those with questions about their eligibility or about their own application. Up-to-date information on the CEWS and other recovery benefits is available at canada.ca/coronavirus. And Mr. Speaker, if honest Canadians discover that they have made a mistake in their CEWS applications, they can easily make adjustments to their application through the CRA's My Business account. However, the government takes fraud very seriously, and the CRA is able to impose penalties against employers who have submitted fraudulent claims. Mr. Speaker, the CEWS program is meant to prevent further job losses, encourage employers to rehire employees they had laid off due to COVID-19, and help Canadian businesses of all sizes, as well as other eligible employers, position themselves to better resume their normal activities after the crisis. As part of the COVID-19 economic response plan, the government identifies its key areas of focus as support for individuals, support for businesses, support for sectors, support for organizations helping Canadians, and support for provinces and territories. The CEWS certainly provides support for businesses, but by helping keep millions of Canadians in their jobs, also does help support individuals Canadians and help ensure the economic viability of hard-hit sectors. As the Canadian economy, and I'll finish up now, Mr. Speaker, continues to safely reopen, a robust workforce is essential. The CEWS has supported Canadian organizations, both large and small, in such diverse industries as agricultural, manufacturing, food services, healthcare and social services, arts and entertainment, hospitality. Mr. Speaker, I will finish up there. Thank you, and I look forward to questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech today and the clarification he provided upon having a discussion with CRA about a possible application or an application that's been submitted for one of the small business support programs. I'd like him today, in my question, I'd like to ask him to comment on the remarks made by the member from Guelph earlier today when he compared a public service audit and a private sector audit, and he said they weren't too different. Furthermore, in subsequent debate, the member from Guelph said that small businesses like him, the small business owners like him, welcomed federal audits, that it was a positive process. So my question to the parliamentary secretary today is, do small business owners in your riding welcome federal CRA audits?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
I thank the member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Valley for the question, and I will say this, that the over 12,000 small businesses here in the city of Vaughan, about 4,000 in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, I know get up every morning and work hard to serve their clients and produce the wonderful products that we enjoy. And I also know that they have specifically commented on how much they appreciate the help and support that our government has provided them through the Canada Emergency Business Account, through the wage subsidy, and through the rental program. And we will continue to be there for those businesses, and I look forward to continuing my conversations with all businesses in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, and for that matter, for businesses across the country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very specific question for my colleague. We heard about different sectors that are in difficulties. Now the snows have started falling. There is one sector that needs a lot of help. There will be no more summer camps for our families and communities for the entire next season. And what I'm asking myself is, how can we trust the government? Since only a few days ago, I received in the riding of Laurentides-Labelle the 9th wave of Canada Summer Job Grants for last summer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And through you, Mr. Speaker, two words were used in terms of trust and the Canada Summer Jobs, two phrases which I thank the member for commenting on. In terms of trust, if you look at the track record of our government in terms of assisting Canadian businesses, in terms of assisting Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast, and the number of programs we delivered, our response has been top-notch to the pandemic. We're working well with all the provinces in terms of the Safe Restart Agreement, and in terms of the Canada Summer Jobs program, Mr. Speaker, we have expanded that program since our inception when we came into government in 2015. I know in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, the amount of funding going here locally has doubled, almost to just under $1 million now, and it's out there supporting youth and getting employment for them. And I'm just so happy and so proud to be supporting the Canada Summer Jobs program year in, year out, and here in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et observations? L'honorable député de Rosemont.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, like in many other parts of Quebec, SMEs are at the very heart of our economic growth and neighborhood life. These small businesses include the arts, cinemas, dance, theater, galleries, and the Liberal government has done nothing to help these businesses in the arts sector. I'd like to hear from my colleague about how we can help our cultural industry to survive during this pandemic. Why hasn't this government done more to help?
Député, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that could be further from the truth. We have been there from the arts sector from day one. We've put in place a number of measures. I actually will email the member from Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie on the number of measures we put in place to help folks in the arts sector. Canada is blessed to have such talented artists and performers and a very vibrant cultural industry. And I know our Minister of Heritage, our Minister of Tourism are ensuring that programs are put in place to support those in that sector. We need a vibrant cultural sector from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable secrétaire.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister for Economic Development and Official Languages. Thank you very much. As we all know, since the spring we have been facing an unprecedented challenge, the COVID-19 pandemic. The situation remains difficult, and we don't know what's going to happen during the rest of the fall and the winter. But what we do know is that our government is here for Canadians, to offer Canadians the support they need to get through this difficult period. Our government has been supporting Canadian businesses affected by COVID-19 and its economic repercussions, and we've been there since the very beginning of the pandemic. We have taken immediate measures to support these businesses by helping them keep their employees at work, by increasing cash flow, and by providing rent supports. The pandemic continues to change, and our approach will also change to fit the circumstances. In the September throne speech, our government committed to taking further measures to help vulnerable businesses. Under this commitment, a few weeks ago, we announced our intention of implementing new targeted support measures to help businesses and other organizations that are severely affected by a decrease in their income.
We
are committed to helping these businesses safely through the second wave of the virus and into the winter, and to help them cover their costs so they can continue to serve their communities and position themselves for a strong recovery. Several new programs were announced in order to fill that commitment. For example, the new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy would provide support of up to 65% of eligible rent and mortgage expenses until December 19th, 2020 for eligible organizations affected by COVID-19. We also announced our intention to provide additional targeted support to businesses that must again close their doors due to new restrictions imposed by public health authorities. They would be entitled to an additional 25% of eligible expenses in the event of a temporary closure, in addition to the 65% of a total of up to 90%. And this rent subsidy would be available into June 2021. We also improved the Canada Wage Subsidy Program. Since its introduction, the wage subsidy has been a key component of our economic action plan to respond to COVID-19. Through the Wage Subsidy Program, we have supported more than 3.8 million jobs and provided more than $45 billion to help businesses to retain their workers. Across the country, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has primarily helped businesses in retail, construction, the manufacturing sectors, restaurants, hotels, to continue paying their employees and encouraging them to rehire their workers. Allow me to share with you some statistics to illustrate the impact of this measure. In Newfoundland and Labrador, we're talking about more than $400 million that has been paid out since March. For Prince Edward Island, more than $140 million since the launch of the grant. In Nova Scotia, more than $800 million. New Brunswick, $650 million. In Quebec, more than $10 billion in assistance. For Ontario, $18.5 billion. In Manitoba, the amount paid out has been $1.4 billion. And in Saskatchewan, more than $730 million has been paid out. On to Alberta, $6.8 billion. British Columbia, $5.3 billion. For Yukon, close to $50 million has been provided, and for the Northwest Territories, $32 million, and finally, Nunavut, $10 million. These amounts invested through the wage subsidy help to protect millions of jobs across the country. The independent agency conducts audits to ensure consistency, to ensure that the money is going to the right place, and to help our workers. In my riding of Sherbrooke, the impact of these programs is not negligible. During visits or calls that I've organized, I've heard from local businesses that won't have to close down and that will continue to actively participate in Sherbrooke in the economy. American New Pride, for example, which had to shut down last April. Thanks to government assistance, they innovated and changed part of their production to make material for hospitals, including visors. They were able to hire back employees and continue working. They believe that the wage subsidy needs to be extended. The company also told us that they would like to see the government encouraging more buy local in their tenders. Thanks to this kind of input from companies, we have announced an extension of the wage subsidy to June 2021. This will help companies to protect their workers and encouraging rehires. We are also freezing the current maximum subsidy rate at 65% until December 2020. We are adapting and helping businesses that are the backbone of our economy. Canadians also have a role to play in helping businesses across the country. We all want our local coffee store or our favorite boutique or restaurant to stay in business, even if the pandemic erodes their margins. So while we're all working together to slow the spread of the virus, why not encourage small businesses in your neighborhood, in our neighborhood, by ordering a meal or buying a gift cart at our favorite boutique? For my part, I go to Ouvray Richesse, which is a lovely bakery. I go to the local fruit store, and I go to Les Herbes Folles for tea. These are examples of businesses that are working, and action like that will help them to make it through the crisis. This pandemic, I might point out, is the most serious public health crisis Canada has ever faced. Canadians of all ages and from all regions have been hard hit. COVID-19 has cost the lives of more than 10,000 Canadians. Millions of Canadians also lost their jobs or worked fewer hours and suffered reduced incomes. These job losses are perhaps the most obvious consequence of the global economic shock we're all facing. But as the Prime Minister said, we can and will do everything in our power to limit job losses, to limit business closures, and to minimize the decline in economic activity. Our government is here for Canadians, and we will get through this crisis together. Once the crisis is over, we will be in a better position, together, for the recovery and to continue to build a more secure, equitable future for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks. She painted a picture of the need for the wage subsidy. We won't challenge that. She also talked about companies that are facing difficulties, that are really struggling. Their jobs have been lost, they've been closed, and action needed to be taken. But did the Liberal Party, but there we've also got the Liberal Party that isn't reimbursing the subsidy. Could you comment on that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Since the beginning, as you know, the government has put in place measures to help all companies and all workers across the country. Our top objective, top priority, is the health and safety of Canadians. Programs are open to all those who need them.
Questions and comments? Questions et observations? L'honorable député, l'honorable député.
Virtually, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this is the first opportunity that I've had to weigh in on the debate today, and I'm very pleased with the motion. And I thank the Conservatives for raising it. I'm very concerned for the tourism sector, and the question I would have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is: we look at having help for rents. But for the tourism operators in my part of the world, we really also need to look at assistance for moorage charges. A lot of tourism operators are facing fixed costs for taking tourists out on vessels, and I wonder if the government would consider some flexibility in that regard.
Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague for a thoughtful question. On a mis en place rapidement.
During the pandemic, we quickly put in place the Regional Recovery Program, which has helped so many companies in the regions. Because on this side of the House, we believe that they are the backbone of our economy. With the Community Futures Network, the SADC in Quebec, we have a network that is close to these players on the ground. They have done extraordinary work and have provided assistance to all kinds of companies. We've had many positive comments from companies that have received assistance to say that this program gave them the breath of air that they needed to survive. We will continue to be present as we have been since the beginning. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary's remarks, and I thank her for it. Now I have a question. It's one that we've been asking since the start of the day. The government won't answer it, though. 6 months ago, we showed in the Bloc Québécois that the commercial rent assistance program was problematic. The proof is that more than half of the amounts earmarked for it went unused. So I'd like to know whether she can explain once and for all why, now that it's been changed, it's better, but why did it take 6 months? Why did we wait to see businesses closing down? Why did the government take 6 months in order to take action when 6 months ago we were pointing out the need to make these changes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his comment. Again, since the outset, we have worked hard to put in place the best programs possible. We all agree that COVID didn't come with an instruction manual, and everyone is working diligently, working hard, ministers, MPs, officials. They are responding to the call for help, and we've put in place many programs to help as many people and businesses as possible. Indeed, The commercial rent program had its difficulties because we're on the ground and close to people. We're listening. We know how to adapt, and so we put forth some changes to the program. And I hope that these measures will come into force quickly.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's my privilege to split the time with my wonderful colleague and punctual, I might add, from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. And it is also an absolute privilege today to rise in this House and talk to you about some of the most hardest working people in one of the hardest working countries here in Canada, our small business owners. This motion is, I think, a great step forward for our small business owners. We seek to do two things, the Conservatives do, in this motion, and I'm hoping everyone will join me, all members, in supporting small business owners. One, put a pause on troublesome and burdensome audits of the CEWS program that are causing business owners challenges. The other part is to make programs more flexible, to make sure that no Canadians are being left behind, which is absolutely critical. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about small businesses and why they are so important to our community. They are the lifeblood of our communities. They're the ones that go out there and are sponsoring our soccer teams, our hockey teams. They are in that community providing the services we need. They're the ones out there making sure that our frontline workers are fed and that we take care of all of our community. Over 1 million, there are over 1 million small business owners out there in Canada, and they actually employ over 70%, Mr. Speaker, 70% of private sector workers in Canada. Not to mention which they also contribute a fully third to our GDP. And I must say, in listening to the interventions today, I really congratulate members of all parties. I mean, it's not every day that you see the member from Santa Gulf Island celebrating a Conservative motion. And so I think that is terrific, and it's a great way to show that everyone can be constructive in helping small business owners go forward. But I must say, just to provide some context where we are with small business owners, Mr. Speaker, is that it's been a challenging time for small business owners, and really even pre the pandemic, they were going through difficult times. We had difficult times. Going into the pandemic, Canadians were struggling. There were 50% of Canadians were within $200 of insolvency. Canadians were facing a GDP which was reducing to nearly 0% by the end of the 2020 or 2019. The struggles continued for small business owners as they, from 2015 to 2020, dramatically reduced their investment in infrastructure, a sign of perhaps that they saw challenges on the horizon. At the heart of some of these issues, Mr. Speaker, is a productivity gap that's going on in Canada. Productivity is a big fancy 10-cent word, but in reality, all that word means is how Canadians are able to manufacture products and deliver services. And the reality is, the harsh reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians were struggling there. In the U.S., the average worker contributes $60 per hour to GDP. In Switzerland, that number is more like 84. Unfortunately, here in Canada, that number is 50. And why is that important? Because it affects people. It affects real wages. Going into the pandemic, we had an average wage in Canada of $19. Compare that to the United States of $23 or Switzerland of $33 an hour. So we had challenges going into the pandemic. And the reality is, unfortunately, during the pandemic, of course, the economy has gotten much, much worse. Many of the constituents I've spoke with, I have had just absolutely horrible, difficult conversations. Constituents telling me that they've lost their jobs, they've lost their homes, Mr. Speaker, and in some cases, they've lost all hope. This all despite record spending, Mr. Speaker. All this spending, we've actually spent more than any other country in the G20. We have the highest deficit, yet we have the worst unemployment numbers in the G7. Many small business owners, Mr. Speaker, they're heading out of business. The CFIB told us that as of September 30th, a fully third of businesses were either closed down, small businesses were either closed down or partially closed down. These are difficult times. But numbers, they never tell the full story. I want to tell you the story of John Lent. John Lent owns a travel agency in the beautiful town of Port Hope. By the way, if you haven't been to Port Hope, please go. It's beautiful once the lockdown is over. But he owns a travel agency. He was one of 3 in the town. One is shut down, one is operating in a third capacity. John told me that from the pandemic from the beginning of the pandemic to March 2021, he expects no revenue. Just to go through the numbers, he was down 151% in April, then down 97, 95, 95, 100% of revenue, equating to 0 revenue over a year. He is in a challenging situation. He would have loved access to some of the programs, such as the rent subsidies, but unfortunately he owns instead of rents, and so he's out of luck there. John is like millions of Canadians who are feeling left behind in these difficult times. The pandemic required challenges of us all. It required us all to sacrifice. There's no doubt about that. And government support programs were necessary, a necessary bridge, hopefully. Unfortunately, too many of those programs got confused, delayed, and they held Canadians back. Instead of being that bridge to a brighter day, they became a trap. They were too complex, too confused, and they even penalized work. No Canadian should ever be financially behind for adding an extra day's work. That should never happen, and that's how John felt. As we move forward into the safe reopening of the country, as we all look forward to that, and I know we all want that day when we can give hugs again, when we can shake hands again, when we can do all those wonderful things that we missed because of this pandemic. We need to move forward and give our businesses not a shot of morphine, but a shot of adrenaline so that we can carry forward. We need to have a safe recovery plan that includes rapid testing so that students can go back to school, so that workers can go back to their factories and offices, and so that we can all, once again, start contributing fully to the economy, as I know every Canadian wants to. We need policies, Mr. Speaker, that encourage work and that promote opportunities. This government has had the opportunity to invest. However, they have too often squandered those opportunities of investing in the private sector. For example, despite they've decided to take some of their investments while veterans are waiting, while new mothers are waiting, while people with disabilities are waiting. While that was all going on, Mr. Speaker, the CRA proudly announced on their social media, "We're open for business. We can audit. We can charge penalties. We can charge interest." Mr. Speaker, even for this Liberal government, that is peak hypocrisy. If we're saying we don't have resources to get money out to people with disability, to new mothers and to veterans, we can't be saying at the same time, well, we've got plenty of resources to audit and make life more difficult for hardworking, honest Canadian taxpayers. The government, the program and the substance of this motion is with respect to the CEWS audit. So we immediately upon the announcement of this, well, almost immediately, almost that day, we started receiving complaints to our office of the burdensome, of pages and pages and pages required by the CRA on an audit, really a fishing expedition. And you know how long they wanted for that? And these are not just simple documents. These are documents that have to be prepared by tax lawyers, by accountants that cost thousands of dollars. And in fact, some folks have actually paid more in fees than they've received in benefits. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. This is shameful, and all in the midst of a pandemic. This is not the time. In Ontario and Quebec and across the country in different regions, we're facing a second wave of the pandemic. Small business owners need to be helped. They need a hand up to get themselves back on track. They do not need a burdensome audit that puts them behind the 8 ball that costs them thousands of dollars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are approaching a year anniversary of the pandemic. That is a terrible landmark to me. But the truth is we are having a year. This is not early days in the pandemic again. The excuses are growing long that there weren't resources. We've shown that that's not the case, that we don't have time. We do have time. We need to work collaboratively so John doesn't feel left behind in Port Hope, so that entrepreneurs who are starting a new business, so that they have some of the people who are in the worst position. I met a number of constituents who started a new business in March of 2020. Because they don't have year-over-year numbers, Mr. Speaker, they don't qualify. They're not eligible for these programs. There are sectors of this economy that are being hit harder than others. This pandemic has not hit us all equally. Things like tourism and travel and aviation and the energy sectors have been hit harder. We need tailor-made. One size fits all, Mr. Speaker, does not cut it. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, we need solutions that the solution will not come from government programs, they will come from the private sectors. We have the most creative innovators, the hardest working small business owners, and the best workers in this entire world. And we have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to give them the ability to bring us out of this terrible economic crisis through their hard work. We just need to get out of their way.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the members' comments in regards to just how innovative and fantastic our small businesses are. And they've gone through a great deal. There's absolutely no doubt of that because of the pandemic. But also at the same time, the government has been working very closely with small businesses in all regions of our country, recognizing that it's important that the government continue to play a very important role in supporting our small businesses. And I'm a little bit surprised by the motion that's brought forward, and would ask the member if he feels there are additional add-ons in terms of programs that he would like to see, specific programs that he would like to see that are not there to support small businesses.
Well, member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. Always an honor to receive a question from my learned colleague member. Thank you very much for that. Where I would start out is actually with this motion. Let's just stop at the audit, right? We're not even stopping. We're pausing it for about 6 months or so to give small business owners. The CRA will get their pound of flesh, but let's defer that until after the worst of the pandemic hopefully is over. And I think that's a reasonable thing. And I really do mean this with all sincerity, is that I would love for all members to vote in favor of this. There's nothing unreasonable in here. There's no language which is exploitive or over the top. We are putting our hands forward to this government as a constructive opposition, and we'll hope they'll walk forward with us.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. Congratulations on your speech. I'd like to hear what you have to say about tourism and aeronautics. I'd like to know whether the member is aware of the fact that for many ridings, including mine, Laurentides-Labelle, and many others in Quebec, there is an industry that is very hard hit, both in terms of tourism and aeronautics. So there's a heartfelt cry being shouted out right now, and I would like to know whether the member, in his efforts to make sure that no one is left out, no one's forgotten, because between you and me, if there are two sectors that go hand in hand and have no possibility of survival, it's indeed these two industries.
Peterborough South.
I would also like to thank that honourable member, and also for killing time while I got my translation. I appreciate that. I'm working on my French, I really am. But thank you very much for that question. And the aviation, we actually have an airport in my riding, and so I am very familiar with the struggles there going on. And one of the things that I think will be key is getting us all back in motion, finding a safe way to travel, finding a safe way to get our economy back in motion. Of course, safety will always come first, but there are ways, there are rapid testing, there are technologies out there that we can get the economy back in motion, but we don't, and we also, the other thing I would say is it's not a one-size-fits-all. We need to have tailor-made solutions for individual sectors because they have been hit in different ways.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm dealing with a number of companies who are really struggling with the CEBA, the Canadian Emergency Business Account. Their bottom lines are being hammered right now. I have one small business that's been turned down 3 times trying to work through this. They've been told that their stock doesn't count for their costs, that their Visa bills can't be used, even though most small businesses in my region, very small, are paying with Visa to get supplies. They've tried 3 times, and when we tried to get answers for them, we found out that they had outsourced this work to the Canada Development Investment Corporation, and the CDIC is arm's length, but they don't have a clue what it's like to be a small business owner in Northern Ontario. This is a $40,000 loan. This should be straightforward. We should be able to phone and find out what the problem is. Instead, we're actually seeing businesses that are going to go under if the government doesn't start to fix the problems. I'm asking my honourable colleague what he thinks we need to do to make sure that the money that should get out the door to small business actually gets out the door to them.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for that excellent question. And in my earlier days, having started a business basically on my credit card, I know exactly what the member is talking about. And that's the type of flexibility we're talking about with respect to this motion. We need, in this fluid environment, we need bureaucrats to think outside the box, and we need this government to empower them to do so. 99.9% of Canadians are not fraudsters. They just want to go out there, work hard, and provide for their family. And you know what? If we have to change the rules, if we have to make things more fluid and flexible to help them out, for goodness sakes, let's do it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to join this debate, and it was a really excellent motion put forward by my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, and certainly shows how he understands the huge challenges that our businesses are going through right now. And of course, there's 2 components to it. One is pausing audits till 2021, and the other is about flexibility within the rent subsidy and the wage subsidy programs. So, I will note that, the government has probably stood up already and proudly proclaimed how much they've done. But I do want to note that with the 6 weeks prorogation and the fact that we have now been back here for going on 7 weeks, that is 3 months for some programs that had some significant challenges that there was no answer to. And I do actually wonder how many we lost during those 3 months, the 6 weeks of prorogation, and now some additional time before we actually see some action. I think you have to go back to, it was interesting, January, February, we were told that the businesses told me, they said, listen, we heard this was a low risk. We weren't really worried. We weren't doing any anticipatory planning. It was really like all of a sudden, it was like a volcano. It was because they hadn't had proper warning that this was coming. The government was very concerned. All of a sudden, the minister was indicating maybe you should stock up, and people did a little bit of a run on toilet paper and other products. But, I think for businesses, the reality didn't hit until all of a sudden they saw some of our national sports organizations closing down. And I think it was when some of those organizations said, we're closing down our season, all of a sudden business owners said, wow, this is serious, something's going to happen, something's going on. And then, of course, across the country, many had to immediately shut their doors. So you can imagine there's been some people who throughout this have actually managed to do pretty well. So I have talked to businesses throughout the riding, and the folks that sell bicycles, the folks that sell boats, the businesses that do landscaping, there are some that have been so busy that they just can't keep up with the volume. But for those few that have this glimmer of robust volume, there is so many others that are suffering, mostly in the hospitality, tourism, personal care, and a few others. So yes, there are some people that have kept their heads above water so nicely, and thank goodness thank goodness that we had those businesses that were doing okay. So can you imagine, you've had to close your business down in March. I have one, it's the Blue Grotto. He had to close down. He knew he was going to be allowed to reopen. It's a nightclub, and he spent thousands and thousands of dollars to prepare for the reopening of his nightclub in terms of safety, in terms of barriers between his where people sat. And he was open for one night, and then he had another order to close down. This particular business owner has been very vocal in public, so I don't mind sharing his story here, because he's shared his story about how difficult it was to have spent so much money to prepare to be reopened and being all of a sudden one night closed down. But then to add sort of insult to injury was the issue of his rent. So his landlord was not in a position or unwilling to look at the rent subsidy. So not only this was someone that had put his heart and soul, like so many others, into this business, he wasn't even getting the advantage of some of the programs that were there in existence. So could you imagine if he had applied for the wage subsidy and maybe had a little bit of money coming in for wage subsidy, doesn't get the rent subsidy, he's closed down still, he's trying to keep his head above water to get, if he happened to get a notice from the Canada Revenue Agency. Having a notice as a small business owner that you are going to have an audit at the best of times is very stressful for small businesses. Can you imagine what it would be in the worst of times when you are ready to, not sure if you can survive or not, to get a notice from Canada Revenue Agency asking for piles of documents that they want within 10 days. I don't think anyone in this House doesn't believe that there should be some good process around making sure that the programs that we've developed have been used appropriately and that there shouldn't be some audit process. But I think the least we can do is delay that process until, I think the motion does state till June. And I think that's a very reasonable motion, because we can't afford to put that stress on our small business owners right now. So I think, again, there's been some positivity. Like most members in this House, one of the challenges that we had when when the pandemic first started was to help businesses navigate the different programs and services. And so I would like to sort of share some anecdotes that were provided from in this case, Kamloops Chamber, but also from other chambers in the riding. One just said, "I am just tapped and stretched and scared of losing everything I've worked decades for." And this was someone whose commercial landlord did not apply for the benefit because they did not like the way the program was being delivered. It was a personal service company. Another said, "I never thought I would be managing an inherently dangerous organization to society." And again, that was a local arts organization. Can you imagine? You think you're providing something that's a good service for your community, and it's deemed to be dangerous. Every decision we make, it feels like we're screwing ourselves over. And again, this is someone in the restaurant business. I desperately wanted to be able to keep my employees on, but I can't afford it in this uncertainty. And that was someone that had been in business since 1995. I went into a shop, and I was glad to go in. It was in the downtown, and the person there said, you know, she says, people come in and they say, "I am so glad that you survived." And she says to them, "I haven't survived, I've just reopened. I don't know if I'm going to survive." So, you know, from the hotels in 100 Mile House to the North Thompson, where you have someone that had just bought a business, so didn't qualify, had spent, again, life savings to put into a business. And that is a story you hear over and over. People don't realize if you're lucky enough to have a job that pays you well, it gives you a pension, it gives you health care benefits, you don't realize that many of our entrepreneurs have taken huge risks. It is their life savings that have gone into these businesses, and it is their hearts and their souls, and they don't have a pension plan and they don't have benefit programs, but they're doing something that they care about and they believe in. So for that person in the North Thompson who had just bought a small resort and found out that they didn't qualify because they were a new owner and they couldn't show their revenue losses as a new owner. In the riding I represent, a bit larger of a business, but the Rocky Mountain lost its entire season. The Rocky Mountain, it's not just the company itself, but the spillovers to the hotels, the restaurants, and so many others. So that was quite interesting to help, and it was actually quite heartbreaking. I can't remember having so many painful conversations. You know, have you tried this? Have you tried that? So I think, Mr. Speaker, I do see that time is coming to an end, a close, and what I would like to see is everyone in this House, because I think it would mean something to the small businesses for us to say, we're going to delay the Canada Revenue Agency auditing, and we're going to do the best we can to change programs to make sure they meet your needs and do it in a flexible, fluid way and in a responsive way. So, Mr. Speaker, incredibly important motion, and I do hope that all sides of this House can agree. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think small businesses could take encouragement from the House in the sense that it doesn't matter which member of Parliament, which political party, that they understand and appreciate the fact that there's a great deal of value attached to the work and the efforts of small businesses throughout the country. And when I've been listening to a lot of the debate thus far, one of the aspects of small business that I think that we often overlook, that we should not be overlooking, is the importance of social enterprises, nonprofit organizations. These too also have all sorts of commitments that they have to maintain and contribute immensely to Canada's economy and, in fact, our lifestyle. And I'm wondering if the member could provide her thoughts in regards to that aspect of small businesses.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
That's another perfectly great point, and we do know many of them are struggling. And so again, the talk about the flexibility to whether it is the small business owner that might use his visas, and right now the expenses don't count, to the rental program, which I understand there's going to be some improvements made, and hopefully it's going to be much more flexible and beneficial to the landlord-tenant relationships. That will help the people that are involved in social enterprises. So absolutely, it is another area that speaks to the need that business is so diverse. So, you know, to create a program that meets those very diverse needs can sometimes be a challenge, but, you know, the government needs to be responsive to adapt as we go. Absolutely.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much. I enjoyed my colleague's speech. My Conservative colleague, we can agree on one thing. We need to work together to help a maximum of Canadians and Quebecers. We need to help business owners. But we need to be careful with what we do with that money. And we need to look at the fact that both the Conservatives and the Liberals, the two richest parties in Canada, took the wage subsidy and didn't pay it back. And yet the leader of the Conservative Party said during the leadership race that he would reimburse that wage subsidy money that was taken by the Conservative colleague. Will the Conservative colleague respond as to whether the party will do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know that that wage subsidy program was critically important for so many. In Kamloops, we heard that was one of the most effective programs that was out there. Certainly, I know that there was many commitments from the different political parties in terms of what they were going to be doing about that wage subsidy, and you know, it's certainly appropriate for every party to reflect on what they're going to do next.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I do remember the last time we were in an economic crisis in 2008. And the Conservative government at the time bailed out big banks, big corporations. And as a small business owner that was struggling through that period of time, I remember calling my Conservative MP and getting no response. The only response I got from the government of Canada was auditors wanting to audit my company. So I'm really glad to see the Conservatives have had a watershed moment and are enlightened about small business. Now, she talked about bike shops in her riding having success and some of the businesses that have had success through the pandemic. Some other businesses that have had success through the pandemic are big banks, Amazon, Netflix, who've done well. And the Liberals' pressure and incentive isn't working to get them to pay their fair share. Does she not agree that they need to ante up and the government needs to force them to pay their fair share to help out with the pandemic and do their part?
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
You know, certainly, I'm recalling issues differently in terms of the global crisis, which of course was a very different kind of crisis than what we're facing right now, where businesses have been absolutely shuttered. But I do remember making many measures in terms of tax rates for small business, in terms of red tape reduction, in terms of creating, my account with Canada Revenue Agency, where the Revenue Agency actually stood by decisions that they gave online. So, certainly, as a Conservative government, we need to respect all our engines. Like, we don't pick and choose small businesses, large businesses, oil companies. We're going to have all engines firing to get out of the very difficult situation that we're in because of this pandemic.
Time just for one short question. The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much. I was very proud during the pandemic to host the Calgary-Midnapore Economic Recovery Task Force, and I was very proud to have 25 small business members from my riding contributing to that, as well as the MLA for Calgary-Fish Creek, Richard Gottfried. But out of this study came some very discouraging news. 47% of small business owners were concerned about financially sustaining themselves beyond 1 year. 38% of businesses had to lay off staff during the pandemic, and 42% of small businesses within my riding were concerned about paying operating expenses, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can please perhaps share if she heard such disturbing numbers of small businesses laying off staff, struggling to meet their operating expenses as well during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I don't believe that there has been anywhere in this country that's been immune, and quite frankly, anywhere in the world that has been immune from serious and significant impacts. So what we need, of course, is support to our small businesses. Even in Ottawa, I think many of us have, restaurants that we sometimes go to, and when you talk to them, the rent that they pay is astronomical, and so their ability to survive without the necessary supports, I think, are going to be a real challenge for their future, and that's what this motion is calling for, is support. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kanata, Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Winnipeg North. I'm happy to participate on this debate on the Conservative motion from the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge, and I'm heartened to hear the calls for collaborative effort and work together, and I think that's absolutely key. I'm going to look at talk a little bit about what our different regional agencies will be doing to support small and medium-sized enterprises from coast to coast, which is just one of the other layers of support that is out there for small business. So there's 6 different specific regions of the country, and these agencies work closely with businesses and innovators to fuel economic growth that creates those well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians. They apply a place-based, a location-based lens to the overall direction of the government, as outlined in the Innovation and Skills Plan, to advance and diversify regional economies and help communities thrive. Okay, a little bit about each RDA, each regional development agency, and why their mandates are specific to the needs of the region that they serve, and why this is so important when it comes to confronting the challenges brought about by this pandemic. Okay, ACOA, the Atlantic Canadian Opportunities Agency. It's going to help them become more competitive, more innovative, more productive. In Quebec, we have the Canada Economic Development for Quebec Regions, or CED. It guides Quebec businesses and the province's regions towards the economy of tomorrow. Le Développement Économique Canada pour les régions du Québec, ou DEC.
In Quebec, Canada Economic Development for Quebec Regions, or CED, guides Quebec businesses and the province's regions toward the economy of tomorrow.
The Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, or CanNor, helps to develop a diversified, sustainable, and dynamic economy across Canada's 3 territories. Ontario is covered by 2 separate RDAs, the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, or FedDev, and it provides programs and services to support innovation and economic growth in Southern Ontario, while the Federal Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario, or FedNor, supports businesses and community partners to build a stronger Northern Ontario. Then there's the Regional Development Agency that serves the West. Western Economic Diversification Canada promotes the development and diversification of Western Canada's economy and advances the interests of the West in national economic policy programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, we do understand that the path to economic prosperity varies from region to region, and strong regional economies are essential for Canada's success and its sustainability. Le succès et la vitalité de notre pays repose.
The success and vitality of our country depend on strong regional economies.
These are there to help businesses and innovators grow, succeed, and create good jobs for Canadians. RDA programs provide funds to companies, not-for-profits, and communities. So the idea is to foster the right environment to enable businesses to grow and entrepreneurs and innovators to start businesses and then have them succeed. This creates an ideal condition for the development of strong, dynamic, and inclusive regional economies throughout the country. And that's exactly what we need, Mr. Speaker. We support regional innovation ecosystems and help businesses scale up. Even during these times, some businesses are scaling up. Some businesses were in a position to be able to take advantage of the challenges out there and have overcome them. We want to help them. The rest of the world is looking at the kind of solutions that we here in Canada can actually create. And we're there helping these companies do just that. We provide financial assistance. We bring together key players. We've talked about it already, about collaborative effort. How do we connect all the people that need to be on the same page to help people move forward together? So we're going to have the kind of growth strategies that, eliminate the regional gaps. We want everyone in Canada to be able to thrive and to make it through these challenging, unprecedented times in a position that will allow us to come back gangbusters once the worst of this is over. I think a good example of the approach we're taking by helping SMEs is really what we're doing through this economic epidemic. We're taking a regionally based approach and we're delivering what's called the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund Program, because we believe that we do need a layered approach, and that at the local level, at the regional level, they're going to be the ones who understand where the support is most desperately needed. We've invested over $1.5 billion nationally in this one program for regional economic development, and it's seen an incredible take-up. and demand has been especially high in Western Canada. This result has been a lifeline to more than 12,000 businesses, which have protected 95,000 jobs and 20,000 jobs in Western Canada alone. Even if you look at just Alberta, the Western Economic Diversification Canada has provided $96 million in relief to over 1,700 small and medium enterprises in that province, and has helped protect more than 6,900 jobs in Alberta. On all accounts, this is by far the highest volume of activity for the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund of any province in Western Canada, and indeed one of the highest across the country on a per capita basis. Well, the numbers do tell an important story. The immediate impact is this funding is having on ensuring Alberta keeps firms operating, help them retain their workers, and that's something the government takes immense pride in. Another important part of the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund is the response in rural communities, delivered through our partners at Community Futures organizations. Another Alberta example is that over 800 loan applications have been approved through Community Futures, translating more than 3,600 jobs protected in rural Alberta. I'm really pleased to say that nearly 60% of that support has been directed to underrepresented communities, including women-owned, youth-owned, Indigenous-owned businesses. We've helped dozens of small businesses, even in the member's own hometown. This is through direct support and indirect support. Here's the case in point. The University of Calgary is using a $250,000 Regional Relief and Recovery Fund contribution from Western Diversification. They're using it to enable Creative Destruction Lab Rockies to help businesses mitigate the impacts of the pandemic and access capital to adapt their business models and develop innovative COVID-19 solutions. We have the talent, we have the skills, we have what it takes to help businesses, to help. The world is actually looking for solutions, and they're looking at us. So for every one of the 95,000 jobs that have been preserved across Canada through this one program, we have saved many more, and who knows where those people would be tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, the RDAs are delivering other creative programs to support business people who are underrepresented. And Mr. Speaker, our message to companies and communities in regions across Canada is clear. We're here for you now, and we will get through this together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her speech. She said quite a number of things that were only, I think, by extension, maybe connected to the motion, which did have three specific points to it. So maybe ask her if she thinks that now, while small businesses are in an absolute fight for survival and are just hanging on by a thread, if this is the appropriate time for onerous audits on the wage subsidy, and if she sees how small businesses will take that this is an implication that this government considers them to be tax cheats.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I think it's a very challenging situation. There's no doubt about it in my mind. You know, CRA is an arm's length kind of agency. We want them to do their work independently, and we think it's important that sometimes they can actually be supportive and helpful. I think we could probably say to them, try and be supportive and helpful instead of onerous, as you suggested. But I think there are businesses out there who could use that kind of expertise to make sure that they're on the path that they really want to be on. So I understand the kind of the feeling behind the motion, and I think that there's a way of making sure that the work that they do is indeed helpful. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? By video conference, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her statement. In saying so, I know that she praised, the innovation of small businesses, how Canada is leading the way, yet their government continues not to provide small businesses with the funding that they need to survive during the pandemic. I'll defer back to my earlier comments about Mandel Hitzler, who actually hosted the Prime Minister at his restaurant Deer and Almond, whose business is currently in jeopardy, an award-winning chef. People are struggling. This government is not doing their part for small businesses, certainly in Winnipeg Centre. And I want to ask the honourable member, beyond mere rhetoric, what is her government going to do immediately to save small businesses now?
Member for Canada Carleton.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And I think this is one of those times when we have to say we need to get control of the virus. We need to conquer the pandemic in terms of giving people confidence so they can go out and frequent restaurants. I think that's the absolute key. So they can go to restaurants and feel safe, so that they can travel and they can feel safe. But that has to be our first priority. If we can get control of the pandemic and protect people's lives, then we can protect their livelihood. And what we've tried to do is a layered approach to help as many as we possibly could.
Questions and comments? We'll take the last question on this round from the honourable member for, this is by video conference, Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and the Green Party will be supporting this motion. We've been asking for more flexibility for small business for quite a while, and in my riding, I've been working with a lot of small businesses that have been dealing with issues with the emergency response benefit, the small business account, dealing with the banks, and constantly dealing with technicalities for their applications. And we need more flexibility in the system. Our small businesses need to survive this pandemic, because otherwise they're going to be taken over by these large corporations like Amazon that are able to supplant them. And I'd just like to ask the honourable member what she thinks about taxing some of these large multinational corporations like Amazon that are taking advantage of this pandemic.
Member for Canada Carleton.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. Really what we do want to see our small and medium-sized businesses survive through this. And it is, so I heard someone express it, and they said, we're all in the same storm, but we're not all in the same boat. And I thought that was really effective, because this storm is going to affect some people more than others. But I think as a government, we recognize that, and we will make the efforts to make it as survivable for as many as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And with that, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. It is said that to whom much is given, much is expected. Today I rise to honour someone to whom nothing was given and yet gave so much. This past summer, Canada lost Ignat Kanev. Born in Bulgaria, Mr. Kanev arrived in Canada in 1951 with not a dollar to his name, but he was exceptionally hardworking. He started supporting himself by washing cars, floors, and dishes. Eventually, he saved enough money to build a house, and eventually he went on to develop subdivisions, apartments, and public buildings that have shaped Toronto, Mississauga, and Brampton. Iggy and his wife Dee Dee have donated generously to a range of causes across Canada, and for this community and philanthropic work, Mr. Kanev has received many awards, including the Order of Canada. I came to know Mr. Caniff as I went to school with his daughters, Anna Maria and Christina. This past year, Christina got married. During his speech at the wedding, Mr. Caniff said something very telling. He said, "Canada is the greatest country in the world, but you have to earn it." Mr. Caniff not only earned it, he gave back generously to those around him and to Canada, and in so doing, made the greatest country in the world even better. Hear, hear. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Next week, Canadians will be observing both Remembrance Day and Indigenous Veterans Day. Many members of the armed forces have left the comforts of home behind to serve our country here and abroad by participating in disaster relief, rescue missions, armed conflicts, and more. Their courage is an example to all of us, and we strive to remember the sacrifices and honor the legacies of the brave women and men who have fought for freedom, democracy, and human rights. On behalf of residents in the Kenora riding, I thank them for their service. But Mr. Speaker, right now, they need our help. This year will be difficult for legions across the country who are struggling financially due to the pandemic. We can support and honor our veterans by ensuring legions get through this trying time and can continue operating. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask each Canadian to please do what you can to support our legions and the amazing work they do to improve the lives of veterans.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Speaker, I rise to give thanks to our veterans and those currently serving. In my riding, Quinte West is home to CFB Trenton, the largest Air Force base in Canada, and we also have one of the largest veteran populations across the country. My riding is also home to the storied Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment, famed for winning more battle honours than any other Canadian regiment in World War II. As the son of a veteran of the Second World War, and having hired a veteran to help the men and women that have served, I recognize the importance of supporting our veterans. This year, our Remembrance Day ceremonies across the Bay of Quinte and Canada will be a little different. Because of the changes brought on by the pandemic, communities are having to adapt their traditional ceremonies, like going virtual. However, COVID-19 does not stop us from recognizing the sacrifices our veterans have made. This November 11th, don't forget to stop and take a moment to give thanks for all they have given, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, a giant of Quebec journalism left us this weekend. Michel Auger passed away at age 76. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, allow me to offer my condolences to the family and loved ones of this legend of the crime beat. Mr. Auger devoted 4 decades to journalism during a career that earned him the Judith Jasmine Prize and the National Assembly Medal. But it is his work at the Journal de Montréal on organized crime that he particularly distinguished himself. His exceptional coverage of rivalries between criminal biker gangs is part of Quebec history. Of course, it's impossible to forget that the gangs tried to silence him by shooting him 6 times in the back on September 13, 2000 in the newspaper's parking lot. 3 months later, a mere 3 months later, he returned with his head held high and bravely went back to work without sparing organized crime. Mr. Speaker, we debate freedom of expression these days. We have lost a proud standard bearer. Thank you, Michel Auger.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ford of Canada, headquartered in my community, has a long history in Oakville and operates at the leading edge of innovation and excellence. Last month, I joined the Prime Minister, Ford President and CEO Dean Stoneley, Unifor President Jerry Diaz, the Premier, and MPs and MPPs to announce $600 million in joint federal and provincial funding to help Ford's Oakville facility upgrade its assembly plant to mass-produce zero-emission electric vehicles and the batteries that power them. The partnership between both governments and Ford will save more than 3,000 jobs at Ford and create new, high-paying jobs at the plant and across Canada. This marks the first large-scale production of battery electric vehicles made in Canada by an automaker for Canadians and the export market. Thank you, Ford of Canada, for your leadership.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, last week Ontario lost a great Canadian, Margaret Birch. A proud Ontarian, Margaret was born in Leamington and spent much of her life in service to her community. She volunteered at the Scarborough General Hospital and eventually going on to become the chair of the Scarborough Board of Health. Her community activism earned her Scarborough's Citizen of the Year awarded in 1970 and achieved political success winning a seat on Ontario's legislature in 1971. In 1973, Margaret made history by becoming Ontario's first female cabinet minister, launching an incredible political career that lasted until her retirement in 1985. During her time in politics, she became the first woman member of the Albany Club in Toronto and passionately advocated for mental health care for vulnerable populations. Margaret's inspirational career has impacted countless Ontarians, and she has left a legacy worth remembering. Rest in peace, Margaret. Thank you.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great sadness I inform the House of the passing of Anita Stewart, the University of Guelph's food laureate. She was the soul behind Canada's local food movement and received the Order of Canada for her contributions to our understanding of what food means to us Canadians. She spoke just as passionately about Indigenous diet as about the food prepared by chefs in our cities. But her legacy is Food Day Canada, where each year she encouraged Canadians to share what Canadian fare was on the barbecue on the August long weekend. There's a missing place at the table now, but Anita's memory and passion will live on.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to talk about the young people in my riding of Bourassa. We know that our youth are the present and future of our country. Our role as adults is to accompany them in their development and civic fulfillment. Today, I would like to congratulate students and alumni of Henri Bourassa High School, which I attended in my youth. They had the courage to formally file a complaint with their educational institution to denounce the racist and unacceptable behavior of a teacher in a position of authority. Like all young people in Quebec and Canada, the youth of Montreal North are the builders of tomorrow's society, and through their courage, action, and determination, they are taking their civic responsibility and paving the way towards a stronger, more inclusive Canada. Congratulations, I'm proud of you.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, last year this government suspended arms exports to Turkey because it was not upholding its international obligations. But in April of this year, 7 drone systems were approved for export from Canada to Turkey after the Prime Minister spoke with Turkish President Erdogan. My colleague, the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills, tried to get answers about whether the Prime Minister or the Minister of Foreign Affairs overrode the recommendations of their own global affairs officials. He asked 4 times if ministerial interference was used to approve the export of these Canadian-made drone targeting systems to Turkey. 4 questions, and still no one on that side of the House could give him a straight answer. It's time for this government to stop dodging questions, provide actual answers, and tell Canadians whether their weak leadership on the international stage is putting civilian lives at risk.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that we showed our Halloween spirit in some creative ways in Kitchener-Conestoga. It certainly was different this year, but the delight of Halloween proved that communities can still come together and find safe ways to celebrate. In Wilmot Township, I enjoyed every minute at the drive-thru event in New Hamburg, with decorations and surprises, while children safely held their bags out car windows and volunteers filled them with sweet treats. Thank you for the Wilmot Family Resource Centre, all the volunteers for your hard work, and Fall Harvest Farm and Sean's Family Farm for donating the pumpkins, which at the end of the event were further donated to a pig farm. I was then off to Woolwich Township, where Max's Sports World put on a free event in support of Habitat for Humanity, Waterloo Region. Thank you to Casey Vasudeva and all the volunteers and donors. Because of the generosity of so many people, kids had a safe Halloween they will long remember, and seeing the smiles on their faces was all the treats that I needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind all the members who are joining us virtually to please turn off their mic, s'il vous plaît. Mettez vos microphones en sourdine.
Turn off your mics.
Speaking when a voice comes barreling in and interrupts their speech. And we just want to make sure there's no interruptions in the House, and that's just courtesy. And I know everyone in this room is very courteous to each other. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
And I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in praise of Canadian women. Their strength, ingenuity, bravery, and intelligence is evident every day in Canadian society. As an MP, lawyer, and mother of 4, I marvel at the professionalism, enthusiasm, dedication, and caring hearts that my 3 grown daughters bring to their careers, studies, and relationships. Women make up a huge share of our frontline workers and are often sandwiched between their children and their elderly parents. Many are entrepreneurs and small business owners. They bear the brunt of this pandemic on every front imaginable. They should be recognized and respected for their immense contributions. I've always believed in the value of mentorship and encouragement of young women. I was the founding chair of the CBA Women Lawyers Forum, both nationally and in BC. We champion formal mentorship, resilience, and leadership education and intergenerational collegiality. It's proven that increased number of women on corporate boards leads to business excellence and success. So to all women, consider mentorship, encourage your peers during these trying times, and thank you for everything that you do.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of Corporal James Choi, a member of the Royal Westminster Regiment and a patriot who devoted his life to his country, family, and community. Tragically, Corporal Choi passed away at age 29 after succumbing to wounds obtained during a live fire training exercise in Wainwright, Alberta. James was born in Mission, BC and grew up in Coquitlam as the eldest of 3 children to Korean immigrant parents. He was a football and lacrosse player and studied criminology before joining the Canadian Armed Forces in 2016. He's described by his family as having been exceptionally responsible. Everything he did was about serving others and ensuring his loved ones were safe and well. Corporal James Choi will forever be in the hearts of those who were touched by his humility and love. I express my deepest condolences to his family, and I'm here to support them during this season of grief. Ko Corporal James Choi, 명복을 빌며 가족들에게도 위로를 드립니다. Rest in peace, James.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Winnipeg has now been declared a code red. And while this government keeps talking about how we are all in this together, people are being left behind. From the threat of 50% of small businesses closing in Winnipeg Centre to the loss of loved ones at Parkview Place because of this government's failure to end for-profit care and legislate national standards for care, to now having cases being reported in our local shelters like Solemn Mission. This is a tragedy, and the situation is becoming more dire by the moment. This government must match their talk with action and immediately take substantial measures to help our community. People's lives and jobs are on the line, and under the watch of this federal government. If we're really in all of this, if we're really all in this together, then it's time for this government to demonstrate it through real action.
L'Honorable
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, on the occasion of National Caregivers Week, let's celebrate the dedication of these people to the well-being of their loved ones. Under the theme, Aimer sans épargner, loving without holding anything back, let us salute the unseen work of people, mostly women, who multiply their sacrifices out of love but who often forget about themselves in the process. Unseen work with people who are sick, disabled, or losing their autonomy, in addition to their role as spouses, parents, workers, life partners. Nearly a quarter of Quebecers are in one way or another caregivers, whether it's providing care or helping loved ones with their shopping or other chores. They are also affected by the pandemic, with many of them losing income or jobs to protect a fragile person. In closing, thank you to the organizations that offer support and advice. We are with you and we thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Canada's justice system is the envy of the world. We have a reputation as a country that respects human rights, and we're all very proud of that. However, there is a shadow. The appointment process is marred by Liberal scandal of corruption when it comes to the selection of judges. To be credible, this process must be protected from political interference. We support a committee of independent and impartial experts in selecting the best and most highly qualified candidates for the position of judge in Canada. I condemn Liberals who have chosen another path, that of interfering in the selection of highly qualified candidates and replacing them with people close to the Liberal Party. This situation is unacceptable and forces this House to shed light on the government's obscure action. Our reputation as a Canadian society, here and internationally, is at stake. It is our duty as members of Parliament to protect our justice system like the apple of our eye. For this reason, we all want to know the truth.
L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. East Montreal has an exceptional development potential. Today, we have a historic opportunity to further develop industrial land while preserving our environment. Hundreds of citizens in Hochelaga have mobilized to save the Steinbrook Woods. And this shows the importance that they place on preserving natural land. I support this initiative to plant trees, and I salute the support of other elected officials for the preservation of this wetland in the east. It's essential for the future of our cities to promote development that will promote the economy and the environment. That is why our government has invested many millions of dollars in these areas and $2.2 billion to municipalities this year from the gas tax in order to support sustainable development projects. We have an opportunity to support an innovative project in my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Certain political rights are inseparable from the very essence of democracy. Freedom of thought, speech, expression, assembly, and association. Can the Prime Minister tell us whose quote that is?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always defend political rights, Canadians' rights, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, all the rights Canadians expect Canadian governments to defend, we will always defend.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Today, Mr. Speaker, but not on Friday. That quote was the Prime Minister's father in a book published while he was Prime Minister. In one generation, the Liberal Party has gone from freedom of speech being the very essence of democracy to this Prime Minister musing about what speech he might limit. In the last week, world leaders have been standing with President Macron and defending free speech. Why hasn't this Prime Minister?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week, like this week, we condemn unequivocally the terrorist attacks in France and elsewhere. We stand with the French people. We will always stand against terrorism, against violence, and in defence of free speech and other rights we hold dear around the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 4 days ago, Canadians were concerned when the Prime Minister seemed to suggest that he would limit the freedom of expression. He wanted to have sensitive debates about possible exceptions while wearing a poppy, a symbol of our freedoms and liberties granted by the sacrifice of thousands who came before us. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is very simple. Does the Prime Minister believe that freedom of speech is essential to a democracy? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I said that last week. I say that again this week. Nothing justifies the horrific violence we saw last week and over the past weeks. Nothing justifies violence. Nothing justifies terrorism. We will unequivocally defend freedom of speech, as I said last week, as we continue to say this week, and as I will say again next week if the honourable member asks.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, President Macron called Premier Legault and thanked him for always protecting freedom of expression at France's side. If the Prime Minister is standing in solidarity, why didn't the French President call him? Does he not realize that he's made a mistake? And will he agree that protecting freedom of expression as guaranteed by the Charter is a must? The Honourable Prime Minister. As I said last week, Mr. Speaker, we unequivocally condemn the terrorist acts we witnessed in France and elsewhere. We will always be in solidarity with our friends in France. We will always defend freedom of expression. We will work together with France to promote our shared values all around the world. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is like a weather vane. He flip-flops on such a fundamental issue. We know that the Prime Minister refuses to stand up truly for freedom of expression. Perhaps he forgets that this freedom is guaranteed by the Charter of Rights signed by Pierre Elliott Trudeau. You're either for it or against it. There's no gray area, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister incapable of defending freedom of expression? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I've done 4 times already today, and as I did last week, I can say, and I will continue to say, that we unequivocally defend freedom of expression. We unequivocally condemn these terrorist acts, this violence that's never justified. We will always stand in solidarity with our French friends and all those who defend our fundamental values all around the world. We will stand side by side against terrorism. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Another opportunity to try to get an answer. The Prime Minister is hard to follow. On Monday, he came within a hair's breadth of trying to justify the murder of Samuel Paty and the terrorist attacks in France by saying that the caricatures were provocation and that there were limits on freedom of expression. This morning, he's trying to have us believe the opposite. It's incredible gymnastics contortions here. He's suggesting that caricaturists should self-censor. That's quite a defense of freedom of expression. What is the limit? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week and as I'm saying today and have done repeatedly, we will always defend freedom of expression. That is a fundamental principle in our democracy. Our freedom as individuals is such that we must always be there to defend this freedom. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, he never says the same thing except now, twice in a row. The National Assembly and the Premier of Quebec have spoken on behalf of Quebecers, and the French President called Premier Legault this morning. The Premier refuses to sacrifice our values, our secularism, and our embracing of diversity and inclusion. The Premier of Quebec will never leave France hanging out to dry, but what the Prime Minister is doing is undermining our relationship with France. And does the Prime Minister realize that he doesn't speak for Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, we've been working hand in hand with President Macron for years in defending against terrorism, in defending our freedom of expression and other fundamental values, defending values that are dear to us as Canadians and to the French. We have fought together around women's rights. We continue to work closely with France in defending the rights of all around the planet. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians are worried because of the shortage of vaccines, flu vaccines. Doctors have canceled appointments. Pharmacies have no more vaccine supply. So we're going through a global pandemic, but as if that weren't enough, we now are fearing a flu pandemic. Why was the Liberal government not ready for this reality? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we saw this coming and we ordered more flu vaccines than normal. We are here to reassure Canadians that they will be able to get their flu vaccine, and it's a good thing that record numbers of Canadians are looking to get the flu vaccine. We will continue to procure vaccines for everyone because we know that fighting against the seasonal flu is a very good way of fighting outbreaks of COVID-19 at the same time. We will always be there for Canadians.
Maybe the Prime Minister isn't aware. There are pharmacies that have run out of vaccine. There are doctors that are canceling appointments. People cannot get access to the vaccine for the flu in the middle of a global pandemic. We should have been prepared for this. Why wasn't the Prime Minister's government, the Liberal government, prepared for the reality of a flu season and have sufficient access to the flu vaccine?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we pre-ordered more flu vaccines than normal because we knew Canadians would do the important and right thing and get their flu vaccines. We have seen record numbers of people coming out for their flu vaccines. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories in order to be able to meet this surge in demand, because it is a good thing that Canadians are getting their flu vaccines, and I will continue encouraging people to get their flu vaccines, and orders of government will work together to ensure that people are able to get vaccinated soon.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses have suffered across Canada. Industries experts say that 60% of restaurants may fail by the end of the year. This government knew that its failed rent subsidy and flawed wage subsidy programs were coming to an end this fall, yet they chose to prorogue the House in August and failed to prepare the necessary legislation when Parliament reopened. It's November 3rd. Why have small businesses had to wait months to find out details of support programs?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, thank you. I want to thank the member for that really important question. Of course, making sure that our small businesses are supported through this very difficult time is our top priority. Under the rent assistance program.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second. I just want to make sure the microphone is lowered and it's working. It's very distant, and that might activate the camera as well. I'll let the Honourable Minister continue.
Apologies for that, Mr. Speaker. Is that better? Okay. Thank you to the honourable member for that important question. I want to assure the member that absolutely nothing is more important than for us to get the supports out to businesses, especially that important support like rent support and fixed costs during this very tough period. The legislation that was introduced will do exactly that, ensure that our businesses get that support to bridge through this difficult time, including lockdown support of an additional 25%. So I hope that the member will indeed support us so that we can get this important legislation passed and the support to businesses.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Coming weeks too late for some businesses, Mr. Speaker. Last Sunday, rent was due for thousands of Canadian small businesses struggling with higher costs and fewer customers. The government has known for months that its rent assistance program was a disaster and that it was ending in September. A new program was promised weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, announcements don't pay the rent. On what date will businesses be able to apply for rent assistance?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. The honourable member knows that since the outset of this pandemic, we made a decision that we would be there for Canadian households and businesses no matter what it took. To help with the cost of staff, we advanced the wage subsidy. To help with the cost of fixed expenses, we launched the emergency business account. And to help with rent, initially we started with the commercial rent assistance program and are now moving forward with the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. This new program is going to allow applications to apply back to the period beginning September 27th. If he'd like a technical briefing from department officials, I would be pleased to set one up for him.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are struggling through this pandemic. They have enough troubles without having the burden of additional untimely audits. Some small business owners are reporting that audit responses are costing more than the benefits they're receiving. Will the minister commit today to pausing the CEWS audits and help our small business instead of labeling them tax cheats?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government acted quickly and decisively to bring support to Canadian workers and their employers. CRA launched a project to audit wage subsidy payments in Canada. The agency is auditing to ensure compliance, and that's a major undertaking, Mr. Speaker.
Cumberland, Peterborough South.
Quite frankly, we know, Mr. Speaker, that small business owners are not a priority to this government, as is seen by this response, as by the fact it took them months to get announcements out this door. Will the minister finally commit to pausing CEWS audits for Canadian small business owners?
The Honourable Minister.
For the question, with respect to the wage subsidy, we want to make sure that this benefit reaches as many businesses as possible. It's essential, since we've asked CRA to administer a very complex program that's going to meet unique needs for different businesses, that will involve subsidies ranging from a few $100s to tens of millions of dollars potentially, that we have integrity measures in place. We're going to trust CRA to do its work at arm's length from the government, as all parties should they one day form government. This is the correct path forward, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to advance supports that'll land on the front doors of businesses so they can remain open when this pandemic is over.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, even with the biggest deficit in the OECD, here in Canada, we have a higher unemployment rate than the US, the UK, France, Germany, and Japan. In spite of that, the government has taken basically the entire summer by closing down Parliament instead of opening up our economy. Where's the plan to reverse the catastrophic damage that's been done to our small businesses, our workers, and our economy? The Honourable Minister.
There's the plan.
Mr. Speaker.
L'Honorable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker.
Technical difficulty. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the honourable member's assertion, I would remind him that, in fact, Canada's recovery in terms of job losses is going much faster than many of the comparator countries he's outlined. I point to the United States in particular, where Canada has recouped 76% of the jobs that were lost during this pandemic. The United States sit at only 52. The honourable member will know that he's cherry-picking data, because if he actually looked back at our record entering this pandemic, he would see that Canada was on a record run of job growth and actually had achieved its lowest unemployment rate since we started keeping track of those statistics over 40 years ago.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, more proof that if the government tortures the data badly enough, it will confess to anything. But here are the facts from the OECD. The United States has unemployment of 7.9%. Canada has unemployment of 9%. In fact, Japan, Germany, France, and the UK, along with the US, all have lower unemployment than Canada. That is despite having by far the largest deficit in the OECD. This is the worst record around. What will the government do to reverse the disastrous damage it has done to our businesses and workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if anyone is torturing themselves to use the data to make a false point, it's the honourable member opposite. You'll notice his speaking point just a few days ago talking about unemployments in the G7, but because Canada's jobs are actually recovering more quickly than our G7 comparators, he's dropped Italy from that list. Mr. Speaker, if you actually pay attention to what's going on, you'll see that our unemployment rate is a factor not just of the status of our economy, but of the public health measures that have been put in place to keep Canadians safe. Our unemployment in Canada rate in Canada is about 9.0%. The last data point I saw for the United States was about 8.4%. If the honourable member is so enthralled with the American response to the coronavirus pandemic, I'd ask him to show us which public health measures we should erode for the sake of that extra 0.6 points.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office is pushing for Liberal cronies to get appointed to the bench. Yesterday, the minister said, I can only speak of my own experience as Minister of Justice. I've never been pressured by PMO. But Radio-Canada reports that on February 18, 2019, after this member had become Justice Minister, a Liberal staffer wrote this: I need to talk about PMO's requirements before the appointments to the bench are made. This raises concerns. Mr. Speaker, Which one is telling the truth? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in order to restore confidence in the judicial appointments process after the Conservatives, in 2016 we came up with a clear and transparent system to identify exceptional candidates that represent and reflect the diversity of Canada. All appointments are based on professional competence. The candidates are assessed by the advisory committee, which gives us recommendations and rates candidates as either recommended or highly recommended. And we go from there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the same staffer also said, what we're doing is similar to what led to the creation of the Quebec Commission of Inquiry into the judicial appointments process in 2010. That was the Bastarache Commission, Mr. Speaker. But that's not all. Jo-Denis Bellavance from La Presse reports that a PMO staffer interfered at least 4 times to get more information from DOJ on potential candidates. These are documented cases from at least 2 sources and 2 or more media. Mr. Speaker, who's telling the truth? The Justice Minister or the reporters? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm the one who recommends names to Cabinet, and I've never experienced any pressure coming from anyone. My recommendations have never been blocked. Mr. Speaker, we consult within the legal community in each and every case. The community is happy to have a role to play in evaluating the probity and the competence and the reputation of candidates. It's working very well, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillec-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after more than 7 months now, a company in my riding still can't get the wage subsidy. Unfortunately, the company changed hands on the wrong day. The Prime Minister said no one would be left out in the cold, but this company has 40 workers and needs that subsidy in order to survive. Will the government ensure that this company that all companies, regardless of size, will get the benefits they need? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, clearly I would be pleased to help my honourable colleague. Transbois should have access to those benefits. We just have to come up with a solution to help the owners of Transbois and, above all, their workers. So I'd be happy to discuss that with him. That's great news. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the restaurant and hotel industries are on the verge of bankruptcy. Thousands of companies in this important industry can no longer survive. Their overhead costs are payable every month, and their business involves serving clients who can no longer be served in-house. This is the 10th month. Bill C-9 does not meet their needs. When will there be a specific plan for the restaurant and hotel industries? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying that hotels and tourism are a huge challenge. They're very important. I've had many conversations with industry reps as recently as yesterday, both the hotel and tourism industry reps, as well as with many other stakeholders all across the country. We've been there for them since the beginning of the pandemic, either with the wage subsidy or the small business supports. But we know that we still need to do more, and we will do that.
Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Restaurants like the Breakfast Place in Port Stanley, Evolution Yoga in London, and the St. Thomas Health Club have faced an uphill battle getting relief from the government, especially when it comes to rent relief. Many businesses have real people, often hardworking parents and caretakers who are just trying to make ends meet. Some of these are fearful they'll close for good. Will the government back off and give these businesses room to breathe as they chart a path forward?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I've spoken with many businesses across Canada, including in my own community, who've been raising issues like this with me for several months. The good news is we've stepped up in a way that no government ever has in the history of our nation to provide direct supports to businesses that have been affected by the COVID-19 global pandemic. In order to help with the cost of their employees, we advanced a wage subsidy that is keeping 3 million workers on the payroll. In order to help with the fixed costs for small and medium-sized businesses, we advanced the emergency business account, which is helping over 700,000 Canadian businesses. And now to address commercial rent, we are putting forward the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy that's going to help them stay in their premises as long as is possible so that they can still keep.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, this truly isn't the reality for all. It's no secret that women-owned businesses are facing the challenges of this pandemic. I've received pleas from many women working as travel agents, curators at museums, and running small boutiques who have gone months with little or no business at all. Many of them have worked hundreds of additional hours to fill the gaps to keep their businesses afloat. Now is not the time to have Big Brother knocking at the door. Will the government take the reasonable step of backing off small businesses as they regroup to survive this pandemic? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
My honourable colleague for her advocacy for women. Truly, this pandemic has hit women hardest. And I will say at the same time, with a lot of humility, that no country in the world has done a better job at applying an intersectional gendered analysis to our COVID response than Canada has. We have much to do. The path to recovery depends on women doing well, and this is the right government at the right time to get it done.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this week we learned that a high-ranking Facebook executive has been using his connections within the government to offer lucrative positions to civil servants. It might be why we heard today that instead of making web giants pay their fair share, the Liberals are passing the buck to regulators. It seems that Facebook lobbying is working. Will the minister please explain why his ministry is helping Facebook instead of looking out for the interest of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, first of all, who would want to work for Facebook when you can work for the wonderful Ministry of Canadian Heritage? Secondly, we're doing today what no government has done before. We are forcing web giants to do their fair share when it comes to Canadian stories, Canadian artists, Canadian musicians, and which only a handful of countries in the world have done. This, Mr. Speaker, will lead to close to $1 billion of more investment in our Canadian stories, in our Canadian artists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, when the Liberals table a bill, Mr. Speaker, we always can expect disappointment, but there should be some damn limits. The Broadcasting Act should be modernized. And the Department of Heritage could have done so that all stakeholders would participate in producing Quebec and Canadian content. But the minister did it wrong. Not only are ISPs not included, but also Facebook and Google's ad revenues are being protected. How can the Liberals help out these web giants in this way? Does it have something to do with the 104 meetings that they obtained with the minister's office? I'd just like to remind the member, before we go to the minister's answer, to show some judgment about the words he chooses. I would ask him to use parliamentary language. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much. The Canadian Francophone Organization welcomed the tabling of this bill and even said that it was a historic day. We're talking $1 billion that web giants will be obliged to invest in Canadian content, in Canadian artists, Canadian stories, showing special care to include Canadian francophonie as well as Indigenous productions throughout the country, as well as for racialized groups. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelon. Mr. Speaker, with the pandemic, our government has implemented measures to support entrepreneurs, including the Canada Emergency Business Account, which has helped nearly 775,000 businesses to benefit from an interest-free loan of up to $40,000. Last week, The minister announced changes which will support more businesses that need this significant assistance. Can the minister inform Laval and Canadian entrepreneurs how these new changes will support them during this difficult time? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for this important question. I'm very pleased to announce that the program will be accessible to businesses operating with a personal bank account. That will enable us to help more businesses in Laval and in Canada with their fixed costs. Mr. Speaker, our government will always be there for Quebec small businesses and Canadian small businesses.
Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, it was recently reported that a former staff member to the Minister of Justice wrote to his chief of staff stating that they, quote, need to talk about what the PMO requires them to do prior to a judicial appointment. It raises some concerns. Why is the Prime Minister's office maintaining such partisan control and involvement of judicial appointments? And why won't the minister raise the same alarm bells on this as his former staff member did?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Conservative appointments, we put into place a system that would rebuild confidence in the judicial appointment process. It is clear, it is transparent, it is based on the quality of the candidates, and promotes diversity. Mr. Speaker, judicial appointment committees across the country do their work, choosing candidates, recommending them highly, or simply recommending them. We take those recommended candidates and we consult widely and deeply across the legal community in order to get the very best candidates and the most diverse bench which represents Canada. I'm proud of the results, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, I appreciate that the minister may simply be trying to do his job and may in fact be frustrated by the constant partisan meddling of the Prime Minister's office in the judicial appointments process. But this meddling is having serious impacts on the backlog in the courts across the country, something raised just recently in Newfoundland and Labrador. Rather than the focus being on trying to help Liberal insiders, will the minister tell the PMO to back off so the backlog in Canada's courts can be addressed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've worked diligently to make appointments at a regular pace in order to reduce any backlog. And Mr. Speaker, we're succeeding. The Judicial Appointments Committee in Newfoundland and Labrador has been reconstituted after its normal time period. After it expired, they are now evaluating files and will be moving to those appointments in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the process we've put into place. It is transparent and clear and focuses on quality, all the while maintaining diversity in our judiciary.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we have learned from the press that when it comes to judicial nominations, MPs, political advisors, and PMO staff got involved. The Minister of Justice is an honorable person. He's an experienced academic. His career has always been above political machinations. He may not be aware of everything that happened, but was his staff involved in all this, yes or no? The Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his compliments. I can assure him and assure Canadians that I am the one who recommends judges to cabinet, and I haven't experienced any pressure from anyone, and the appointments have never been blocked by anyone. I have recommended appointments of all political stripes, and even some members of the Conservative parties have spoken to me to promote some judicial candidates and ask me questions on the process. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the Minister of Justice did not answer my question specifically. But, Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing that unites all Canadians, it's the respect we owe our veterans. And we know that soon we will be commemorating their sacrifice, and there will be hundreds of events held around the country. And indeed, the Department of Veterans Affairs published a tweet in French that contains some extremely serious French errors. Why is the department mangling French for such an important event? The Honourable Minister.
Colleague bringing this to me. I will make sure I will evaluate the situation and make sure that responses are handled properly in the right language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, a week ago, the House unanimously adopted a block motion to condemn the terrorist attack against Professor Samuel Paty, an attack on the freedom of expression, and the motion asked the federal government to fly the flag of Canada at half-mast, and even the Prime Minister agreed to adopting the motion, although he now claims that he did not realize. And now, a week later, nothing has been done. There is no trace of Samuel Paty's memory when it comes to notices for flags being flown at half-mast in Canada. Why? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. This question should not be made political, Mr. Speaker. We've all been deeply horrified by the terrorist attacks in France, and we stand in solidarity with our French counterparts. And the day after the attack, I, on behalf of the Government of Canada, issued a statement of solidarity with the French. We will always be there to stand up to terrorism and intolerance. Thank you. The Honourable Member. I heard from my honourable colleague yesterday, and I heard it today, but he's not answering the right question. The question is, the House voted unanimously for the flag to be flown at half-mast in memory of Samuel Paty. The Prime Minister took 11 days to condemn the decapitation of this French teacher who was killed after giving a class on freedom of expression. 3 days later, the Prime Minister treated this tragedy as something relative. Why did he show such a lack of respect to the memory of Samuel Paty? And why are the flags being flown at half-mast as this House unanimously voted on only a week ago? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As he knows, all parliamentarians in this House expressed their horror at what happened in France. It is indeed a tragedy, and we take good note of his question. I would like to reassure this House and all Canadians that we expressed our solidarity with the French people and that Canada will always be there to defend freedom of expression throughout the world. Thank you.
Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consumers continue to struggle with rising food costs, while farmers and processors are receiving less. 5 retailers now control over 80% of the grocery trade in Canada. This diminished competition leads to abuses in the industry while sticking consumers with the bill. Independent grocers are the lifeline of many towns across Canada where big retail won't go. Since the Prime Minister has the Westons back, can or will the Minister stand up for independent grocers and consumers and update the Competition Act to reflect today's concentrated reality?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my colleague and the producers across Canada and the grocery that we are following the situation closely. We are looking at the different opportunities we may have, but we have to work with the provinces on this regard, and I can assure you that it will be a topic that we will discuss at our federal, provincial, territorial meeting this month.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, at the Environment Committee, I asked officials from 4 different government departments on our progress to reduce carbon from Canada's heavy trucking sector. Specifically, I asked if the government has been consulting industry players such as the Canadian Trucking Alliance. Their question, and I quote, "Not that I'm aware of." Mr. Speaker, why does the Minister continue to ignore Canada's trucking industry?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of what we have been doing with the trucking industry, particularly during this pandemic. We have reached out to the trucking industry on a number of fronts to ensure that their job, which is a difficult one in these circumstances, can be made as easy as possible with respect to such items as truck stops so that they can eat food and have the opportunity to go to the bathroom. We have worked with the trucking industry because we realize the sacrifice they are making for Canadians, particularly those that have to travel on a frequent basis to the United States.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Communist China, as part of its systematic campaign to dismantle democracy in Hong Kong, arrested 8 pro-democracy politicians. Meanwhile, Communist China continues to escalate threats against democratic Taiwan by sending sorties into Taiwanese airspace on 25 of the past 31 days of October. Enough is enough. When will this government impose sanctions on Chinese communist officials?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable member for his important question. Mr. Speaker, we have been standing up at every step of the way, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the case of Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker, Canada was the very first country in the world to suspend the extradition treaty between Canada and Hong Kong. We then suspended the export of equipment, and we adopted our travel advisory. Mr. Speaker, at every step of the way, we have been standing up for values and principle with our allies around the world. We will continue to stand up for the values and principle, and Mr. Speaker, we'll always continue to fight for democracy around the world.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. November 5th to 11th marks Veterans Week 2020. In Cape Breton-Canso, we have 16 legions and countless veterans who depend on their support. Like businesses, legions have had struggled to make ends meet during this pandemic. So my question to the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs is, what support can our government provide to legion branches and other organizations that support veterans across Canada to ensure that they can keep up their important work?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Cape Breton-Canso for his question and all his hard work with the legions and veterans in his riding. Legion branches across the country are dealing with COVID issue, and we encourage Canadians to support the Royal Canadian Legion's annual Poppy campaign this year. Our government is supporting our legions and veterans organizations with $20 million in funding to help them get through this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we can be extremely proud of the work being done by our legions and other organizations to support our veterans, and we will always be there for them.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Hope.
Many federally regulated employers are barely hanging on due to the COVID-19 pandemic. They are 100% focused on survival, but instead of helping them, the Liberals are insisting that now is the time to hold costly consultations on the right of employees to, quote, disengage from work. We're in the middle of the worst economic crisis in our lifetime. Workers will be permanently disengaged from work if they lose their jobs. Why is the Labour Minister putting this extra burden on employers instead of focusing on helping these workers save their jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question. And I want to assure the member that we have been working very collaboratively with both labor and industry. And during this pandemic, I want to thank the collaborative nature of my PT partners, labor and industry, as we work together to protect both workers and industry. We've implemented a number of measures like the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, as well as the wage subsidy, which in fact keeps the relationship between employee and employer strong so that as we recover through this pandemic, we'll come back even stronger. Thank you.
Honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Environment and Sustainable Development Commissioner has revealed that Transport Canada still has major gaps in its system for monitoring the transportation of dangerous goods. Outdated lists, unclassified facilities, lack of standards, and preparation for emergencies. The Mayor of Lac-Mégantic has been very clear and says that it's not appropriate that 7 years later we are still seeing these concerning reports. The Minister of Transport keeps saying that rail safety is his priority. When is he going to put his money where his mouth is and make sure that this is a priority? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He forgot to mention that the Environment Commissioner also stated that we are making progress. But I agree that it is always possible to do better, and we will continue to do so with inspections, with monitoring of the measures taken. We are continuing to work hard to improve rail safety. In fact, that is one of my principal priorities.
Through Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the government is finally going to give the $600 one-time tax-free payment to Canadians living with disabilities. It's meant to defray some of the extra costs arising from the pandemic. The payments only started last Friday, 7 months after the announcement. Will tax credit promoters who sign people up for the disability tax credit get to take their usual 30% cut first before the money gets to the intended recipients?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. We have been working tirelessly to make sure we put a disability-inclusive lens on our complete pandemic response, including from the very beginning consulting our newly formed COVID Disability Advisory Group. Yes, it took a long time, way too long, to get the payment out to individuals with disabilities, and we are committed through the speech from the throne to make sure that never happens again. Mr. Speaker, 1.6 million Canadians started getting payments last Friday, and I'm very proud of our government's work behind the scenes to make this happen.
L'honorable député de Brome.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our farm workers are essential to the agricultural sector, as we've seen during the pandemic. Temporary foreign workers must go into a 14-day mandatory isolation period when they arrive in Canada. Our government has offered $50 million in assistance to employers to cover these costs. In my riding, Brome-Missisquoi, this assistance has been extremely helpful, like Berger-Caron, which has told me how helpful this has been in retaining workers. Could the Minister of Agriculture tell us how this program is going to be extended? The Honourable Minister, thank you very much. I'm pleased to tell my colleague that the program will be extended to the 30th of November. This program will offer assistance of up to $1,500 to employers for each temporary foreign worker to help compensate the cost of the 14-day isolation periods. This is a priority for our government, and we will continue to support producers and processors so they can implement the measures they need to protect workers.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Okay, so Bill Morneau is forced to resign in the midst of the biggest financial crisis in a century. Well, that's after he tried to move $1 billion to his besties, the Kielburgers. And the Liberals are promoting him as the head of the OECD. I mean, seriously, let's ask the Sears workers what they think of that. I mean, they had their pension funds robbed by hedge fund operators, and Bill Morneau did nothing to help them. Meanwhile, his family business was winding up their savings. So this guy is the king of the 1%. Why are the Liberals promoting his interests instead of the interests of Canadian workers who are facing so much economic insecurity at this time?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, Mr. Speaker. I think every member of this House thinks that it's important to have Canadians leading international organization. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to put forward a Canadian with an outstanding background, with expertise, to bring the organization forward, Mr. Speaker. We know that the OECD is playing an important role during this pandemic. We're proud to have a Canadian as a candidate, and we will support him so he can lead the organization into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler. What's that?
Mr. Speaker, we know that this pandemic has had a devastating impact on Canada's small business. Many small businesses in my riding raised concern about the requirement that landlords apply for the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program. Can the Minister please explain in what ways the new rent subsidy program will be helpful and easier for businesses to use?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to address the member's question. As Canadians take action to limit the spread of a second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, we know that many businesses are struggling to meet their monthly expenses, including rent, specifically, Mr. Speaker. The new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy is going to be better targeted, easier to access, and will provide direct support to affected businesses. For the hardest hit Canadian businesses that suffer a lockdown at the hands of a public health order, we will be there for them. As we said, we will be in the throne speech by providing a rent subsidy that could be as generous as 90% of the monthly expenses. We will be there for businesses through this pandemic to make sure they're still here on the back end.
And that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps qu'on a.
That's all the time that we have today.
Point of order, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, October the 30th, you made a statement respecting the items of a private member's business on the order of precedence. Specifically, you drew members' attention to concerns respecting Bill C-214. Sponsored by the member for Calgary Centre, entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act's Qualifying Environmental Trust. I am rising to make an intervention as to why I believe that this bill would need to be preceded by an adoption of Ways and Means motion. A qualifying environmental trust is a special kind of a trust that is recognized under the Income Tax Act for setting aside reclamation costs for mining sites, waste disposal, and quarry sites, as well as pipelines. The purpose of Bill C-214, as set out in the summary, is to amend the Income Tax Act to include in the definition qualifying environmental trust. Trusts that are maintained for the sole purpose of funding the reclamation of an oil or gas well operated for the purpose of producing petroleum or natural gas. Bill C-214 proposes to repeal paragraph A of the definition excluded trust in subsection 211.6 bracket 1 of the Income Tax Act, which currently provides that an excluded trust includes a trust that relates at the time to the reclamation of a well, and purposes to add a paragraph bracket E to the definition of qualifying site in the same provision. This proposed paragraph bracket E would provide as follows: the operation of an oil or gas well drilled for the purpose of producing petroleum or natural gas. The consequence of these proposed amendments would be that the reference to qualifying site in paragraph bracket B of the definition of a qualifying environmental trust would include the operation of an oil or gas well drilled for the purpose of producing petroleum or natural gas. Subsection 211.6 bracket 2 of the Income Tax Act is the charging provision that imposes tax on qualifying environmental trusts. Adding a new paragraph bracket E to the definition of qualified sites in subsection 211.6 bracket 1 of the Income Tax Act would have the effect of expanding the definition of qualifying environmental trust to include trusts that are maintained for the sole purpose of funding the reclamation of an oil or gas well operated for producing petroleum or natural gas. Therefore, the effect of Bill C-214 would be to cause tax to be payable by a new class of taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, that is qualifying environmental trust in respect of the operation of an oil or gas well. Page 906 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practices states, and I quote, "The House must first adopt a Ways and Means motion before a bill which imposes a tax or other charge on a taxpayer can be introduced. Charges on the people in this context refer to the new taxes or the continuation of an expiring tax, an increase in the rate of an existing tax, or an extension of a tax to a new class of taxpayer." End of quote. The proposed amendment in Bill C-214 in respect of qualified environmental trusts would represent an increase, in the incidence of tax for these trusts. The definition of qualifying environmental trust in Bill C-214 would now include trusts that are maintained for the sole purpose of funding the reclamation of an oil or gas well operated for for the purpose of producing petroleum or natural gas. As a result, the number of qualifying environmental trusts that would be subject to Part 12.4 tax will increase. Therefore, I submit that this is a situation where the adoption of a Ways and Means motion would need to precede the introduction of Bill C-214, since the effect of the bill would represent an extension of a tax to a new class of taxpayers. In terms of precedents to support the argument that the introduction of this bill should have been preceded by an adoption of a Ways and Means motion, I would draw the attention to members of the following Speaker's ruling. On November the 4th, 2011, the Speaker ruled on the need for C-317, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, labor organizations, to have been preceded by the adoption of Ways and Means motion, since the provision of the bill would have created a new class of taxpayer. The Speaker ruled, and I quote, that C-317, if passed, would create a situation whereby labor organizations can be differentiated into two distinct categories, those that comply with the financial reporting mechanism and those that don't. In the Chair's opinion, this new category of labor organization would constitute a class of taxpayer that does not currently exist. Labor organizations in the newly created class, that is, those that do not meet the financial reporting requirements outlined in the bill, would see the removal of their current tax-exempt status. As a result of this determination, I find that Bill 317, by distinguishing between certain labor organizations, creates a new class of taxpayer, and that this new class of taxpayer would then be subject to a removal of an alleviation of taxation. For the reasons stated, I must therefore rule that Bill C-317 should have been preceded by a Ways and Means motion. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the principle to be derived from C-317 is that any measure that would have the effect of subjecting a new group of taxpayers to a tax must be preceded by the adoption of a Ways and Means motion. This principle also applies in the case of C-214. I thank members for their attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member. I'll take that under advisement. Now we'll proceed to orders of the day. We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Point of order relates to conduct arising from during question period, which I believe to be unparliamentary in nature. A similar point of order was made in a recent question period, I believe, by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. In this instance, the member from Calgary Centre had interjected by removing the mute feature from his Zoom connection, speaking in a disparaging way towards the government in a way that made it impossible for all members who are logged in virtually to hear any of the commentary. I do not believe that the member from Calgary Centre's voice is any more important than any of the 338 members of Parliament. I would ask that you advise him that it is not within our rules to be speaking while others have the floor at the next opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are my submissions.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre, would you like to comment on that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will. And I apologize for heckling with the mute button off. And it was 2 words. I don't think the words were unparliamentary with my honourable colleague on the other side of the House. But I will take it under advisement, Mr. Speaker, and I will refrain.
I want to remind all the honourable members that when someone is speaking, the minute you take the mute off, yours, it brings attention to your microphone and your camera, so you might usurp the person who is speaking, which in all fairness isn't fair to that person, regardless of what party they're in or what side of the House they sit on. So out of respect, please, when you're listening or when you're on in virtual mode, please do not unmute yourself unless you're the next one to speak or you're about to speak after being acknowledged by the Speaker. I want to add that in there. Orders of the day.
Government orders business of supply, resuming debate on the motion for Mr. Kelly regarding consequences of the pandemic on Canadian workers and businesses.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and talk about important issues facing our nation. And obviously, the most significant thing that's taking place in our nation today is, in fact, the coronavirus. And what not only is Ottawa doing, but the different jurisdictions that have responsibility, how businesses are responding, even the individuals and the many different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the coronavirus, and how it is, as a society, collectively, that we can minimize the negative damage to our people and to our economy, Mr. Speaker. And this is something that I believe that Canadians as a whole want the House of Commons to focus their attention on. And virtually since day one, we have had a Prime Minister, a Cabinet, and I would argue the entirety of the Liberal caucus focused on doing what we can to contribute to the ongoing supply of information and programs and support so that Canada is in a healthier, both from a social and an economic perspective, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud of much of the work that we have done to date. But having said that, I recognize that the challenges that lay ahead of us as we are well into the second wave. And, being into the second wave today, my home province of Manitoba is probably most challenged, more challenged than other provinces, given the very number of cases that we have. And obviously, it is something that all people are concerned about, and they want to know to the degree in which the government continues to be there to support. And so I was encouraged, at least in part, by the official opposition bringing forward a motion that is somewhat relevant to the coronavirus and some of the things that we have been doing as a government. And, the focus of this motion is dealing with small businesses. And let there be no doubt, we recognize the value of small businesses. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of probably the most second subscribed programs in terms of dollar values is probably the wage subsidy program, which is a direct support program that allows for employers to continue to have their employees during this very difficult time. It has literally saved millions of jobs, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker. It has afforded the opportunity for businesses to be able to survive. And this particular program is not alone. We have seen other programs that have been put forward by the Government of Canada and working with the many different stakeholders throughout our country to ensure that we can protect and support wherever it is possible for us to do so. In one of the questions I posed the statement that we need to realize a year ago, these programs did not exist. That it wasn't until March and April when we started to be putting into these positions where we needed to get tangible programs established. And possibly as early as January, when people are really starting to think in terms of how we are going to have to support our communities in order to get through an anticipated pandemic, Mr. Speaker. In a relatively short period of time, we created, with the support of so many, a litany of programs that were there in order to protect the people of Canada and to support our businesses and protect our businesses, Mr. Speaker. Every day we are in contact, whether it's small business, individual Canadians, a wide spectrum of stakeholders, to ensure that our programs continue to evolve. And whether it's the wage loss subsidy program or it's the CERB program, both of those programs received modifications. When you establish a program virtually from nothing, Mr. Speaker, one can anticipate that there's going to be a need for changes. You're not going to necessarily have a perfect program from day one. And I'm very happy to say that through this time, we have seen amendments and changes to programs that affect individuals and businesses. And it continues we still continue to see some modifications, Mr. Speaker. We also see in the bigger picture how the federal government has been very successful at working with provincial governments. One just needs to take a look at the Restart program of $19 billion that was used to support provinces and work with provinces to ensure that as the economy started to open, that the economy was to be in a better position. We recognize the important role that other jurisdictions, provinces, the territories, Indigenous leaders, and so many others have in playing that very important role of protecting our communities, whether it's the individual or it's the business, Mr. Speaker. Again, earlier today, I made reference to when you think of small businesses, it's more than what most people might think. I think of, for example, social enterprises are great employers and contribute immensely to our communities. I think of the nonprofits. I guess it'd be about 2 weeks ago I made mention of Folklorama in the city of Winnipeg and how the Minister of Heritage had a meeting with some of the representatives of Folklorama. And, fast forward a number of days and go back to yesterday, where you'll see that I had the opportunity with the Prime Minister to meet with representatives from Folklorama. Folklorama is an organization in Winnipeg that's been around for over 50 years. It has provided so much economic activity to the city of Winnipeg over the years. It's been absolutely incredible. Not to mention the social benefits of what Folklorama does for not only our city, but for our country in terms of its diversification. The meetings, whether it's the Prime Minister or the Minister of Heritage, or it's Folklorama or other organizations, or small companies or large companies, the spectrum is many. We understand and recognize the importance that the government has to play in this pandemic. And we have understood that from day one, as this government has been there for Canadians in a very real and tangible way. I listened to the speeches across the way, and you'd wonder where it is that where they have been in many of their comments, trying to give what I would suggest to you is a false impression, as if the government of Canada has not been there. I would challenge members to look at any other jurisdiction within Canada and look at the amounts, whether it's resources, financial resources, or to the development of programs, where a government has been as thorough in delivering for Canadians in all aspects of society. And Mr. Speaker, we needed to do that. As a government, it was important that we step up and protect the interests of Canadians in all regions of our country. What would have happened had we not done that, Mr. Speaker? The consequences would have been horrendous to our economy, to our people in many, many different ways. And unfortunately, I think you're trying to tell me I've already ran out of time, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully I'll get a little bit more time to expand in some answers. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, because we have been working together. I think everybody in this House agrees that this is a time to put some partisanship aside, and that's kind of what the motion is about today. And I was wondering if I could get the Parliamentary Secretary's opinion on the motion, because what it's asking is just to call CRA off for a little while for these small businesses that are really struggling right now, and to be a little bit more flexible. We've offered some suggestions in the past, and thankfully the government has listened to us, and I appreciate that very much. But if he could comment on exactly what the motion is, because in Oshawa right now, I got to tell him, this past weekend, the Tartan Tavern closed down. This is the place where I had my first legal beer 38 years ago. It's a landmark in Oshawa, and businesses are really struggling. They need that flexibility, and I would ask him to bring forth to the government if they could really support the motion today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
Speaker, and as I indicated, virtually from day one, this government, even pre-pandemic, has been very supportive of Canada's small businesses, and during the pandemic have come up with a suite of programs, and we've demonstrated our willingness not only to listen, but to make the modifications that are necessary in order to protect both the short-term and long-term interests of small businesses. And the member in this motion deal with one aspect, and it's interesting that they would bring this motion, because it wasn't that long ago when members from the Conservative Party would standing up saying, why are we handing out as much as we are without ensuring more accountability on the issue of CERB payments? I will leave it with the individuals within the bureaucracy and the cabinet to come up with ideas in terms of how it is that we can continue to support and to try to provide my feedback direct to those people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech. I want to zero in on the second half of this motion, which is asking the House to provide additional flexibility, especially in the rental assistance program. And I appreciate that, these programs were delivered in an unprecedented time, and they did need some tinkering. I guess the problem, Madam Speaker, that I have is that, we've been calling for improvements on this program for quite some time now. And for some small businesses, it's already too late. So my question, Madam Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary is, we've had numerous members of the opposition identify problems with this program for many months now. My question is, why are we only now just starting to talk about adding flexibility to the program when it's the month of November?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I know or at least the members should be aware of that when we have brought in the suite of different programs to be able to support businesses, both small and large alike, along with Canadians, that they're put together in a relatively quick fashion because of the pandemic. But even though we've seen those programs implemented, we have seen modifications to programs take place relatively quickly. What the member is referring to is that there might be specific asks in certain areas, and some might be a little bit more challenging than others, that any sort of a modification usually ends up with a fairly significant consequence. And as time goes through, there have been changes, and I suspect there will continue to be changes going forward.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question goes back to the one asked by my colleague. From the onset, we've had the member from Joliette who asked at the Finance Committee many times if the rent support program will be modified. to make it more flexible. And we're expecting amendments and the transfer between the CRA and the CRC to happen. When will it happen and how? Can we avoid setbacks and prevent companies to have to even pay more?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure the member that the government is in fact acting quickly in terms of bringing the information that's necessary over the number of months and doing what it can to modify programs so that we can best serve our small and large businesses in all regions of our country.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. I want to thank the MP from Calgary Rocky Ridge for his excellent motion that he presented today. It's very important, and I'm very pleased with this motion, and I will be supporting it strongly. I just want to break down the motion a bit today. Part 1 said the pandemic has had devastating consequences on Canadian workers and businesses, especially in the restaurant and tourism sectors. It's been 12 months since the coronavirus started showing up in China. 11 months since the Prime Minister and the Health Minister were warned. 10 months before Canadians started getting sick on cruises. 9 months since the first cases in Canada. And 8 months since small businesses were hit with declining or disappearing revenues. One of the first calls I had was from a small manufacturing business in my riding. And he wrote, "The government's support for small business in this COVID-19 situation is entirely inadequate. Avoiding layoffs is the critical issue right now. Our production line is idle, and we need action now. The government has provided 10% salary support, and it's not enough." It turns out this business owner was far more perceptive than the government. The government's big idea was a 10% wage subsidy. And business owners knew intuitively this was not enough. Other countries had already implemented higher subsidies, like the UK had a subsidy of 80%. Business owners understood that if businesses weren't supported, individuals would need help one by one. Here's another letter that I received in March. "Just want to let you know, Bateman Jewelers would be celebrating 75 years in business this year. But due to COVID-19, we are going to have to shut down for a while till this pandemic passes. The 10% special wage subsidy is not even close for us to continue to run our business. As a result, we are adding to the already 500,000 people going to EI for support. We will add 5 more this week. I ask you to try and get the government to do more for small business. Small business has carried this country for years, and it's time for the government to support us." It's clear that the average business owner in Canada could clearly see where things were going, yet the government was slow to act. Yes, the government eventually increased the wage subsidy to 75% because we in the opposition continued to bring forward the business point of view in this House. Unfortunately, for most businesses, it was too late. People had already been laid off and were applying for CERB. In the months since then, small businesses have continued to suffer, creating an economic crisis in our country. Madam Speaker, the second part of the motion calls for immediate pause of audits of small businesses that receive the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy until at least June of 2021. It's been 8 months of economic hardship and uncertainty, and now the Prime Minister wants to audit these same small businesses that he promised to help. I spent 20 years as an accountant and 12 years as a small business owner. And this morning, I was quite amused that the member from Guelph had the audacity to suggest that business owners appreciated audits and that audits could be helpful in a learning opportunity. Well, let me help him and the rest of my colleagues opposite better understand the anatomy of an audit call. You answer the phone and you hear these words, "Hello, Mr. Smith. The CRA has selected your file for audit." Let me paint a picture of what happens at that moment. Your knees get wobbly. You have to sit down. Your entire business life flashes before your eyes. The vast majority of business owners are honest, but the system is complex. Mistakes can be made, and so your next thought is, I'm going to be in trouble. At this point, you have to take a deep breath and calm down. Once you've settled down a bit, you have to start to figure out what to do next. Usually the first call is to your accountant, but remember, for many small businesses, You are the accountant. You're calling yourself. You have to dig out a bunch of records. You have to spend a bunch of time with the auditor. Remember, this small business owner has likely laid off much of his support staff, if he had any to begin with. He may be cooking in the kitchen. He may be delivering orders. He still has to run his business. He's struggling to pay the bills, and the last thing he needs is to deal with an auditor. The bottom line is that we assume that small business owners are honest, hardworking Canadians. They're not tax cheats like the Liberals would like us to think. Small business owners are our best asset to deploy against this pandemic. They will get Canada working again and generate revenue for employees and for the government. They need to be focused, and they need time to do their jobs. I believe it's very reasonable to provide CRA with info in 2021, once these small businesses have filed their paperwork for 2020. The third part of the motion is to immediately introduce legislation to enact promised extensions and amendments to support programs. I want to remind this House that the government shut down Parliament back in spring. They replaced it over the spring and summer with a sham committee system that kept the government unaccountable. And then, of course, they prorogued Parliament. They had 7 months to introduce legislation for this, and instead they acted late, and their actions were inadequate. Although they still managed to find ways to launder money to their friends like the Kielburgers. The fourth part of this motion says to provide additional flexibility in the Canadian Emergency Rent Subsidy and the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy and other support programs. This is what my party has been calling on for 9 months. Businesses with mortgages were treated differently than businesses with lease space. Another letter from a constituent. I own a small business called The Backyard. We took out a mortgage with BDC to complete our expansion, and currently the only relief offered is to defer principal payments, but they still require payments of interest. As we've been ordered to be closed now for nearly a month, we obviously have no income and no ability to pay the interest they are requiring. I fail to see how it makes sense that a bank who is federally mandated to serve entrepreneurs and had a net income of $886 million in 2019 should continue to collect interest from small businesses and entrepreneurs such as ourselves who have been ordered to be closed. Many of the criteria were too rigid. I have another letter here. I wanted to give my feedback regarding the 75% rent relief announcement made by the Prime Minister. My company has been ordered to be closed by the provincial government. Despite my doors being closed, I have done my best to operate in some way to generate some sense of revenue online. Had I not taken these steps, I would likely never reopen my doors. Essentially, over the 2.5 months of closure, this accounts for about 50% of our pre-COVID income, and more importantly, an entire month and a half worth of revenue. I'm sure you can understand how devastating this is to a small business. To say that our business has been kneecapped due to the government responses to COVID-19 is an understatement. The biggest problem with the rent relief program was the requirement that the landlord had to initiate the application. One of my constituents had a restaurant that was on the verge of going bankrupt. Sherry asked many, many times for the landlord to make an application for her for the rent relief program. She asked me to see if I could help, and I phoned the commercial leasing agent and was told that they were not going to apply to the program, even though they have many commercial tenants, because he said the application process was too onerous. Then Sherry got behind in her rent for July and August, and the landlord would not renew her lease. We can see that the design and implementation of these programs was entirely inadequate. They only helped a narrow swath of businesses. The results of these programs speak for themselves. The wage subsidy program has been way undersubscribed. The rent relief program was seriously undersubscribed. Originally, businesses must have lost 70% of its revenue to qualify. And the results show that it did nothing for 90% of businesses in Canada. Conservatives immediately called on the government to address this flaw. And the redesigned program was announced October 9th. For 5 months, the Conservatives called for a new program with the introduction of a sliding scale instead of requiring a hard 70% reduction in revenue. The Liberals have finally made these changes. It was announced a full week after the program expired. Why wasn't this done in August? Oh yeah, prorogation, that's right. The legislation was only introduced in the House of Commons yesterday. Madam Speaker, what is missing in all of these programs? Why are we debating this motion and not Bill C9? Flexibility. It's all about flexibility. Once again, the Liberal government has unilaterally made programming changes without proper consultation. Conservatives have supported COVID programming in the past, warts and all. Why? Because Canadians need help. We would rather get some help to them, flawed or not, than leave them with no help. Liberals are in the all or nothing club. Vote for the Prime Minister, and he will make something a confidence vote and trigger an election. Conservatives don't operate like that. We don't play brinksmanship with taxpayer dollars. We don't play brinksmanship with people's jobs, and we don't play with people's health. That's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I was a city councillor in 2008 when the real estate industry triggered a collapse of not just the North American economy, but in fact the global economy, and created a recession. And I was also a city councillor when I watched the federal government propose a budget which did absolutely nothing to protect thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs and the production of new housing in this country. And it was only when the opposition parties threatened to bring down the government that the former Harper government decided to act. Would you care to contrast the substantial delay, the substantial proroguing of Parliament, and the inadequate response from the Harper government to that particular recession, that particular economic crisis, which at the time was the deepest and darkest recession that the country had faced since the Great Depression? The Harper government refused to act, was bent into action by the opposition, and then acted almost too small to actually make a difference to save the jobs and save the construction industry. We lost thousands and thousands of houses and thousands of jobs in that 2008 slow response.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, member, for the question. I wasn't around in those days, but just listening to him talk, it sounds like he was just describing what we just experienced in the last 6 months. All I know is that there was a slow response from this government to this pandemic. There was an inadequate response, especially for small businesses. Small businesses needed help, and it wasn't there, and it forced them to lay off people. And now the government is finally coming back and making some of those corrections to the programs that should have been made months ago that we as opposition have been asking for. That's what I've seen, and we should have acted, the government should have acted faster.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for La Métis-Matane. I'm missing a couple of name places. Avignon, La Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To thank my colleague for his presentation. We, of course, at the Bloc Québécois welcome this motion because the tourism industry, for example, and the restauration industry found it very hard. In Gaspésie and the Bas-Saint-Laurent and the Lower St. Lawrence, we were lucky enough to have a number of people who came to visit us, but there were many hotels that found it especially difficult. Winter is going to be very difficult for them as well. So I'd like to know, concretely, how could the government support the hotel industry by extending various programs that already exist?
Member for Saskatoon West.
I'll thank my colleague for the question. The hospitality sector is definitely in deep trouble, and I think one of the important things that needs to be done in order to encourage people to travel and people to have the confidence to visit hospitality places like hotels, like restaurants, is testing. We need to have better testing. We need to have rapid testing. People need to know that they're safe and they need to feel safe. And I think once we can help our Canadian people start to feel safer with this situation, and testing is one of the big keys in that, that will help us to get our economy rolling again, especially in the restaurant sector, in the hospitality sector, in the travel sector.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments.
like him in my riding of Vancouver East, many of my small businesses are actually in desperate straits, and they are in need of the commercial rent subsidy. With the member support or with the Conservative support, calling for the Liberal government to apply the commercial rent subsidy retroactively so that those businesses that did not qualify in the earlier program would be able to access the resource and support that they desperately need.
Member for Saskatoon West.
I thank the member for her question. It's an interesting suggestion. I think it's something that should be looked at. What I find most interesting is that the calendar is not difficult to interpret, and the government knew that their current program was expiring at the end of September, yet they waited until now to introduce something new. And obviously part of the reason was because they prorogued Parliament. They couldn't introduce anything in Parliament. But the calendar is very simple to understand, and I just am surprised that the government hadn't introduced a replacement program sooner so that we didn't have to talk about retroactiveness.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia Henry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This pandemic has affected Canadians from all walks of life in many different ways, whether it be frontline workers who have put themselves in harm's way to keep us all safe, workers in the service industry like retail employees and servers whose jobs have vanished, retirees who have seen their savings decimated by the financial markets tanking, or small business owners who have had to adapt to this new reality, resulting in many suffering massive losses and some even being forced to close their doors for good. Madam Speaker, so many in my community have phoned or written my office in the last 8 months. They are struggling to get by. They are facing a once-in-a-lifetime challenge. While this government has made some announcements which seemed promising, when it came time to deliver many of these programs, they just could not get it right. I believe it was my colleague, the member for Edmonton Centre, who previously described it best. This government gets an A for announcement, but an F for delivery. Our motion today discusses the devastating consequences on Canadian workers and businesses, especially in the restaurant, hospitality, and tourism sectors. I want to bring to light 3 real-life examples of small businesses in my community who have struggled during the pandemic in a few different ways. 2 weeks ago, I met with Tony Sawicki from the Silver Heights restaurant. They've been known by all in sunny St. James since 1957 for having the best ribs in town, and I confess that I've sampled those ribs several times, and I agree. I can confidently say those ribs definitely live up to the hype. And I might add, Tony is also chair of the Manitoba Restaurant and Food Association. Tony is a third-generation restaurateur, and certainly over the past 63 years, the businesses built by his family have seen many ups and downs, but this pandemic has hit them harder than ever before. Tony went to apply for the Commercial Rent Assist program in the hopes he could get much-needed support to weather the storm. After months of fighting to access the program, he was finally able to get some help, but it took a strong will and jumping through many hoops, Madam Speaker. The process was challenging, and he's not the only one facing it. With only 8% of restaurants owning their building, the vast majority have had issues with the landlord portion of the Commercial Rent Assist program. By mandating landlords' involvement, a fatal error to this program, and setting a hard cap on revenue losses, this program turned out to be a total and utter disaster. With Manitoba now facing more serious restrictions as they've entered Code Red, this is adding on to the challenges Tony's been facing. When we spoke last, he had only one table for the entire lunch hour on what is usually one of his busiest days. Fixed costs aren't going away, Madam Speaker, and the added costs they've incurred for new cleaning and safety measures haven't helped them stay afloat. Restaurateurs, just like Tony, need help, and they need it right now. Then there's Tim Hudak, who owns One Great City Brewing, and I think we can all agree, Madam Speaker, that nothing is more Canadian than a nice cold beer. In fact, I wish we had one now, given the stress that everyone's undergoing with these programs. Tim opened the brewery in 2017 and is one of many outstanding small craft breweries in Winnipeg. His brewery has a fantastic restaurant which serves food to accompany their delicious craft beers made on site. At the start of the pandemic, Tim reached out to my office for assistance, and I was happy to help him, just as my team and I have been doing since the beginning. We had issues with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program due to the structure of his business. The government did not recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach to business supports was not feasible for a business like Tim's. Tim is concerned, Mr. Speaker, he's concerned about the climate of uncertainty facing small businesses when it comes to what supports are available and which restrictions will be put in place. He's fighting to do everything he can, not only for his business, but for the countless individuals he employs. Small businesses are the job creators and backbone of our economy, and we must ensure we're doing our part as they face challenges like never before. My friend Will Galt has also faced challenges during the pandemic. Will owns Willie Dogs, the best hot dog cart in Winnipeg. Will tried qualifying for the much-needed $40,000 CEBA loan through the Canada Emergency Business Account. He was turned down because he didn't meet the specific requirements for the program. With winter now upon us, Will has shifted his business indoors at our local Deer Lodge Curling Club, but with the recent restrictions, he won't get any foot traffic from curlers as sports have been suspended. He is now limited to takeout and curbside pickup only, and he cannot sustain his business under these conditions. He doesn't think the club will be able to stay open much longer, leaving him no place to set up his operation. Will said he is a month away from his livelihood being killed, and he may be forced to put his house up for sale. Will provides for his wife and 2 young children, and as parliamentarians, we must do everything in our power to help Canadians struggling just like him. Emergency programs need to work for Canadians in emergency situations, just like my friend Will. Madam Speaker, we are here to work together for Canadians across the country. They hired us to work for them by electing us to this place. In the middle of this pandemic, though, this Prime Minister locked out MPs and shut down Parliament to block investigations into the government's ethical scandals. At a time when Canadians needed us most, the Liberals put politics before people. Instead of allowing members from all parties to come to work and do our jobs, to introduce and debate ideas, to help improve their legislation, to help people and local businesses stay afloat, they shut down everything because of their own ethical scandals. Throughout the pandemic, we proposed constructive solutions. We proposed increasing the wage subsidy from 10% to 75%, and the government finally took our advice and implemented this change. We called for changes to the commercial rent assist program from this side of the House, such as making the program more flexible and allowing landlords to negotiate with their tenants directly instead of the mandated reduction. Many small businesses contacted my office saying the required participation of their landlords in the rent assist program was their biggest hurdle. It took many months, but it seems like the government may finally be listening after our calls for changing this requirement. Conservatives have been calling on the government to end the restriction for small businesses operating out of personal checking accounts to be eligible for the $40,000 CEBA loan. After many months of dragging their feet, it seems there may finally be some action taken on this front. My colleague, the member for Carleton, and I proposed back in April to allow Canadians a one-time tax-free withdrawal from their RRSPs and give them until the end of 2023 to repay it without penalty. This would have given Canadians who are struggling access to their own funds instead of having to rely on government benefits. We received absolutely zero response to this suggestion. The member for Carleton, I also proposed waiving all mandatory RRIF withdrawals for the 2020 calendar year to allow seniors to keep their investments protected and not be forced to liquidate them during a time of losses. Another suggestion, and yet again, nothing but crickets to be heard from this government. Madam Speaker, throughout this pandemic, our Conservative team has taken a Team Canada approach and did everything we could with this Liberal government. We were hearing feedback every day from our constituents, just like members in this House from all parties. We proposed constructive solutions to help Canadians when they needed support the most. Canadian small business owners and workers need a plan that keeps Canadians safe, protects jobs, and gets our country back on track. They need a plan that recognizes the key points of this motion. The government needs to take action to address promised extensions and amendments to emergency support programs while providing added flexibility, which small business owners desperately need. And, Madam Speaker, this is why I urge that all members in this House support our motion today and get Canadian small business owners and workers the certainty, clarity, and support they need. And I will just add, Madam Speaker, Tony, Tim, and Will are counting on all of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, please know that Tony and Tim and Will are in our hearts and in our minds as we pull through this pandemic together as Canadians, and I hope that they see good days ahead as we work together to make sure those good days arrive, and I thank you for telling their stories. My question is this, the party, I'll put aside the party opposite's concern that we're spending too much money, and the member from Carleton often says we should stop spending money, and I'm not sure how you do that and help small business simultaneously, but I'll ask this very particular question. I've run a restaurant, I've had to meet a paycheck running a restaurant, and I understand entirely the complexities of the leases that restaurant owners have and the debt structure that many restaurant owners have in terms of putting their assets, of their private assets, up against the business in order to get the financing they need to open their business. But this is the question I have for you. Leases are an area of exclusive provincial jurisdiction. The law that governs commercial leases is entirely within provincial jurisdiction. The time it took to get provinces on side to help small business was substantial, including the province that the member opposite comes from. If we were to intervene unilaterally in a private contract between two individuals under provincial jurisdiction, does the member opposite think the courts would for a minute defend our action against the landlord who decided they didn't want to participate? Do you think we could have overridden the courts, overridden provincial jurisdiction, and intervened in private contracts unilaterally with no consequence?
Charles Wood St. James, Assiniboia Heading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think really that, with the greatest respect, the member is missing the point. The approach was just simply incorrect, and they've essentially admitted to that through the introduction of their latest legislation, which simply aims to provide a direct subsidy to tenants. If they had just done that from the beginning, many businesses would have survived through this pandemic. It's been 8 months, Madam Speaker. I remember being in a finance committee meeting where Mr. Siddall from CMHC was defending the rent assist program by saying, well, of course landlords will accept it. It makes sense for them to accept it. It's designed to be in their interests. Well, he couldn't have been more wrong. And that was months and months ago. And we were pleading with the government to wake up and examine this program and make it right. And instead what they did is they created the fake parliament, the COVID committee, and then prorogued. And now we're here in November really having this debate all over.
The commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for his speech. I have a question. I will be lucky enough to give a speech later on in the House, and we will be supporting this opposition motion. We could give a number of examples in all of our ridings of people that have had very difficult situations to live through. What I find particularly troubling is when we talk of sectors like the tourism sector, which is part of a whole ecosystem with housing and hotels and restaurants. We know there is a lot of work to do. This is a sector that had to shut down in March. Then over the summer, they half lit their lights again, but we had to turn them back off. So, what longer-term measures could be considered to support the tourism industry?
For Charles Wood St. James, Assiniboia Heading.
Well, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I think one of the things, again, and this is on another front aside from the subject matter of this motion, we've been asking the government now for months, where is rapid testing? Every country in the world seems to have rapid testing. And certainly rapid testing would go a long way in easing the concerns of people who would be customers in the restaurant and hospitality and tourism sectors. And so I think that's really an area of policy we need to pursue in order to alleviate many of the concerns that will hopefully get people coming back out and being customers again.
Resuming the debate, the Honourable le Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in the debate on the motion put forward by our colleague from Calgary, Auckland. I'd like to advise the House that I'll be sharing my time with our colleague from Richmond Hill. Today's motion is an important subject. I would like to talk about what the 6 economic development agencies in Canada do to respond to COVID-19 and help small businesses and the difficulties it faces. From across the country, the pandemic has hard-hit Canadians with isolation. A lot of our economy has been paused. Everybody has suffered. It's particularly true for entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized business workers. They're a good source of local jobs and local pride, and it's the spine, the backbone, in fact, of our communities. The Government of Canada quickly seized the opportunity to help them through this crisis. It took action very quickly. That is how we launched the most important economic aid package of our history. There is the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit to help businesses keep their workers and rehire those that it had to lay off, or postponing GST payments and border taxes for agencies, or interest-free loans for charities. We managed to continue to listen to businesses and improve the aid we're offering. However, one of the things that I heard when I met with entrepreneurs in my region, for example, in Greater Madawaska-Restigouche, is that the situation remains difficult despite the social safety network put in place for small businesses are still having difficulty. So there are 2 questions. How can we help those who are falling through the cracks? And how can we provide that aid to them, since these entrepreneurs want to turn to institutions that are part of their communities and in whom they have confidence? Responding to these 2 concerns led us to develop a special program provided through our 6 regional economic development agencies. These agencies work on the ground. They're the best place to help small businesses and entrepreneurs in the communities. We have put the regional recovery benefit. There is a total budget of $962 million, and there's direct and indirect assistance through agencies such as the social development agencies or another agency in the Atlantic provinces, and the Small Business Network in Montreal. The fund seeks to help businesses in the local economy that cannot benefit from existing federal programs or that have needs that were not discovered or covered, rather, by the program. Those without liquidity get emergency assistance to help them to remain operational, helping them to pay their employees and cover their fixed costs. Thanks to this program, we have provided technical support to thousands of companies and organizations across the country. For example, by supporting Quebec International, we have contributed to the resiliency of many organizations, small businesses in Quebec, like the Petit Champlain Co-op, which provides assistance for online shopping or online gaming platforms. Through this aid, we have provided direct aid to many small businesses like Propose Fi, a technological business in Halifax that develops winning strategies for its clients who wish to get into exports. Or Bexit in Winnipeg. It's a small company led by women, which has a unique intellectual property algorithm, thanks to which it provides clients with professional services. This aid is essential to help businesses remain operational and keep qualified workers. Madam Speaker, I have seen this even happen in my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche. Since the launch of this program in May, more than 12,000 companies have received assistance across the country. However, the economic impact of the pandemic are not felt the same way in all regions. It's particularly true for the Northern Territories of Canada. The Government of Canada has recognized this, and that is why, in addition to this aid, $15 million was allocated to the creation of Northern Business Creation, needing immediate assistance to help small businesses and ensure the stability of companies in the North. Our response to the challenges that small businesses are facing during the current crisis would have been incomplete if we had not recognized that some sectors were harder hit and required specific attention. One of those industries is fish and seafood processing. This is an essential sector to our economy, particularly in Atlantic Canada, Western Canada, and Quebec. From one day to the next, the health crisis paralyzed the supply chain of these companies, as well as their access to their market. We had to intervene. That is why the government developed a stabilization fund for fish and seafood products. Thanks to this program, many companies have been able to adapt to the new realities as a result of COVID-19. All of these measures, Madam Speaker, have helped to protect many jobs within the country and provide emergency assistance to families, maintain companies afloat while they manage the consequences of this health crisis. No sector has been spared. And with the second wave, there is a clear need for additional support. That is why on October 2nd, the Government of Canada announced an additional amount of $600 million to help companies in Canada to recover from the impact of COVID-19. This additional investment brings the total amount provided in this envelope of more than $1.5 billion. But our small businesses have many challenges that they still face. Our Main Street businesses are essential to our communities, and they have been hard hit. Many companies have reacted to the quarantine by adding online shopping to attract new clients and even new markets. This is an opportunity for them and for us to help them to better equip themselves for the future and be more competitive in tomorrow's economy. That is why we launched a digital Main Street platform. This seeks to support more than 20,000 businesses in Ontario, help them not only survive the new economy, but also to prosper. And thanks to federal funding of more than $42 million through FedDev Ontario, this program will help these companies survive this pandemic. We know that all businesses are affected, and we know that the number of active businesses dropped by 18% in Toronto, 10% in Vancouver, 9% in Calgary, and elsewhere. I know that we must continue. There are social distancing measures and limits on gatherings since March. And this has meant that businesses have suffered. Telework and e-commerce has been more attractive, and the lack of foreign students has made the situation work. In fact, we see that 600,000 to 50,000 people, the drop has been, the number of people in downtown Montreal has dropped from 600,000 to 50,000. And we have seen other decreases elsewhere. We have taken action. We have granted $38 million to the Montreal Network to help Montreal businesses hit by the pandemic. In short, Madam Speaker, I could go on, but we have listened to our businesses and small businesses in particular across the country. We are here for them. and we are here to help them. Questions and comments?
For Windsor West.
One of the things that's been evident during the pandemic in small businesses, even prior to that, has been the predatory practices of the credit card companies. Their outrageous behavior prior to COVID-19 is seen through interest rates up to 28%, some at 19%, some are even in the 15th percentile. Then you had other better operators like Van City, for example, during COVID-19 actually went to 0%. So the question I have is whether or not he thinks there's actually room and there should be legislation or at least some type of a window provided to lower credit card interest rate fees and also the service charges on small business. It's absolutely outrageous and criminal, those charges, when you look at them compared to other countries. Canada has some of the highest fees and rates and is a drain on those small businesses. As they have moved to more operations related to credit cards, Interact, all those fees have gone on. So I'd like to hear from the government's response for this. It's one of the things that we haven't seen much relief from, and it's one of the things that should have been dealt with before the pandemic, and it should be dealt with right now because they're actually getting more business than ever before.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. All financial services in Canada have listened to businesses with the suggestions by the Canadian Parliament. Many credit companies have postponed payments. There's a lot of cooperation by Canadian banks and Canadian credit agencies. It's an important question with regard to the credit card rates. That's been a long-standing problem, but people have been able to benefit from the wage subsidy, the rental assistance, or other programs. I think we have reacted well through the aid package provided by the federal government. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Matisse Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that speech. He is my neighbour, and I say hello to him. He talked a lot about this particular aid package, which affected us in the Saint-Laurent. And I want to say that the 4 regional development agencies in my area have been very helpful. I think that it is a temporary measure, but the pandemic might and could well last for a very long time. So I would like to ask if his government is going to make it a permanent program. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my neighbour. I thank my neighbour for that excellent question. We're almost geographic cousins. We have approximately the same kind of businesses, the same kind of people living in our ridings, fisheries, forestry. This program was well received in the rural regions, like in Matisse, Matane, Madawaska, Restigouche, among other regions. They're very rural ridings. The program was improved. There was a great reception. And in fact, companies that have been helped have been wide-ranging. There are many examples of this. It's a good question. We have improved the program, and we hope that everybody in Matisse, Matane, Matapédia will be able to benefit from the excellent program that we did put in place. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One component of the motion that we're debating today is flexibility, and I was listening for that, and I'm recalling all of the emails that I received, particularly back in May, June, about, and I'm going to focus my comments specifically to the commercial rent program, CECRA. Many businesses could not make use of that because of the relationship with their landlord, but I want to particularly cite a meeting I had with Fred Leclerc, a large commercial landlord who met with me wanting to do the right thing by his hundreds of tenants. He wanted to help them, but the inflexibility of the program, first of all, the hard cliff at 70% drop, forced his tenants to share with him financial details that made it very awkward on a go-forward basis. But even more so, the provisions that fit-ups or any of the work that the commercial landlord did on behalf of his clients, he now had to eat those utility costs or fit-ups that the landlord did in his 25% contribution. He was willing to do the 25%, but there was no flexibility for all of the additional. Can the member comment on why the landlords were pushed into a corner and had to remain within that tight restriction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 4 seconds. Thank you for that excellent question. The government was listening to businesses and landlords of commercial spaces, as well as the renters of those spaces. That is why this new Canadian emergency response benefit regarding commercial rent was put in place. It's an excellent opportunity for those affected. I hope my colleague will be able to reassure his constituents in that regard.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to speak on the motion put forward by the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge. The motion put forward seeks to pause the audits of the small businesses that receive the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and provide additional flexibility to Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and other support programs. Madam Speaker, when the pandemic hit, our government quickly rolled out many programs to help individuals and small businesses through the pandemic. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has helped protect more than 3.5 million Canadian jobs by supporting employers to keep their staff on the payroll. However, an important step in understanding the viability of this program is by conducting audits in the businesses that receive this support. The Canada Revenue Agency has recently begun a small-scale post-payment verification project. This will help the government understand the level and degree of non-compliance. It also helps with helping to refine the approach to better help our small businesses. Therefore, the scale is small and the focus is on refining the program to help our small businesses better. In the bill introduced by the Minister of Finance on October 9th, we hope to extend the wage subsidy program until June of 2021. In ensuring this administrated fairly to employers, it is vital that CRA continues to probe and conduct audits. So, Madam Speaker, on the first part of the motion, which is talking about the audit, I strongly suggest that we continue doing the audit because it's focused on bettering the program. On the second part of the motion, which is talking about the extension and modification of the various subsidy program, Madam Speaker, we are doing that. So, as such, I cannot support the motion put forward by the member from the Calgary Rock Ridge. So, Madam Speaker, let me highlight the work that we have done and also the work that we are planning to do to better address the second part of the motion. Madam Speaker, small businesses, as you all know, are the heart of our communities and the backbone of the Canadian economy. They make up 95% of all businesses. They employ 8.5 million Canadians, and they account for 40% of our economy. These small businesses continue to add charm to our towns and cities, attracting tourists from every nook of the world, Madam Speaker. In my riding of Richmond Hill, attractions like David Dunlop Observatory continue to fascinate both amateur and expert astronomers alike since its opening in 1935. Madam Speaker, some of the hardest hit sectors were in the food services, cultural, recreational, and entertainment industries that usually benefit from tourism spending. Tourism has always been a driving force in the building of Canada. It draws newcomers, investors, and economic activity into our communities. It has generated $102 billion in annual income activity, which is employs 1.8 million jobs and accounting for 2% of our GDP. The sector's footprint is virtually everywhere, Madam Speaker, underpinning businesses and non-for-profits in every province, territory, and city, as well as many small communities. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic is having a dramatic impact on Canada's economy, and the challenges for the tourism sector has been amplified by the closure and travel restrictions. Social distancing, capacity limitations, and travelers' sentiment will continue to impact the tourism industry into the future, even as travel restrictions slowly begin to ease. In a meeting with hoteliers in my riding and Hotel Association of Canada, I was informed that the tourism and the hospitality sector have been hardest hit during COVID-19, and they continue to face significant barriers to recovery. There's no question that times are tough, especially with many parts of the country experiencing the second wave of pandemic. Madam Speaker, we've made available several financial support to businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll briefly mention them. The detail of them has been reviewed by many of the members in this House. The Canadian Emergency Business Account, Canadian Business Credit Availability Program, Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, Canadian Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance, COVID-19 Emergency Support Fund, and the Northern Business Relief Fund. In addition, there are new supports for women and youth entrepreneurs, Indigenous business owners, and Black entrepreneurs. These measures are necessary because economic empowerment of all Canadians is the key and a key to just economic recovery. The pandemic has hurt our small businesses, Madam Speaker, the hardest, and owners have shown incredible resilience by continuing to serve their communities. I want to highlight the effort of Anil Suarez Singh, owner of the Anil's Taste of Island, a Caribbean restaurant in the heart of Richmond Hill. Anil's restaurant has faced its challenges during the pandemic. Still, he has donated meals to local peer support center and is consistently serving the most vulnerable in our community. Madam Speaker, in May, we established the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, delivered through the regional development agencies to mitigate the financial pressure experienced by businesses and to allow them to continue their operation. The Regional Relief and Recovery Fund provides targeted assistance to businesses and business support organizations that were unable to access our existing COVID-19 relief measures. A lifeline for businesses that might otherwise not have survived, the RRF has been vital in helping them continue their operation, keep their employees, pay bills, and get access to capital. And on October 2nd, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister announced a $600 million in top-up funds for RRF. We are providing over $1.5 billion through RRF to help more businesses and organizations in sectors such as tourism that are key to the region and local economies. So far, more than 2,700 Canadians businesses in tourism sector benefited from these funds. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank the 6 regional development agencies, the Atlantic Canada Opportunity Agency, Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions, the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, the Federal Economic Development Initiative for Northern Ontario, and the Western Economic Diversification Canada. The regional development agencies are taking a place-based approach to delivering the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund program. They're taking a leading role in implementing measures to help businesses and individuals within community and across the country. And Madam Speaker, they're providing as much flexibility as possible within their existing recipients. Our RDAs are there to help businesses and innovators grow, succeed, and create good jobs for Canadians. Madam Speaker, the government is proud of the measures and initiatives taken to support our small and medium businesses, particularly those in the tourism sector. Madam Speaker, allow me to spend a few minutes talking about some of the work that we are planning to do. We're planning to expand the Canadian Emergency Business Account to help businesses with fixed costs, improving the Business Credit Availability Program, and extending the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy until June 2021 to help businesses keep employees on the payroll and to rehire workers. Further, following a commitment in the speech from the throne to provide direct financial support to business temporarily shut down as a result of local public health decision, we have introduced the new Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy to provide rent subsidy directly to tenants while also supporting property owners. Qualifying the organization would be able to access rent and mortgage support until June of 2021. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has called businesses across the country, both large and small, to rethink their approaches. Entrepreneurs and owners are looking at more digital options, more creative solutions, and more creative-friendly investment. We will support the people and the businesses in the tourism sector through this crisis and as long as it lasts. Whatever it takes, we are here, and our government is here with the small businesses and the tourism sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for Richmond Hill for his speech. In his speech, he mentioned audits from the government as if it was a good thing. And of course, this morning, the member from Guelph also mentioned audits as if a small business would appreciate an audit and would enjoy an audit and would learn something very important from an audit. And so my question to the member is this: does he believe that audits from the CRA is something that small businesses look forward to with joy and anticipation?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member across for asking that question. Actually, I'd like to provide a very different perspective as it relates to the audit. If I may ask the member to consider when the small business owner is going to get a call and says, I'm calling from CRA. We are so happy that you have been benefiting from our wage subsidy. And what we'd like to do, we'd like to get some questions answered to see how we can improve the program. How can we make it better? Your business has some uniqueness that we may not have considered in the past, and we would like to make it better. Let me draw on another parallel example. When you do a quality assurance in a manufacturing facility, what you do, you look at how you can improve the product and services. You don't go back and say, I'm going to do the quality check because I want to punish the employee who actually provided that product or services. So I'd like to present that different perspective, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. Sir, I didn't hear. I understand what my colleague is saying in terms of audits. I understand it can be a way for large and small companies to improve, particularly for manufacturing companies. But we have to work together, and we're here to help Canadians, and companies are corporate citizens. The CRA is under the responsibility of the member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine, and they seem closed to helping entrepreneurs.
Madam Speaker, if I understood the question correctly, first of all, to you, I'd like to thank the member for asking the question. I just want to say that our government respects the CRA's arm-length status. And I'd like to also highlight that the Minister of National Revenue does not instruct CRA to begin the audits, nor does the Minister intervene in the audit underway. However, again, going back to the comment that I made previously, this is a continuous improvement. We got feedback in our committees of how we can improve the program. Small businesses are another stakeholder in this whole process, and we need to reach out to them the same way that we did at the beginning of the COVID to ask them what we could do differently, to say, have those measures been effective, and if not, where else we could improve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've had the privilege of working with the Honourable Member at committee throughout this entire pandemic. I know him to be thoughtful, cares about his constituents, and no doubt probably cares about the small businesses too. And yet, as New Democrats, we've been calling on the Liberals to fix their rent program for months. We heard from small businesses that the rent support needed to be tenant-driven right from the beginning of this pandemic. So why did it take till November to fix it? And why aren't the Liberals backdating this program to help businesses that couldn't access their failed CERCA program from the outset?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, it is a true pleasure to work with the Honourable Member in the OGO committee. I truly enjoy the exchanges and benefit from his insight and his passion about the work that he's doing. What I want to emphasize is that we actually did retroacted back to September 27th to October 24th. So that modification has already been done. And again, initially when we started introducing the first program really focused on the partnership between the province, the partnership between the landlord, the partnership with the federal government, and the partnership between the tenant. And we felt that that is the best model. Well, Madam Speaker, there were a lot of tenants that have benefited from it. There are lots of landlords that they took the initiative to support that. Some didn't. And to make sure that the tenants don't fall through the crack, we modified the program and we continue supporting the small businesses as we learn more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll be sharing my time today with the honourable member from Niagara Falls. And I'm very pleased to be joining the debate. Actually, I'm happy to be able to talk in anything right now. You just never know when perhaps an opposition party will ask for a document from the government and they'll prorogue again or perhaps call an instant election. So I'm pleased to be talking about this. Now, today's debate is about supporting small and medium enterprises. There's two main parts of this motion. One is to an immediate pause to the audits of small businesses that have received the wage subsidy, at least until June of next year. And the second part is to provide flexibility to the rent subsidy program, the wage subsidy, and other programs. Now, the first part, the CRA audit, it's funny, the last three interventions were all members of OGO, and I all have great respect for them. But the previous member was talking about audits being a learning and a helpful experience. I can tell that member and everyone listening, having been in business, the CRA is not there to improve your business. No one looks upon a CRA audit as something helpful. The CRA is there for one reason, to squeeze as much money as possible from Canadians and Canadian businesses. Now, I have to ask, in what world does anyone think now is the time to burden small businesses with a CRA audit? We have a pandemic. Small businesses, restaurants, retail, in the best of times, during boom times, have a difficult time making it through. But now a pandemic with closures, layoffs, difficulty in supply lines, and the government thinks, hey, here's a great time to help them out by having a CRA audit. It's mind-boggling. It's beyond dumb. It has to be stopped immediately. The second part on the subsidies, it's important that the government switch from a one-size-fits-all subsidy program that we've seen and involve the stakeholders and the opposition parties and listen to what needs to be done. I'm glad to see C9 come in where the government's actually making changes to their failed rent subsidy program, but there's a lot more that needs to be done, and I hope they will listen. Now, we've heard the leader of our party state there is no business in Canada without small business, and I agree 100%. I want to do, though, a shout out to a government department that does deserve some credit. It's called OSME. It's the Office of Small and Medium Enterprises within PSPC Public Works Canada. This small agency does nothing but provide assistance to small businesses learning how to win government contracts, how to bid on government contracts. And I do encourage all small businesses to take a look at their website. Just Google OSME. They provide great webinars and seminars on how you can actually bid on government business and win government contracts. Government of Canada, for better or for worse, is the largest buyer of goods and services in Canada by far. So now more than ever, it's a great time to take a look. I've teamed up with OSME to do seminars with business groups, with cultural groups. They do a phenomenal job. I suggest you look it up. Now, I'm very pleased that this motion specifically mentions the restaurant and hospitality business. Now, before I became what author Douglas Adams calls a lizard man, a politician, I spent 37 years in the hospitality industry and restaurants and hotels. And like many Canadians, it was my very first job, working as a busboy when I was 14 at the Blarney Stone in Gastown, Vancouver. Later, I joined the hotel business and worked my way up through the business and worked my way across from Victoria to St. John's, Newfoundland, and back again. It was a phenomenal industry. It allowed me to meet and work with a lot of different people from different cultures. And funny enough, I ended up getting to serve and meet every prime minister from Pierre Trudeau all the way up to Prime Minister Harper. Now, the hotel industry and the restaurant industry is vital to Canada. It employs approximately 1.2 million Canadians. Now, if you just take the median income supplied by StatsCan, that's about $31 billion a year in wages that the industry provides. But a lot more important than that, it also provides very often the very first job for a young Canadian, the first chance to learn responsibility, the first chance to get the pride of a paycheck. But even more important than all of that, the hospitality industry, restaurants and hotels particularly, provide very often the very first job for new Canadians when they come here. The industry, more than any other industry, is welcoming to people with perhaps limited language or limited skills and gives them that opportunity to provide for their family. More than any industry in Canada and probably the world, this industry has also provided a welcoming work environment to those of the LGBTQ industry. My wife and I both grew up in the restaurant and hotel industry, and I can attest, no other industry than this industry has provided such a welcoming atmosphere. It was also, the hotel industry was probably the very best, the very first to break the glass ceiling for women as well, long before any other industry. So it is a vital industry and we need to protect it. The Hotel Association of Canada has asked for various relief things. A couple of the things that we need to work with. We have to tailor the wage subsidy program so we don't have a one-size-fits-all program. Perhaps one specifically for the hotel industry. We've seen a lot of the other industries in Canada bounce back, but particularly the restaurants and the hotel and the tourism industry, fairs and events, are probably bearing the brunt more than any other industry. So it's enough people. I'm sure we can tailor the program specifically for that. We also need to develop a specific credit availability program for the industry. It's one thing to have small business loans, but the government has to realize single hotel, for example, is still saddled with probably $300,000-400,000 a year in municipal property taxes, $30,000-40,000 a month in fixed costs for, even with the hotel shut down, with hydro and electricity and other bills. And we also have to fix the CERB. We've heard repeatedly from small businesses, restaurants, hotels, the difficulty of hiring people back because they're finding it better to be on CERB than to return to employment. Now, the CERB has been great. It's helped a lot of people, but it's ridiculous that we have a program that if you go back to work part-time and you earn 1 penny over $1,000, you lose the full CERB. We need to have a system where people can continue to work more and have a slightly lower or a clawback rather than an all or nothing approach. We also have to address the financial crisis with our airports. We have to stop using the travel industry as a cash cow for the government. We did an order paper question for Transport Canada about security fees at airport. And we found out this government, since 2015 to 2019, has banked an additional $250 million in security fees from airports. So when you buy your ticket, you see the security fee. 75 cents of that goes to actually providing security at the airport. The government's banking the rest. There's a lot the government can do to help out the businesses, the travel industry, besides wage subsidies and other programs, by doing common sense things and stop acting like it's a cash cow. And for heaven's sake, the Liberal colleagues across the way, get your act together on the rapid testing. It shouldn't be up to Air Canada to team up with companies to provide rapid testing for their customers in Toronto or Calgary, or it shouldn't be up to WestJet. The government should be on this, providing rapid testing for airports, for other communities to help out. As I mentioned before, this industry is vital to Canada. It's been hit harder than any other industry. We've seen so many bounce back. We've seen other things improve, but the travel industry, the tourism industry is still getting pummeled. A lot more can be done. I hope the government will support our motion today to increase the flexibility for the programs, listen to stakeholders, and for heaven's sake, call off the dogs with the CRA. Colleague across the way says, oh, they're a hands-off organization. We've seen the minister stand repeatedly in this House and brag about how she has sent people to go after tax evaders abroad. Call off the dogs with the CRA. We do not need an audit punishing our small businesses right now. Accept the motion, support the motion, push back the audit for the year, and work with the opposition parties to improve the programs, helping our small and medium enterprises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for his speech, as well as his work in the tourism industry. And this is one of the concerns that I have I've raised, is the credit card companies, especially small operators, paying exorbitant fees and service charges. We've seen in COVID-19 much of the industry having to resort to Interact as well as credit card fees, which are often the highest in the world. In fact, when you look at Australia, there's regulation for those fees. We have upwards of 28%. Ordinary cards are at 19%. Whereas you have some good operators being, the cooperatives being like Van City, that actually went down to 0%. So I quickly asked my colleague here, what does he think about the fact that during the pandemic, credit card agencies have actually done record profits and windfalls off the back of a lot of small business and operators, and shouldn't that actually be something that should be looked at? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Windsor West. He's brought up a lot of great points, and I appreciate his support for the hospitality industry. It's pre-pandemic, credit card fees often in restaurants would take a larger chunk of profits than the actual owner. So it's something that has to be addressed. If we're going to have a federally regulated banking system that limits competition, that perhaps something that we should look at. I do have to say one thing. He's made a point about record profits. MasterCard, which is going to be one of the, like Amazon and Apple, soon one of the $1 trillion US value companies, got a handout from the Liberal government for $50 million last year. The government has to stop rewarding banks and people like the Westons and Loblaws and start looking after regular Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll save the comment in regards to the Bank of Montreal or MasterCard, or, there's a lot of assertions that are often made by members that are not necessarily substantiated with any real depth or any demonstration of appreciation of why it is government would do the things that it does. Even, I would argue, conservative governments. My question is more specific with regards to when you take a look at the hospitality industry, why I think it's very important that we continue to monitor that industry, because as the member I think tries to allude, is the fact that some industries are much more severely impacted than other industries, and that's why it's so critically important that all members of Parliament have a role to play in terms of providing their thoughts from their communities, as businesses are in fact impacted quite differently.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. To go back to his comment about MasterCard, it's funny, last week we were having a debate and he was justifying his government's corruption because there's a pandemic, and now he's justifying corporate welfare. I would say there's never anything that justifies such corporate welfare, and never anything that would justify government corruption. To his question about the hospitality industry, he talks about monitoring it. We don't need, the industry doesn't need the government to monitor it. They need action. One of my colleagues previously talked about government A for announcements, D for delivery. Here's another example. We don't need monitoring with 700,000 unemployed in the hotel and restaurant business, families losing their livelihoods, and small restaurants and families losing their companies. We need action from the government now.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. We have something in common that I don't know if he realizes. I also come from a tourism background and used to run a restaurant with my family on the Cabot Trail. I am keenly aware of how much the tourism sector has suffered in this pandemic and how much they are at risk. I certainly know that for my community in British Columbia, we were told that the Western Diversification Office would have adequate funds to help the tourism sector. Those funds ran out in a nanosecond. I asked my honourable colleague if he thinks the motion brought forward today by his party is adequate to meet the needs of the tourism sector.
Member for Calgary West, 20 seconds.
Edmonton West, but person from Calgary West, I'm sure is fine as well. No, I thank my colleague for the question. I used to run a hotel in Victoria. My wife used to run a hotel in Victoria as well, so we know the area very well. Just a great point about Western diversification. We saw earlier one of my Liberal colleagues get up, brag about how much the government was doing, and they said they had spent $97 million in Alberta. That's like $25 per person, 1/10 of what the Liberal government was giving in corporate welfare to their friends at WE. Obviously, this government has its priorities messed up. They need to focus on Canadians, small businesses, and not those connected to the Liberal Party.
It is my duty, pursuing to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member of Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Ethics. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona, Post-Secondary Education, and the Honourable Member for Calgary, Midnapore, Aviation Industry. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to support this motion, as it is one of great importance not only to my constituents, but in fact all Canadians as we look to address and combat the impacts of COVID-19. We are now 8 months into this enduring pandemic with no immediate end in sight. That is why it's so troubling, as Canadians have been waiting on this Liberal government to announce an economic recovery plan, one that lays out a path forward without compromising health and safety. While much focus has been on the well-being of Canadians, as it rightly should be, our Canadian economy also deserves attention. In particular, it has been Canadian workers and small businesses, especially in the restaurant, hospitality, and travel and tourism sectors, who have been hardest hit. As Member of Parliament for Niagara Falls and as Special Advisor to the Leader on Tourism Recovery, I have held many Zoom meetings with business leaders and other travel and tourism stakeholders to hear their concerns, challenges, and what it is they need to survive through this pandemic so they can one day achieve recovery. There are increasing concerns, frustrations, and anxiety from these stakeholders who are waiting on the promised extensions and amendments to key support programs, including the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program, and the Canada Emergency Business Account. The longer this Liberal government delays, the more concerned these stakeholders become. The greater their frustration mounts and the higher their anxieties rise. It is by no coincidence the Liberals announced Bill C-9 merely one day before we were about to begin debate on this very important motion. As with many of the key economic programs they have developed, this government has come to the table a day late. Many of these stakeholders also point to the existing federal government policies as a source of their troubles and frustrations. Although we must talk about the needed legislation to support small businesses, we must never lose sight of the source of their desperation in the first place. It was these design flaws in these Liberal programs that added to the confusion, burden, and negative consequences suffered by many in our travel and tourism industry. What is needed now is a way forward, a plan for recovery that does not compromise the health and safety of Canadians. In fact, research conducted by McKinsey & Company in collaboration with Destination Canada indicated without government investments, 61,000 tourism businesses are projected to fail, and 1.66 million tourism sector employees could be laid off. It is incumbent on our federal government to get business supports right and implemented in a timely manner. They must also present a much-needed tourism recovery plan. This plan is long overdue. Many stakeholders have emphasized how far behind Canada is compared to some other countries like the United Kingdom and our countries in the European Union. This is especially true when it comes to the development and implementation of tools such as rapid testing, which could reduce the negative impacts that the 14-day mandatory quarantine has on businesses in the travel and tourism sector. The Hardest Hit campaign, launched by the recently established Coalition of Hardest Hit Businesses, warns that jobs are at risk if current policies and conditions remain the same. This group is asking for the wage subsidy to remain at 75% until the summer of 2021. I understand the government is proposing a maximum of 65%. Is this Liberal government even listening, Madam Speaker? We need to listen to businesses now and deliver the programs they so desperately need to avoid many of them from failing and permanently closing. The longer this pandemic drags on, the more apparent it becomes that this Liberal government is in a state of policy confusion. Although the policy environment is quickly changing and extremely dynamic, this Liberal government fails to keep up, consult, adapt, and change with it. This is even more frustrating to see when we know of businesses and industries who are desperately trying to forge ahead with their own responsible solutions in the interests of their very own survival. According to Restaurants Canada, their membership has invested over $750 million in training, sanitizer stations, PPE, air purification systems, and other protective equipment, all designed to provide the highest levels of safety to its customers. Yet, despite these investments, this sector has seen a loss of 188,000 jobs, and recent closures could see that number rise by another 100,000 jobs. We can also look at the rapid testing pilots underway in our aviation industry to see the innovative leadership taking place there as well. Great work is being done by private sector actors at the international airports in Toronto and Vancouver. Work on innovative solutions like these is very much needed and needed now. Solutions could be achieved so much quicker if these industries had a willing and enthusiastic federal government partner to work with. Madam Speaker, the first wave of COVID-19 has slammed our Canadian tourism and travel industry. The sector was hit first, it was hit hardest, and it will take the longest to recover. Casualties from this pandemic are not just measured by those infected by this virus and the lives who have been sadly lost. They are also measured by the livelihoods destroyed when businesses are forced to permanently close through no fault of their own. Madam Speaker, how many more sacrifices can Canadians be told to make by this Liberal government as they continue forward without any plans for a recovery or any sense of urgency in providing the promised supports businesses need to survive? I come from a tourism community where 40,000 people work in this sector. There are over 16,000 hotel rooms in our riding to accommodate the over 14 million visitors who traditionally would visit each year. Most of these workers have been out of work since March. Their employers are heavily leveraged. They have spent their reserves and are now facing increased insurance premium renewals, some running at double and triple regular rates. These challenges are not just happening in Niagara, but across our entire national travel and tourism industry. In fact, Destination Canada is even forecasting that we should not expect to see a recovery to 2019 tourism levels until 2024. In their October 2020 State of the Industry report, they say that this would be a catastrophic loss for our economy. This would be devastating for almost the 1 in 10 Canadians who work in our travel and tourism industry. Madam Speaker, considering the dire strait of travel and tourism across Canada, it is only appropriate that my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, has introduced this timely opposition motion. Madam Speaker, this motion is very important, and what it asks of the government is urgently needed, and it is urgently needed now. As Parliament, we need to do more to support measures that adapt us to live safely and responsibly in a COVID world until we have a vaccine ready. This means balancing health and economic interests without compromising the safety and well-being of Canadians. It also means supporting our small businesses, including those in travel and tourism economy, with the programs they need to survive and to provide these programs in a timely manner. We also need to do more to support timely investments in innovative solutions to mitigate and manage the risks of COVID-19. We need this federal government to present a sector-specific tourism recovery plan so our travel and tourism businesses can get through this pandemic together. We need this federal government to move quicker and to be there for Canadians when they are needed. Madam Speaker, I'll end with one additional quote from the same Destination Canada report, which says, we need to help provide a light at the end of the tunnel. The November to March months are some of the lowest in terms of overall visitation. Many businesses are facing decisions on whether to stay open over the next several months. This is a call to action, Madam Speaker. So too is our motion. Canadians want to get back to work, and they are looking to Parliament for timely and critical solutions. Now is the time to deliver. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Miramichi Great Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his presentation. I'm just curious if the member would agree with me that all the ideas that's being presented to you today, good ideas how we can improve and maybe bring in new measures to help Canadians. Does he not think that this could be discussed at committee, where we could, really debate and bring in witnesses instead of perhaps paralyzing the committees with, work that really not necessary? I think that's where it should be discussed. I'd like to hear him on that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. We would not have gotten to this point if it was not for the intransigence in some instances and the lack of flexibility in the current programs that the government constructed. We, from the beginning, have been providing timely advice on changes that were needed to that CEBA program, a great program, but we had to ask for the extension on the pay thresholds. We had to ask for sole proprietors to be included. And that date, May 19th, that was the date that they said that people who had personal checking accounts could apply for the CEBA. And still, only last week, they were told that they would now qualify. We need to do better for our small and medium-sized businesses, and we need to do better for our tourism economy.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I think you're still on mute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to tell my colleague that I appreciated their speech. The Bloc Québécois will support this Conservative motion. I was pleased to hear the MP speak a lot about tourism. I have a question. Hotels and restaurants were gravely affected by the pandemic. Does he believe that small businesses in the events sector that prepare events like weddings and various events and shows, does he believe that these small businesses should also be considered in this motion?
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. The key, again, is the notion of flexibility in these programs to encompass more and several additional small and medium-sized enterprises so that they can benefit as well. I've heard from several stakeholder groups that have approached this government, and they're all asking for sector-specific plans, and they're asking primarily for a tourism recovery plan. And so that's what is needed. And I look forward to working with the honourable member and all members of this House to ensure that we can deliver a tourism recovery plan that meets the needs of all.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Niagara Falls for his speech, especially his comments on the tourism sector. My riding is out here on Vancouver Island, and we're suffering through the exact same things. We just simply do not have the visitors coming to enjoy the recreational fishing, the whale watching, enjoying all of the beautiful lodges, the amazing scenery of Vancouver Island. So we are suffering in the same way. I just, however, wanted to ask him about the second part of the motion and the fact that, that we're asking for flexibility in the rental assistance program now, where we, for months, the opposition has been bringing this problem to the attention of the government, and only now we're seeing legislation in the form of Bill C9. Does the member not find it quite remarkable that we're only just now finding action on this file and we're already in the month of November? It's quite remarkable that we've had to wait this long.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member. He's absolutely right. I mean, we've been asking since the announcement of these original programs for changes to be made. I've had several tourism stakeholders and small businesses in my riding bring forward their concerns, not only when it comes to the CEBA program, but to the rental, the CIRCA program. CIRCA has been an abject failure, and so it's important that we get this new program up and running so that we can get that support in the hands of the tenants, those small and medium-sized businesses who need it and need it now.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. First of all, I'd like to say I had the opportunity to say it, as well as with the Bloc Québécois colleagues have said, that we support the Conservative Party motion because we are convinced that it is high time for the government to act. But above all, to correct the situation. The Bloc has long called for effective and structuring support measures with, I would say, particular thought and vision for the most affected sectors where the most urgent needs are. I was listening to colleagues speak earlier, and it's true that for some small businesses, it wasn't the same as in every sector. In fact, there are some small businesses that have survived better because there were better conditions, whereas for other sectors like tourism, hotels, food, information, arts and culture, I think these sectors are harder hit. These are sectors of activity which deserve more than emergency sectors. When I think we need a vision and time to reflect to ensure that for these sectors, we can think about how the pandemic is affecting them, and over time, over 1 or 2 years, to ensure that we can ensure structuring support measures. And we won't forget anyone. I'd like to give some figures. On September 30th, in a survey by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, 24% of businesses in food and hotel expected to have to declare bankruptcy, and 26% of businesses in the arts, entertainment, and information sector said that they were seriously considering having to declare bankruptcy. According to the Institute of Quebec, another report here, more than 38,000 jobs have been lost in the information, arts, and culture sector. And this industry in Quebec represented, in 2019, more than 4% of all Quebec workers. With regard to hotels and food service sector, according to the Quebec Institute, more than 56,000 jobs have been lost, and this industry represented nearly 6% of workers in Quebec in 2019. So if these sectors are struggling, it's because the measures in place are ineffective. For months now, the Bloc has been highlighting these shortcomings and has proposed on several occasions measures that could help these businesses. I won't name them all. And I know that some measures won't last forever. But there is urgency. And I said there's 9 million workers across the country who have wound up without a job. And so it's important to act quickly. A few weeks later, we saw that there were people who had been left behind. And I would say we have to stand up and say that seasonal workers, when we talk about the seasonal industry, we're talking about tourism, food, hotels. We're talking about these sectors of the economy that were really affected because of COVID, and it wasn't certain that they would get back their jobs because of COVID. So for some sectors of the economy, this current situation is life or death. The second wave was a thunderbolt for the Quebec tourism industry, already hard hit by the first wave. On October 22nd, Tourism Montreal sounded the alarm and indicated that the summer of 2020 was the worst ever, with a collapse, a 95% collapse in international tourist spending. Montreal is deserted at present. The industry is suffering, and workers as well. Several tourist establishments are considering closing permanently. On 2 occasions, the Prime Minister indicated that he is considering specific measures for this sector. What is he waiting for? We hear that there's a lot of empathy. We heard last week or the week prior to that, the government MPs mostly stood up to salute Small Business Week. And it was very lovely. But I would say that it was quite honestly and sincerely done. But instead of paying tribute to small businesses, they should understand that these businesses are important to the Quebec economy, and we can't just meet with them and talk about them. We have to find solutions that will not give false hope, but rather hope that the measures will be structuring and help them get through the crisis, a crisis that can last for weeks and months and perhaps even years. So we invite the government to respond, because it is the workers of an entire industry that cannot make ends meet. We need a solid plan, a long-term plan to deal with this crisis. We denounce the lack of vision of the government, which has acted in a piecemeal fashion by adopting emergency measures poorly adapted to companies that have been almost completely shut down since last March. I was listening to the Prime Minister talk about the holidays and saying that the winter will suck, but we will have a spring and a summer. And I must tell you, it's not very inspiring, and it doesn't give a lot of hope that things will change, because other than whatever we eat at our holiday table, there are many industries, many entrepreneurs, and thousands of workers who are asking what will happen in their sector of the economy tomorrow. For a long time, we have known that the emergency rent subsidy is a failure. And we're talking about approximately half of the amount set aside that has been spent, and not because businesses don't need it, but because the program is poorly adapted, and we've known this for some time. The Minister of the Economy of Quebec in last June denounced the program's lack of effectiveness. The Bloc has repeatedly said so, and since the adoption of the program, we know that it ended on September 30th. We want to know why did they wait until November to act. As for the emergency wage subsidy, it's high time to adapt it to the current situation. Not all companies have the same needs, and flexibility is key. We know that we have been heard that it needs to be more flexible, but once again, it was just yesterday that the government finally decided to improve the program. Well, with regard to liquidity, we would remind the Liberal Party that it could repay the $1 billion amount that it took. I don't know if it's been done for the Conservatives. As with regard to audits, to suspend or postpone audits, I think this would make life easier for businesses instead of creating unnecessary stress. We're asking the government, in fact, to adopt the motion and to join its voice to those who are asking for audits to be postponed, as well as the Canadian Federation of Business, who has asked for that. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this crisis has hit everybody, but not everyone equally. There are sectors in the economy, there are workers who need, more urgently, help, and not just to be reminded of what has been done for them, but what we will do for them starting now, and what we will put in place to ensure long-term assistance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased that the Bloc is supporting this motion, as are the NDP and the Green Party members. I would ask that the member in her speech spoke about the timing, and we know what happened while mired in a sea of corruption investigations. The governing party chose to prorogue Parliament, but even having done so and shutting this place down, does the member have an answer to the question, why on earth didn't they spend that time in the summer preparing legislation to be tabled in September rather than now on November 3rd, where we still do not have details of the supports that small businesses are relying on?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you for the question. I think we all know the answer, at least on this side. We all have condemned the prorogation of the House that occurred in August. We have all condemned it because in addition to the measures that were passed yesterday, just yesterday, in order to respond to the request for greater flexibility, we know that there were 3 other measures that were suspended. And why did the government do it? It was to cover up the terrible crisis with regard to the We Charity, and I think that we won't forget this. At the same time, we must take action with regard to the motion tabled today.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the coming together of the opposition and many of the statements that they've made today, I would just want to counter that by providing the assurances that I think is really important, and that is virtually from day one, this government has been working diligently with small businesses and entrepreneurs and Canadians in general, the different levels of government, making sure that we provided the type of supports that have led to the saving of thousands, tens of thousands of companies, ensured the ongoing employment of millions of Canadians. And we will continue to do so, continue to be there. We recognize the need for changes. Virtually the weeks following the introduction of programs, we've seen modifications. We continue to improve upon programs, and we want Canadians to know, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, or the Liberal caucus, that we will continue to be there in a very real and tangible way for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It's an opportunity to just provide comments or ask a question. I chose to just make a comment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville have a comment in response? To respond to a comment? Well, you know, Madam Speaker, it's not what was done that is a problem. It is what was not done. Not done, and it is the time that it took to respond. I'd just like to talk about rent assistance, commercial rent assistance. We've known since April it would end in September, and since the spring that we've been hammering home the idea that it's poorly adapted everywhere in our ridings. We are seeing so many people who are saying what's going to happen because they can't continue. And there's listening and reacting, but acting is different. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matapédia, Matane. A very short question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really like the speech put forward by my colleague and the fact that there were programs that were quickly provided and there was an industry that was very important, and one of the regions that is the most touristed in Quebec is the Gaspé Peninsula. And tourism, hotel, fisheries was not put out in the wage subsidy programs. Luckily, the opposition parties were there to point out the flaws and ensure that changes were made. How can we trust a government that had the time to act but forgot many people? Very brief response from the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you. I would share your comment to my dear colleague. I think you have to not wear blinders. I think we have to always be vigilant. And I would say, like others, that we do not have confidence because the measures that were put in place meant that other people always had to be very vigilant to ensure no one was left behind. It being 5:15 or 5:16, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put every question necessary to dispose of the business of a supply. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Généreux. Moved that given the pandemic has had devastating consequences on Canadian workers and businesses, especially in the restaurant... Shall I suspend? Dispense, yes, not suspend. I'm sorry. Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. For the sake of clarity, no? The last page. Last page again, I'm sorry. Pursuant to standing order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 4th, 2020, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
We have unanimous agreement. We do. So... Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-218, Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act, standing in the name of Mr. Waugh.
Second reading of Bill C-218, Mr. Waugh, seconded by Mr. Baldinelli, moves that Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sports betting, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate of the Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's truly an honor to stand in the House here today and begin the conversation that we need on the Safe and the Regulated Sports Betting Act, which seeks to legalize single-event sports wagering in Canada. The gaming industry in Canada is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Casinos, racetracks, and other gaming facilities operating across the country directly employ tens of thousands of people. The economic activity created in these communities with gaming facilities generate another tens of thousands of dollars more. The gaming industry pays $6.7 billion in salaries per year, $6.7 billion per year, and generates over $9 billion in revenue for governments and much-needed charities every single year. But none of that includes the single-event sport industry betting, which is a $14 billion industry in this country. Unfortunately, all of that activity is taking place underground. Offshore websites like Bodog and Bet365 take in billions of dollars a year. And criminal organization operating black market betting rings across the country are taking in billions of dollars more. As we look at this, none of that money is going back towards the public good, and much of it goes towards funding other forms of criminality. It is true that in this country, some form of sports betting is taking place legally, and I mentioned it. Horse racing is one. It takes place all across this country. There is also what is known as parlay betting in this country, Madam Speaker. Parlay betting is what programs like Proline and Sports Select have, requiring bettors across the country to correctly place wagers on multiple events. If a bettor doesn't get them all right, then the ticket is unsuccessful. Parlay betting delivers about $500 million in revenue nationally each year in this country. But that is a mere pittance, Madam Speaker, compared to what single event betting brings in on offshore and the criminal enterprises in this country. In my province of Saskatchewan, the provincial government uses the revenue from parlay betting products to fund sport betting government industries, the youth and amateur sports. And they also use that money for the sports and the amateur arts in our province. Imagine now what they could do with their share of $14 billion. Legalization of single event betting is something that governments, along with Indigenous groups across Canada, have been calling for probably many, many years in this country. The legalization of single event betting is supported by provincial and many municipal governments across this country. I have spoken with and received support from provincial cabinet ministers coast to coast. Travis Taves, the Minister of Finance in the province of Alberta, wrote to me in an email, quote, "The current restrictions do not allow the provinces to compete on an even playing field, thus allowing substantial revenues to flow to unregulated, illegal operations and offshore internet sites without providing any financial benefits to Canadians. Removing these barriers to allow for provincially regulated alternatives would not only provide the provinces with financial benefits for their communities and social programs, but would also provide gaming consumers with security and integrity that is inherent in provincially regulated gaming." End of quote. That is the sentiment, Madam Speaker, that is echoed by other provincial governments in this land. And I think it really speaks for itself. We need regulation. The province want to regulate it. And they have the expertise on regulating gambling and betting. They have been doing it for the past 30+ years. I've also spoken several times with the Saskatchewan Indigenous Gaming Authority, better known as SIGA. They believe that single event betting would be a valuable addition to their businesses and would greatly benefit Indigenous communities across my province of Saskatchewan. SIGA's casinos are run to the highest regulatory standards of the Indigenous gaming regulators and are accredited by the Responsible Gambling Council of Canada. This is done as a non-profit company that gives 100% of their profits back to Indigenous nations of Saskatchewan, to community organizations in Saskatchewan, and also to the province of Saskatchewan. These are the organizations that we want running our betting operations, not the criminal enterprises and unregulated offshore websites that we have now in the country of Canada. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. The elephant is the addiction and problem gambling. All right? As it currently stands, there is absolutely no consumer protection or support for those struggling with gambling addictions built into the illegal sport betting systems that we have today in the country. The Hells Angels do not have a problem gambling program. As Minister Taves mentioned in a letter to me, legalizing the single event wagering would allow governments to put standards and protections in place to protect consumers and offer assistance to those that need it. It would also give governments, and we all know this, much needed new resources of revenue that they can use to fund the social programs such as mental health programs and mental health research and addiction treatment, not to mention the broader sectors like education and our health care. The final thing that we must consider is the context that we are debating the legislation in. Now, I've had a few people ask me, what is the difference now versus when the bill was introduced in the last Parliament? Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, the National Hockey League, the National Basketball Association, Major League Baseball, the Canadian Football League, and Major League Soccer have all asked for this bill, C-218. In a joint statement made by these 5 professional leagues back in June, they stressed the importance of legal framework for sports betting that can shift consumers from the unregulated black market betting to the legal and safe marketplace that this would provide. This would allow for strong consumer protection and safeguards and to protect the integrity of the game. We must also consider that our current laws put Canada right now at a significant competitive disadvantage. Since the proposal was last considered in Canada, the Supreme Court in the United States struck down their national ban on single event wagering. Now, nearly every state south of the border, 48 to be exact, have either legalized single event betting or have the bill before their state legislature seeking to do so. These include the border states like New York and Michigan. This poses a unique threat to our communities of Niagara Falls and Windsor, whose economy largely rely on the cross-border tourism, and gaming is a big part of the tourism sector. It is a big concern for these communities that, if they aren't able to offer this service, they will lose significant amount of business to their competition in the United States. As a federal government, we need to be giving our local industries and communities the resources they need to be competitive. We must also consider the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has had a profound effect on many industries and communities in this country. Gaming and sports, the two industries really most talked about in the context of sports betting, are no exception to that. I am sure that many of my colleagues are familiar with the situation surrounding the National Hockey League as they resume their season in the tightly controlled bubbles of Toronto and Edmonton. No one was allowed in without first isolating for 2 weeks, 14 days. Well, once their isolation was done, teams spent additional weeks or months in the bubble away from their homes and their families. The system worked. There wasn't a single positive test of any player inside the bubble in Toronto and Edmonton the entire time. All things considered, the National Hockey League's return to play was a great success. However, everyone who follows sport closely knows that this model simply is not sustainable. The total loss of revenue from the lack of ticket sales of any kind will take its toll on many teams, and asking players really to separate themselves from their families for months at a time just is not feasible. Even if fans can return sometime to the stands in the near future, the teams are going to need additional resources of revenue and to begin their own financial recovery. There is, of course, the Canadian Football League, adored, of course, in my home province of Saskatchewan. As many know, the Rough Riders are the heart and soul of sports in the province of Saskatchewan. Every weekend, fans travel from across the province to pack Mosaic Stadium to the brim and cheer on the beloved Rough Riders. Well, unfortunately, the Canadian Football League was forced to cancel their season this year. I might add, the only professional sport league in North America that hasn't played this past year. The prospect of having no fans in attendance meant too much of a revenue loss to sustain alongside the costs of a season. We're still not sure what's going to happen with the smaller sport leagues. I look at the Canadian Hockey League or the American Hockey League. You know, I look at the teams in those leagues, and often, as important to their communities as the big league clubs are to the big cities. Now, these are the leagues similarly had to cancel their season due to COVID-19, due to the inability to generate any revenue without fans in the stands. My mind goes to the small market community-owned hockey clubs that lost out in the revenue this past year that they desperately needed to rely on. Teams like Prince Albert, Owen Sound, Peterborough, Baie-Comeau, and many, many more. Many other teams that represent their communities, as we know, on the ice, serve as a role model for countless children in their communities, and that was also lost this past year. Single event sport betting is not a cure-all, but it can be an important part of any plan to support our gaming and sport industries. It can provide not only a significant new source of revenue for sport leagues, but it will drive increased interest in individual games and events. This is a step that the federal government can take to support Canadian sport coast to coast. Canadians in Winnipeg and Quebec City know what it's like to lose a beloved sport franchise. Winnipeg lost the first version of the Jets in 1996. It was. And it didn't get another team until 15 years later. For Quebec City, they lost the Nordiques in 1995. And sadly, they're still without an NHL team in that city. And not only does it hurt the fans, but it hurts the city as a whole. As my time is nearly up, Madam Speaker, I just want to summarize a few points of this bill. First, single event sport betting is already taking place in Canada to the tune of $14 billion a year. However, instead of safely regulated, these activities are run by the black market gambling rings and offshore websites. None of this money, absolutely none of this money, goes back into the public coffers, and none of it goes to addressing issues like problem gambling or mental health supports. Secondly, the provinces, our Indigenous communities, and major leagues want single-game sport betting in Canada. $14 billion is a lot of money, and it doesn't just mean more economic activity and new well-paying jobs, but it also means new tax revenues to invest in education, to invest in healthcare, as well as the more specific investments like mental health treatment, consumer protection, and problem gambling programs that are much needed in this country. Third, this is an opportunity to assist our sports and gaming industries in their recovery from the damage done by COVID-19. As we speak, Madam Speaker, gaming institutions across this country are operating at a greatly reduced capacity or a capacity not at all. It's a common sense change, Madam Speaker, and I hope my colleagues will support Bill C-218. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
It's an interesting speech. It's unfortunately not supported by any facts. One of the things we know about casinos and the trouble that casinos are having right now is that they're losing a demographic because they've effectively bankrupted that demographic, and they prey on the next demographic coming down the road, and in this case it's the casinos, are now looking for single sports betting as a way of supplementing their income because they're losing on all the other fronts. This has been shown time and time again, but the issue that I take issue with is this notion that it's going to expand the economy. It's kind of like the NDP tax hike for wealthy Canadians that is going to pay for everything 7 times over because you're actually using the same tax hike to pay for everything 7 times over. Your list of what you're going to benefit from hospitals to schools to addicted gamblers to major league sports franchises to amateur sport is continuous. The trouble is that casinos take $4 out of the local economy for every dollar that goes into them. Why would you want to bankrupt small business right now with the new casino offering?
Remind the Parliamentary Secretary that he's to address all questions and comments to the Chair, and the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So this member of the Liberal Party has stated tonight he is comfortable with Canada losing $14 billion to criminal activity in this country. He's comfortable with Bodog. He's comfortable with Bet365 taking $4 billion out of this economy and paying nothing back. He has also confirmed tonight that he doesn't care about the problem gamblers because criminal activities and these websites don't care about it. There are people down in the basement betting every night on these sites that are not controlled. By regulating this, C218, it will be done by the provincial governments. The provincial governments have been regulating this for the last 30 years. So he's absolutely, Madam Speaker, intent on leaving $14 billion that could be put into the Canadian economy for health, education, and gambling addiction. That's despicable to me tonight. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for his comments. And he's absolutely correct. When you look at the matter in front of us here today, we have the United States and other countries that have moved to a regulated market. So Canada has become a bastion for organized crime activity. Canada has become a bastion of being the laggard for regulation. And we've also become the neglecting party to dealing with the money that we have to spend to fight organized crime. So I'd like the member to talk about that, how complex and how organized we have to be and how much taxpayers' dollars go to fight the illegal market that the Parliamentary Secretary is so comfortable with.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I want to thank the member from Windsor West and all the efforts in the last Parliament. He tried to pass his bill exactly the same as this, regulated sports single game betting. The member from Windsor West is right. Madam Speaker, we're losing out. Every province, every territory in this country is losing out when offshore game sites, along with criminal activity, are using underground economy. It's $14 billion today. If this bill does not pass the House of Commons, this $14 billion will go to 20, will go to 30, because it will take another 3 to 4 years to have this bill come forward. It is now time Canada get on board, regulate it. The provinces want this. And they have been in this business of gaming for the last 30 years. I agree with my member from Windsor West. It's time this bill comes forward, gets passed in the House of Commons, and becomes law so the provinces can regulate it.
Questions
and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And yes, we do need a framework. But my question is, well, the colleague mentioned earlier that there's a lack of funding. We could love to see the Nordics come back. But what impact does this also have on this psychologically on people? I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. We have to make sure people don't find themselves alone in their basements betting.
Grasswood.
Well, losing the Nordiques in 1995, I would say the member from the Bloc well knows, in the province of Quebec, they've been depressed ever since they left the province of Quebec. We're hoping that the Nordiques someday will come back into the NHL. But yes, part of this program, Madam Speaker, I've talked about the gambling addictions and mental health issues. This bill hopefully will give the provinces much needed revenue that they can top up in each province and territory to deal with the issues that we know exist out there today.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, up the Nordique. That being said, however, Madam Speaker, rarely do we have so much interest in such a short and succinct bill. Bill S218 is 3 clauses. First of all, the title, and the third says this act comes into force on a date to be fixed by order of the Governing Council. So the substance of this bill is in 2, which says subsection 2074 of the Criminal Code is amended by adding or at the end of the paragraph A or by repealing paragraph B. Full stop. Rather simple. Rather simple, but at the same time, C218 is a revenant that stalks the halls of Parliament. It started in 2011. It was C667 in the 40th legislature, a bill tabled, but that never reached debate. Second try in 2013, C298, 41st Parliament. That one died in the Senate in October 2014. Then C221, 42nd Parliament. That bill died at second reading on the 21st of September 2016 in the last Parliament. And now we have C218, 43rd Parliament. And we hope, Madam Speaker, that finally we will be able to make an enlightened and efficient decision on a bill such as this. The Bloc Québécois, unsurprisingly, will vote for this bill, Madam Speaker. First of all, because we have to come to certain realizations. This bill is trending towards international statutes of a similar fold. In America, such bets are still, are already available. An attempt to end this practice was struck down on the 14th of May 2018 by the Supreme Court. It was unconstitutional, they said, for Congress to ban such bets. Americans do so throughout the world. On the internet, because it's 2020, people can bet in France, in England. I spoke to someone earlier in the House that said that they bet on a website hosted in Gibraltar, Madam Speaker. So we don't have to go see a broker here in Ottawa to bet. We can do so throughout the world, and as I said, it's even easier to do so for our neighbours down south. Our neighbours that have a certain disloyal competitive edge compared to Quebec and Canada's homologous organizations. In Quebec, we're always concerned with the pathological aspects of betting. It's a lot of money that we're talking about. My Conservative colleague talked about $14 billion. It's $27 million in Quebec every year, which is a lot of money. We always considered that this money shouldn't fall into the hands of organized crime. It should fall into public coffers. L'Auto-Québec manages bets in La Belle Province and is currently fallen under disloyal competition from New York and the internet. It's time to put an end to this. This bill seeks to regulate bets and betting to make it safer for those who partake in it. Now, I'm not saying that betting is a virtue. I don't want to try to make you believe that. But betting exists. It has always existed and will always exist. Our work as legislators is to create the best framework possible. I would like to go back to what I said at the beginning of my presentation. The title of this bill is the Safe and Regulated Sports Betting Act. Safe and regulated. It's on that point that we should focus on. This is a very big industry in dollar amounts throughout the world. This industry must be regulated in order to better protect those who take part. As I said, we want to avoid disloyal competition. We want to better regulate betting to be part of a global trend towards legalization. Madam Speaker, a situation occurred not 1 year ago in Quebec. A young 19-year-old man had bet online and had fallen heavily in debt, $80,000. In fact, betting debts online are controlled by the mafia. The interest rate can go from 3 to 5% per week, Madam Speaker. It increases exponentially. It's a scourge, and we have to tackle that. This young 19-year-old man, in December 2019, so hardly a year ago, had an $80,000 debt, and he had no revenue to pay it. This is a young man from Laval in Quebec. We found him. He had committed suicide. He delivered himself unto death because he was unable to deal with this gambling debt. And he couldn't guarantee his safety or the safety of his family. The website he used was linked to the Montreal Mafia. We don't want that, Madam Speaker. We don't want that, and it's our job as legislators to avoid such situations from arising ever again. The Assemblée nationale in Quebec decided to tackle the issue as best as possible. In 2016, they adopted Bill 74 that sought to regulate betting and gambling in Quebec. The Superior Court of Quebec decided that the law was illegal and did not fall under Quebec jurisdiction, that Quebec did not have the jurisdiction or power to regulate, or to ban, rather, betting and gambling. We have a pathological problem in Quebec. We want to control the situation. We have a certain expertise with casinos and lotteries. But we need this extra tool, C218, to avoid such tragic situations like the one that I just mentioned with this 19-year-old young man. In Quebec, it's 27 million. My colleague mentioned 14 billion, but regardless how many millions of billions we're talking about, this money goes into the hands of organized crime, which is a shambles, and so we have to repatriate this jurisdiction. If people want to play, they should be able to do so safely within a very regulated framework. We've been told of certain fears for those who are against this bill. They have concerns about cheating. Section 209 of the Criminal Code already bans cheating. It exists without C218, and it will exist after C218 were it to be adopted as a bill. I don't think that this is an issue that should be of a preoccupation to us. What should be of concern is to make sure that those who bet be able to do so in a safe framework and a regulated framework so that profits be not sent to organized crime, but remain in state coffers for the good of all Quebecers and all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions? Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to... Oh, no. Oh, no more questions. Okay, sorry. Yes. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise here on Bill C-218. I want to start by thanking my former colleague and friend Joe Comartin, who brought this bill to this Parliament in previous Parliaments. I've had it since that time, and I want to thank the member for bringing it again in partnership because, as we've heard even from the bloc, this is really a strong piece of legislation that's due its time. I like their reference with regards especially to the international reputation and the work that's going on to actually fight illegal gaming across the world. And Madam Speaker, that's a choice that we have to make here right now, and this choice we should have made before. Unfortunately, the heavy lobbying by the professional sports societies over a number of different decades have stopped Canada from moving forward. And what's changed over the years, Madam Speaker, is something as New Democrats we saw taking place was the fact that this was moving across the planet and the globe and even into the United States, where the court system was readjusting the Nevada circuit that was born out of criminal organization, that was broken down finally to actually now to provide this type of organized effort to actually regulate the industry across the United States, and hence the sporting organizations finally came to their senses with regards to understanding is that we need a better plan. Organized crime and those that are predicating on people have gotten away far too long, not only just here in Canada, but across the globe with regards to an unregulated product that spends millions upon millions of dollars in local areas just to fight them, and then billions to fight them across the globe. And when you look at this bill, Madam Speaker, all it is doing is adjusting something right now that is necessary at this point in time. I've traveled across this country and I've seen the people that are affected by the unregulated market. And I can tell you, the thugs Those that are doing the offshore betting and the organized crime element are not dealing with the social repercussions that have with regards to betting in general. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have to spend extra money just to fight those elements back. So what we're asking for, Madam Speaker, when you look at a province like Ontario here, is it's legal right now to bet on 3 games, but you can't bet on 2, and you can't bet on 1, and you can't do that, and the change hasn't happened here because of paternalism of a central government that goes back to colonialism. And that's what we're asking for right here, Madam Speaker, is we are asking for the provinces to have a chance to fight back, the provinces to make their choices on what products and services that they will offer their constituents and their citizens. And they will be the frontline people to deal with the repercussions if there is going to be some negative activity with regards to single event sport gaming. It will give them power. It will give them custodianship of a responsible product that is then put out. And Madam Speaker, that is the public good that we are talking about here. Because right now, with a system of 3, works against individual citizens. It's called a parlay bet because it's actually a rigged bet. It makes it very difficult for the persons to win and actually creates further problems and complications. What this allows is for us, Madam Speaker, to become into the modern age of a regulated system. And who are we fighting here with regards to this system? We are fighting criminal activity, from the organized elements that are connected to the Hells Angels and other type of organized crime, to those that are doing the back rooms, the basements, and the bars that are actually running the numbers and making some profit off the backs of people. And so what are the alternatives here? And the alternatives here is to bring in this regulated market. And what happens with the regulated market, Madam Speaker, is that you actually have revenue to deal with a number of different problems. And then you also have revenue, Madam Speaker, that's actually going to bring public good. When you look at Michigan, for example, the most recent to bring this in the United States, because again, we saw this was going to take place, they're putting their revenue towards helping firefighters when they actually get cancer or other illnesses on the job. The rest of the money is going to education. They get to choose. Each province will get to choose. They'll put what product they want out, and they'll decide how that goes out, and then they'll decide where the revenues go. And when you look at, Madam Speaker, the history of this bill, it also comes from competition. We have billions of dollars of legal regulated betting that is now at risk. When you look at communities like mine in Windsor, Casino Windsor, you look at Hamilton, you look across this country where they have tourist destinations where people go and visit, no longer have a product available that they have to compete with in the United States, and they have to compete with the phone. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, there's been a sad story taking place here because there's the value-added jobs that we have that are in the actual regulated sports industry business and all the entertainment that goes around it. Then you also have all those that are doing the work for the web design, they're running the different scenarios, and the actual work that goes behind analysis and the activity that takes place there. We get no benefit from that right now. We send tens of billions of dollars underground that then goes to human smuggling, that then goes to violent crime, that then goes to prostitution, that then goes to drugs, and then we actually have to use our other legal revenue to fight that at the cost of millions of dollars locally and hundreds of millions of dollars nationally. It's time to change that, Madam Speaker. It's time to change it. And that's why when I introduced my bill for this, we actually had the Canadian Chamber of Commerce on board and the Canadian Labour Congress. Think of that, Madam Speaker. We have the business community and the labor community together. We have provinces, we have a number of different organizations that are looking at this through the lens of tourism. We have a number of different groups that understand the status quo does not work, and that's why Canada has been left behind. That's why Canada now has to compete with illegal activity. And you look at, Madam Speaker, here are some headlines of some of the recent activity. We have 9 arrested, 35 million in items seized in organized crime bust. Police bust illegal casino and spa north of Toronto, seized 20,000 square foot mansion and $1 million in cash. Police lay 228 charges in alleged illegal gaming ring tied to Hells Angels. And when you look at the most recent one, Madam Speaker, and this is what's baffling about the government's position currently on this, you look at the article and they have all kinds of different things in here that are quite shocking that is tied to the unregulated market. Here are the words: dozens of suspects facing hundreds of charges, illegal gaming, 2-year-long investigation. 18 other agencies and police services had to come together. further acts of violence. Well, all 5 allegedly illegal gaming websites. So they're talking about legal gaming websites. That's what's happening right here with Hells Angels and others. They've moved not only just to the thuggery on the streets, but also the organized activity online. You have people gunned down. In Toronto, a homicide tied to this. 21 firearms seized. Cash, vehicles, jewelry, vacation homes, gold, silver bars seized. That's what we're fighting against, Madam Speaker. 28 people with a total of 228 offenses in this one bust alone. And Madam Speaker, it's not good enough what the government's doing right now. It's not good enough to push us on to another parliament. We cannot compete out there with this activity. And then there's the good things that can happen with regards to a regulated market. We have Casino Windsor, for example, and we have organized jobs that actually have benefits. There's actually money going to deal with gaming addiction, which is super important to deal with in all of this. There is no way Hells Angels and other types of organized criminals are giving to their United Way. They're not giving to the actual charities that are out there and saying, we're going to help you. We're going to deal with your addiction problem. What they're doing, Madam Speaker, they're extending the credit. They're giving them more products. They're actually giving them a raw bet. They are actually putting them further in debt. And they're also making people deal with this with shame, the admission of doing illegal activity, and the type of support that's necessary for people should be out there, and it shouldn't be shamed of dealing with that. And that's what's upsetting about the Parliamentary Secretary's intervention about this. We are saying to all those people that have those issues is that you have to keep that underground. For mental health issues, for supports for families, all those different things, there needs to be the actual money to deal with them, and there also has to be the responsibility of the provinces and the state, being the federal government in this place, being the opportunity for them to deal with this, the actual admission that we're going to actually help and use the revenues to public good. And again, I mentioned Michigan, but when you look at what they're doing with it, but I can tell you right now with COVID-19, we can actually do one of two things as the sports leagues emerge again and the activity stays at home as we're all waiting. We can give them a bonus again, and that's what's happening, Madam Speaker. They are getting a bonus under COVID-19, and they're not going to be paying the big profit tax that maybe some other companies should actually get. The organized crime is not going to actually come sauntering up to the table and say, okay, we're going to give you money for infrastructure, we're going to give you money for health care, we're going to give money for education. They're going to take that money and they're going to squirrel it away either in Canada or somewhere else in the world, and they're going to use it for all the other illegal activity. And what we're going to have to do, Madam Speaker, by just the few stories I've read here and noted, is that we're going to have to pay more money to the RCMP, we're going to have to pay more money for provincial police, we're going to have to pay more money for municipal police to fight this. And that's what's taking place, Madam Speaker. It's time to change, it's time to come of age, it's time for us to grow up.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Is the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek on? Yes. The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek. Sorry, the mic's not on. I know that the honourable member has been having some issues, so we're hoping that it will.
How's that, Madam?
There we go. It would work better if you have your headset on.
Yes, I'll do my headset now. We were actually had the thing apart to fix it, so now I'm going to be official. Okay, so here comes the headset, and I apologize for that, but that's beyond my comprehension.
My remarks. Can you hear me now, Madam Speaker? Can you hear me?
Madam Speaker, am I on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Madam Speaker, I arise today, actually I'm actually sitting, bill submitted by my friend from the riding of Saskatoon Grasswood, entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Sports Betting. Now, my interest in this topic is not related to personal habits. I lost interest in sports gambling when, as kids, we collected hockey cards and played a game in which we flipped them to the ground against an opponent. You flipped your card, watched it land heads or tails, and then he flipped his card. And if he matched you heads or tails, he won the card. And that's how I lost my 1954 Topps Gordie Howe card, which, if I still had it today, would be worth $13,000. My best bets over the years could have been profitable had I backed them up with money. That would include Muhammad Ali knocking out George Foreman, Tiger Cats beating the Edmonton Eskimos in the 1986 Grey Cup, and the Czechs beating the Russians in the 1968 World Hockey Championships. So if I'm not a sports gambler, Madam Speaker, why am I addressing the matter of sports betting? Well, it became obvious to me at an early age that people like to bet on sports. And growing up in Hamilton exposed me to lots of it. Right near my grandparents' house in the East End was the racetrack known as the Hamilton Jockey Club. Although it had an illustrious racing history, Queen's Plates and all, its location near the steel mills in the days when workers were paid in cash meant that some dads came home after payday with no money. Another feature of the East End was the floating crap game, once played on the street in storefronts, which were able to move away quickly if the police showed up. Now, the last big one took place on July the 2nd, 1959, at the corner of Beach Road and Albemarle, complete with drinks being served by a relative of mine who had been involved in the illicit alcohol trade. The reason the date is important is it was during a royal visit. Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen, was here, and that tied up almost the entire police force for the entire day. Another relative was a well-known retired athlete and tavern owner. 50 years ago, you could place a bet on almost any sporting event in the tavern with Roy, the in-house bookie, who even had his own private telephone line. And then, of course, there were the Irish sweepstakes, well known around the world. Winners becoming known to their communities, and yet a total secret, supposedly, as to how you actually purchased an Irish sweepstake ticket. One local winner won enough to retire as a waiter and purchase a farm. But my favorite story, Madam Speaker, about the prevalence of gambling in our community came from the late and much beloved Sister Maria Cordes. Sister Maria was a well-known music teacher in the city who regaled us with such stories as a young novitiate. She was walking downtown and saw a man sitting in the park grass, slumped over. She took out a $5 bill and slipped it into his hand and said, "For his grace." The next week, she walked past that same man who waved her over and handed her $100. "What's this?" she asked. The man replied, "His Grace paid 20 to 1 at Woodbine." So you see, Madam Speaker, sports gambling has been going on forever. The historians say the Greeks and the Romans bet on chariot races. It seems to be a natural human instinct to make a wager on almost anything, but especially sports competitions. And gambling as a whole involves staggering amounts of money. In Hamilton, we were considering a downtown casino. We learned that the amount of money gambled by Hamiltonians at various Ontario lottery and gaming sites in 1 year was $40 million. As much as we as a government have had concerns about the obvious negative impacts and consequences of gambling, we have to acknowledge the reality that it does take place. Not so long ago, the idea of single event sports betting was opposed by major sports leagues, and notably the Canadian Football League here in Canada, of course. The attitude among the North American pro sports leagues has changed over the past few years, to the point that serious consideration should now be given to the request from the member for Saskatoon Greenwood. However, I will say again, sports betting is an old story, and the apocryphal one related to the Grey Cup goes back to 1954. That year, the Montreal Alouettes had assembled one of the greatest teams ever: Sam Etcheverry, Hal Patterson, Red O'Quinn, Alex Webster, and so many others. Huge favorites to win that game. The famous Chuck Hunsinger fumble led to a last-minute touchdown and Edmonton victory. One bettor won so much money, he flew the entire Edmonton Eskimo team that day from Toronto to Montreal to celebrate, because in 1954, Toronto was fast asleep by sundown, no place for a victory party, and that's how much money that guy won. And that story was affirmed to me by none other than Normie Kwong. So what confronts us now, Madam Speaker, is as always, to ensure that we carefully regulate gambling in a responsible manner with appropriate supports for individuals who may suffer from addictive behavior and the accompanying toll on personal and family lives. The profits made through illegal gambling by organized crime do not find their way to supportive services. The criminal code currently prohibits all forms of gaming and betting unless a particular form of gambling is specifically permitted. Provinces and territories are permitted to conduct or license a broad range of lottery schemes, including betting on the outcome of more than one sporting event, such as all the NFL games on a weekend. However, there are exclusions, such as betting on a single event, such as the Grey Cup game. Now, the proposal before us would remove that exclusion. We also need to take into account the competitiveness of our industries, whether it's making steel, mining potash, or gambling, because our neighbors in the United States have legalized single sports betting, and so that makes their operators in a better position to offer a broader range of products, and that enables them to siphon off some of the money that should be coming to Canadian operators. So this, of course, includes Indigenous peoples and communities for whom these proceeds can be critical, as we have seen during the pandemic lockdowns this year. Among many things to be considered is the effect on the horse racing industry. Provinces and territories could be allowed wagering on single horse races, which could affect racetrack revenues. Repealing paragraph 207(4)(b) as contemplated by this bill would permit the establishment of parimutuel betting that could further impact the racing industry. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the member from Saskatoon Greenwood for taking the initiative to allow Parliament to explore a further enhancement to the gambling industry and all the jobs and activities it supports by his thoughtful recommendations regarding changes to the criminal code. Do I have any further time, Madam Speaker, to...
1.5 minutes.
Well, I appreciate that very much, because I wanted once again to cite my friend across the way, who really is ideally credentialed to sit in this place, because he did play-by-play sports, and to me that's an outstanding credential, since I did that as well. But the fact is that those of us who are close to the game, the sports and all of the games, have understood in a very broad way that people are going to find a way to place a wager on a sporting event. And it's up to us as the regulators to see if we can create, such as is proposed in this bill, a safe, legal, careful way to ensure that supports are in place for those with problems, but that there's no negative impacts on the sports involved, especially the horse racing industry. So those are my comments, Madam Speaker, and I thank you very much for your patience at the beginning of this when technically it wasn't working very well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour for me to speak in support of my colleague's private member's bill C-218, an act to amend the criminal code to legalize single-game sports betting in Canada. I want to thank my Conservative colleague, the member from Saskatoon Greenwood, for bringing this important piece of legislation forward. I also want to thank my NDP colleague, the member from Windsor West, for being one of Parliament's most vocal supporters for legalizing single-game sports betting. I am proud to add my voice to this effort through second reading debate today, and I sincerely hope that all parties in this House will provide their support for this important piece of legislation that is long overdue. In addition to legalizing single-game sports betting, C-218 would help stimulate the creation of much-needed new jobs across Canada, generate millions in annual new revenues, spur tourism recovery, and more importantly, undermine the efforts of organized crime. I will discuss these benefits in more detail soon, but first I want to take a moment to recognize the 40,000 hard-working tourism employees in my community of Niagara, including those in our 2 casinos. Before the pandemic, Fallsview Casino and Casino Niagara employed approximately 4,000 workers. Due to COVID-19, these casinos have been closed since last March. It is my sincerest hope that we can reach a stage soon in Ontario whereby our tourism recovery and our 2 casinos can return to a sense of normalcy and responsibly reopen so workers can begin returning to their jobs, which they so dearly miss. Madam Speaker, C-218 may be a small bill in terms of size, but whenever it is passed by Parliament, it can and will make a big difference. Over the past 10 years, there have been several opportunities for Parliament to address and remedy this situation. Each time, however, this opportunity has been lost. The most recent example, Bill C-221, was introduced in the first session of the 42nd Parliament by my colleague from Windsor West. Despite his valiant efforts, this bill was defeated at second reading by the majority Liberal government of the day. Hopefully this time will be different, Madam Speaker. I am encouraged by the kind words of several Liberal members who have been supportive of this initiative. Some even campaigned on it in the last general election. With cross-party support, it is my hope we can come together as a Parliament and pass this legislation. Furthermore, there have been some significant changes to the gaming industry landscape across North America since C-221 was defeated. In a 2018 ruling, the United States Supreme Court legalized single-game sports betting. In response to this ruling, many states have rushed to implement this newly legal and hugely popular activity. As of December 2019, 13 U.S. states have already legalized single-game sports betting, including cross-border states like New York, Michigan, and Montana. These states are Canada's direct international competitors who compete against border communities in Canada for tourism visitation, jobs, business, and revenue generation. Another development in the aftermath of this ruling is the shift of major professional sports leagues who have become far more favorable in their support of single-game sports betting. For example, on June 15, 2018, the NHL released a statement that read, and I quote, "The National Hockey League has long opposed legalized sports betting. However, in light of the U.S. Supreme Court's recent ruling, the practical reality is that the landscape for sports betting in North America has changed dramatically. The National Hockey League is no longer opposed to Canadian federal legislation that may be contemplated to eliminate the provisions in Canada's criminal code that prohibit provincial governments from offering bets on a single sporting event. Other major professional sports leagues in Canada who endorse single-game sports betting after this ruling include, but are not limited to, the Canadian Football League, National Basketball Association, Major League Soccer, and Major League Baseball. Madam Speaker, I cannot understate the significance of these changes and what it means to have the support of these leagues behind this legislation. According to a 2017 National Economic Benefits Report published by the Canadian gaming industry, $17.1 billion was generated by this industry, including $16.1 billion in direct gaming activity and $1 billion in non-gaming revenue, which includes items such as food and beverage, entertainment, accommodations, retail, and so on. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, gaming in Canada directly supported 182,500 full-time jobs and generated $9.2 billion annually to fund government and community programs and services. Of significance, the Canadian gaming industry has also invested $120 million annually on problem gaming treatment and initiatives to promote research, awareness, and the prevention, as well as responsible gaming programs. It is incredible to think that these were the contributions of the gaming industry to our economy as of 2017. One can only imagine the growth that is ahead when our Canadian Parliament finally agrees to legalize this activity. A final benefit I would like to discuss is the impact legalization would have on the legal gaming market which currently exists. In January 2020, the Canadian Gaming Association noted it is estimated Canadians are spending $10 billion annually through illegal sports betting operations in control of or orchestrated by organized crime. In December 2019, the Ontario Provincial Police put to an end a sophisticated illegal gaming operation through an investigation called Project Hobart. The police operation led to the arrest of 28 individuals who are now facing a combined 228 charges. From January 1, 2019 to July 2019, a period of just 7 months, their illegal gaming websites are alleged to have brought in approximately $13 million in illicit funds. Over the period of 5 years, the police believe they grossed more than $131 million in illegal revenues. These revenues are a strong source of funding for organized crime. OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrick said the illegal gaming network placed individuals, society, and the economy at risk. It is for these reasons and more that it's time we legalize single-game sports betting in Canada. If the economic arguments are not convincing enough for some of my esteemed colleagues, perhaps this public safety argument is. Madam Speaker, the truth is, Canada is very far behind on this matter, and we need to catch up to our international competitors and do so quickly. We were behind even before the pandemic struck, then Parliament was prorogued, and here we are today even further behind. Every day that goes by is an additional day lost to our international competition. These delays cause Canadians to miss opportunities that they should be afforded. From a tourism recovery perspective, as we seek to navigate a path forward from COVID-19, Bill C-218 would deliver exactly what this industry needs as we prepare a plan for our recovery. Madam Speaker, as Member of Parliament for Niagara Falls, I am proud to support C-218 to legalize single-game sports betting, and I encourage my parliamentary colleagues of all party stripes to do the same. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
pursuant to Standing Order 38.2, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been introduced and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that the House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise today and address the matter that has really plagued this place and its members for some months now. And no, I'm not talking about COVID-19. I'm talking about the cover-up that has followed the scattershot at best response by this government in so many areas. And we've seen this most acutely at committee with filibusters. And I say acutely at committee because we saw on a very large scale the lengths that this Liberal government will go to hide from accountability. And that, of course, was when the opposition parties proposed a motion that would have a special committee to look at the pandemic response, to look at the failed Canada Student Service Grant, to look at other pandemic-related measures. The government made it a confidence vote. They were so afraid that Canadians would find out the truth that they backed the opposition into a corner. And of course, the official opposition, Canada's Conservatives, we voted for the motion. We voted to form that committee because that's what we were sent here to do, Madam Chair. But I talk about what happened at committee, and we've heard most recently Liberal members refer to the blacked out documents that we saw at the Finance Committee as being sacred texts. They said they were as sacred, Madam Speaker, if you can believe this, as the Bible, as the Quran, as other religious texts. That's the lengths that they'll go to. So the question is, do they want to black out other religious texts, or do they just believe that corruption is sacred? And just coming from, just minutes ago, from the Ethics Committee, where we heard Liberal members go on everything about underwear manufacturing to reading out donors to the Conservative Party. Now that list, Madam Speaker, I will go off topic very briefly just to say it would take the Liberals a long time to read the list of Conservative donors based on the news this weekend, the records that have been set by the party with our new leader. The member for Durham has led us through a very strong quarter because that's the response that we're getting from Canadians. Because the opposition has not just attempted to bring to light what the Liberals are so desperate to hide. We've also posed concrete solutions and concrete improvements to flawed legislation that they've brought forward. It does leave Canadians and it does leave members, and certainly I wonder, what are they so desperate to hide? The Ethics Committee has rounded over 20 hours of a filibuster since Parliament has resumed following the cover-up prorogation. And the government said it was to reset the agenda, and they're focused on one thing. Yeah, they are focused on one thing, and that's avoiding accountability. So we need to know what it is that they're trying to hide. We need to see what's in the documents that they're fighting so desperately for Canadians not to see, and what has their members saying such unusual things that such as these documents being sacred, these redacted documents. So, Madam Chair, my question to the government is, what are you trying to hide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the Leader in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting, the focus of the Conservative Party throughout this entire process. They often like to talk about how they're trying to work collaboratively with the government in a collaborative way, dealing with the coronavirus. And you see this great reluctance on their part. You can see the sadness in their face quite often. You want to get a Conservative excited, Madam Speaker, you just throw the name Liberal in anything to do with government, and instantly the antennas go up, and it becomes an unethical, it's scandalous, and so forth. And, you know, I don't think there's anything that we're trying to hide. I genuinely believe that to be the case. I'm hoping that maybe I'll have the chance to go to the Ethics Committee to talk about the issue of scandals. I have seen scandals in the past, and when I take a look in terms of what it is that the Conservatives talk about when they talk about scandals, I kind of scratch my head, and I often wonder, here we are in the midst of a pandemic, and I realize they get really excited about this stuff for political purposes. But, you know, you have to wonder, at some point in time, they must realize that the number one issue in our country is, in fact, the pandemic. And as being the official opposition here in Canada, that they do have more of a responsibility, I would suggest, to the collective Conservative Party than focusing on things that are, from my perspective, just not there. And, Madam Speaker, they will hammer away, and, you know, the number of hours. It's interesting, I had asked how many committee meetings have actually met. And I understand, you know, since March to August, there's been over 200 House committee meetings. Over 50 meetings in July and August. Unprecedented in recent decades, Madam Speaker. You know, it's truly amazing in terms of to the degree in which, just because the Conservative Party and they work with the Bloc, they work with the NDP, and they say, oh, it's a scandal, call it the Ethics Commissioner. Often the Ethics Commissioner says no. But still, they'll call it in. They'll call in for the RCMP. Doesn't matter what the issue is, as long as they can try to get that headline, Madam Speaker. That's really the reason why they scream from the mountaintop about corruption. Just because the Conservative Party says it's corrupt does not make it corrupt. Madam Speaker, if you want to talk about corruption, and maybe I say I'll get that opportunity by going to the Ethics Committee, I'll share with the member some of the things that under the Harper regime or even the Mulroney regime. Remember the Airbus scandal, or go back to the Harper regime and the in and out scandal. Madam Speaker. What about the Senate? You know, the Senate one is amazing. That had, I don't know how many people from the PMO that were directly involved, going right into the Conservative Senate. You talked about fundraisers, the whole 9 yards. We get a lot of discussion and debate about the issue of corruption. Maybe what the Ethics Commission or the Ethics Committee should be looking at is the importance of the Ethics Commissioner and the potential role that it can play in terms of informing Canadians. I think the worst thing a Canadian can do is listen to the Conservatives on the issue of corruption. I think that if you take a look at what the Ethics Commissioner as an independent officer has to say, I would suggest to you that you'll get something more closer to the element of truth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair, and I too trust the Ethics Commissioner, and that's the Ethics Commissioner who has twice found this Prime Minister guilty of breaking ethics laws with the Trudeau Report 1, the Trudeau Report 2. He's now under investigation, the Prime Minister, for a third time. Madam Speaker, we have a government who has been slow to respond on the pandemic, and you look at their response, and we have tried to approach it with a Team Canada approach and improved the measures that this government has put forward when they were slow to close borders, flip-flopped on mask usage, failed to procure rapid tests in a reasonable amount of time. And then you talk about a scandal, misappropriating $1 billion to close friends of the Prime Minister and his family. The question isn't perhaps what do you have to hide? What else do you have to hide that we haven't found out yet, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives, whether there's something there or there's something not there, they will find something to be able to justify their behavior. And I would suggest to you that what the Conservative Party really needs to do is to look at the things in which we have been able to accomplish, often without any direct input coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. We have found a higher sense of cooperation from provinces of provincial Conservative parties than we have from the official opposition. And I think a lot could be learned from them compared to what's happening at the provincial level, where there's a higher sense of Team Canada approach on the number one concern of Canadians, that being the coronavirus and keeping Canadians healthy and our economy doing well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I asked the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth what happened to the $912 million that this government promised to students in June. Students and recent graduates in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona are really struggling, and I wanted the minister to know and to share in my concern for their welfare. But instead of showing understanding or compassion, the minister simply rattled off more platitudes and self-congratulatory rhetoric. The minister spoke of Canada Summer Jobs. She spoke of the government investing more money in the program. So let's talk about Canada Summer Jobs. On April 8th, the Prime Minister announced changes to the Canada Summer Jobs program in response to COVID-19, including extended deadlines, extended programming dates, and an increase to the wage subsidy rate for employers. And while these changes may have been welcomed by some, they did not actually make a difference for students in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, where only 40% of eligible Canadian summer job applicants received funding. The one thing that would have made this program better would have been more money. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister did not announce any new money for the Canada Summer Jobs program that day, and instead hinted at a new program for students that would be coming soon. We now know that the new program was the We Charity $912 million Canada Student Service Grant, and it was announced with great fanfare on June 25th and lasted for 8 days before it was cancelled. The why and the how of the program is now being investigated by this House, but the overriding question I have is, where is the $912 million that was promised for students? Not a single student benefited from this much-hyped program. To our knowledge, none of this money was spent. Instead, students have gone without, and they are suffering because of it. Students rely on summer employment, not just for the summer months, but to provide the funds they need to live on when they go to school. When the public health crisis shut down so many businesses, students were amongst the hardest hit. Some were able to access CERB, while others relied on the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, something that the Liberals only created when the NDP demanded it. And these did help students and allowed them to survive for a few more months. But these emergency supports have ended, and they did not give students and recent graduates the means to survive this school year. I have a few stories for you. Sandy is a student, and when COVID hit, her employment disappeared. She wasn't eligible for CERB and has had to live on her credit card. Now she's back in school, but facing a pile of bills and looking into personal bankruptcy. Ethan graduated last November. He was working part-time in retail and looking forward to a career in his chosen field. When the pandemic hit, he lost both his temporary job and his career placement. He couldn't get CERB or the emergency student benefit, and now he doesn't know how he's going to pay his student loans or even just survive. Alice had a job lined up for May, but it fell through. She tried to apply for the Canada Student Service Grant, but we know how that ended. She has taken another loan to pay for a semester, but she's worried about debt and is planning on dropping out. It's only November. Students are facing at least 5 more months of tuition and living expenses. The government must make sure that the $912 million allocated for the Student Service Grant program that never happened gets to students and gets to students now. Will the government tell us today how they are getting these emergency funds to students who need them now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, and to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her question. I have great respect for her work and the advocacy that she's doing on behalf of her constituents and for students in her riding. I want to be very clear. The Government of Canada has been committed to supporting young people from the very beginning of this pandemic. We introduced a nearly $9 billion comprehensive support package for students. That package included boosts to job programs, boosts to direct income supports, and a pause on student loan repayment. I'll provide some more detail starting with the job aspect. The Government of Canada recognized that many students couldn't find work this summer. And that's why we introduced the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. Through the CESB, eligible students received $1,250 per month between May and August. They were also able to continue working part-time while receiving the benefit, as long as their income didn't exceed $1,000. This meant that they could remain connected to the labor force. And students with permanent disabilities and those with dependents received an additional $750 per month. This benefit has provided income support to over 700,000 post-secondary students and recent graduates since its launch. The Youth Employment and Skills Strategy has helped put focus on creating more opportunities for youth who face barriers to employment. New funding announced during COVID-19 provided nearly $190 million in additional funding to create almost 10,000 more work and training opportunities for young Canadians. These jobs are critical in sectors such as agriculture, health, and essential services to support communities that were impacted by this virus. In response to disruptions caused by COVID-19, the Government of Canada also invested nearly $62 million to boost the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And I know this, Madam Speaker, because I manage the Canada Summer Jobs Program here in my riding, and I know that through this investment, we increased jobs under the program from 70,000 to 80,000, with just over 84,000 total jobs approved, with thousands of opportunities currently still available. And I encourage you to visit jobbank.ca. I've been sending students there in search of work, and many of them in my riding have been successful in finding some temporary work. We also introduced temporary flexibilities to the program this year to respond to the pandemic, which included allowing employers to offer part-time positions and stay-at-home positions and an extension of the hiring period to the end of February 2021. Another important job program is the Student Work Placement Program. It's given real-world hands-on work experience to post-secondary students across Canada. This year, the government invested over $266 million into that program to support up to 40,000 work placements for students in vital sectors like healthcare, food processing, and e-commerce. Madam Speaker, as this pandemic drags on, we promise to be there for Canada's young people. They are our future and the leaders of today, and they absolutely deserve our support. I want to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona once again for advocacy on this important issue and for students for Coast to Coast to Coast. I truly want to make sure that we do well to serve them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I do understand that there was a problem connecting, but I do want to remind the member that he should be wearing a headset, which makes it a lot easier for the interpreters to be able to translate. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect, the member spoke of programs that are either over or are completely inappropriate for a COVID pandemic. The stress of being a student or a recent graduate right now is incredible. They lost their summer employment. They have no job options. They're facing tuition increases. They don't know how they're going to pay their student debt. The University of Alberta Food Bank has been inundated with new requests. This is a tragedy, and it's only just begun. So let's start with a few concrete suggestions. Will this government forgive student loan interest, or at least extend the interest-free deferral program till after this pandemic? Will this government work with the provinces to make tuition more affordable, with the ultimate goal of tuition-free post-secondary education for all Canadians, something that is already being done in over 24 countries? And finally, will this government—
Time is up. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to you, the members in the House, anybody listening, and the translation team for the oversight with regards to my headset. You'd think after 10 months I'd be used to it. But I want to thank again the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her advocacy and for the good questions. Certainly no good ideas are off the table, and we do need to find ways to continue to support students throughout the remainder of this pandemic. The uncertainty that many Canadians, young Canadians, feel in these unprecedented times can be truly overwhelming. I talked to the students in my riding as well. That's why the Government of Canada has also made changes to the Canada Student Loan Program to make and help students during the COVID-19 pandemic. 6-month interest-free moratorium on the repayment of student loans provided relief to nearly 1 million borrowers, and the Government of Canada will continue to ease eligibility requirements for Canada student loans and Canada student grants to allow more post-secondary students to qualify and to be eligible for greater amounts. You can count on me to listen and to hear more good ideas. The Government of Canada will continue to be steadfast in its commitment to support youth from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will never forget Friday, March 13th. This was the day, Madam Speaker, that I came home from Ottawa, and I went into my home, and things changed forever, certainly until now. That was 8 months ago, Madam Speaker, and that is how long the aviation sector has been waiting for a plan from this government. Madam Speaker, let me go over a timeline. March 18th, the international borders close. March 21st, Porter Airlines suspends operations. March 23rd, Sunwing Airlines suspends operations, as well as Air Transat temporarily lays off 70% of staff. April 1st, Madam Speaker, Air Transat concludes repatriation operations. April 18th, Air Transat suspends flights. April 20th, Air Canada concludes repatriation operations. The end of April, Madam Speaker, still no plan. June 30th, Madam Speaker, Air Canada announces they are discontinuing services to 30 regional routes and closes 8 stations. Still no plan. July 17th, WestJet concludes their repatriation operations. July 24th, WestJet lays off 3,333 employees. Still no plan. August 14th, finally, the Government of Canada introduces flight plan, but just a plan with health and safety measures, no sector support, and certainly nothing regarding rapid testing or safe corridors, Madam Speaker. September 1st, NAV Canada increases fees by 29.5%, Madam Speaker. September 3rd, Madam Speaker, Air Canada announces COVID-19 testing pilot project at Pearson Airport, done by the private sector, Madam Speaker, and not by this government. Why? Because there wasn't a plan. October 1st, Air Canada orders approved rapid test. Vancouver Airport announces COVID-19 rapid testing pilot project, again by the private sector and not this government, Madam Speaker. October 14th, WestJet suspends routes to Atlantic Canada. Why, Madam Speaker? Because there was no plan. November 2nd, Calgary Airport quarantine and testing project begins, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, this has not been without devastating effects to our economy. As a result of this inaction, we are expected to lose 1.2 to 1.7% of Canada's GDP. Now, the U.S., Madam Speaker, they had a plan, and what's the result of that? They have capacity of U.S. carriers at 50%, while Canada, where there has not been a plan, is only at 25%. As well, Madam Speaker, Canadian carriers have lost 14% capacity share of transatlantic services compared to a year ago. Finally, Madam Speaker, leakage to the U.S. market and U.S. carriers is expected to continue to grow as Canadians go to the U.S. for cheaper flights as a result of this government not having a plan. Madam Speaker, I received lots of correspondence from airline sector employees. They are difficult to read, they are difficult to hear, but I'm going to share one of them with you here today. Dear Honourable Member, I am honourable in the House, Madam Speaker. I just want to give a heartfelt thank you for your words in Parliament about our aviation sector. I'm a pilot who is furloughed with Air Canada. I was furloughed the day my beautiful baby daughter was born. That day turned our lives upside down, not because of our beautiful baby girl, but losing my job trying to figure things out. This is not an easy task as new parents and trying to find a new career. This has been an utter nightmare with no help. We've been left out to dry by this current government. Once again, I can't thank you enough. Madam Speaker, these families, this sector deserved a plan. Where is the plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her intervention. It is interesting, though, that she points to the United States as the model for transportation, a country that's the global epicenter of the virus with uncontrolled spread. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the Government of Canada, public health officials, health authorities, and the Canadian air industry, including operators, airports, labour groups, have worked collaboratively to implement measures that reduce the spread of the virus. In August, Transport Canada released Canada's flight plan for navigating COVID-19, demonstrating to the Canadian public the extensive measures that the aviation industry and the Government of Canada have implemented in response to the pandemic. In support of the flight plan, we are working to identify additional priority measures such as safe, contactless processing of passengers and testing procedures to enable the safe restart of the aviation sector, as well as establishing a framework for COVID-19 testing of air travelers. Transport Canada is also working closely with other federal partners to explore risk-based opportunities that will allow Canada to reopen our borders. This includes implementing a sustainable approach to reducing public health risks today and building resilience to safeguard the system against similar risks in the future. These approaches will help rebuild public confidence in the safety of our air travel. Preventing the spread of the pandemic has been and remains the government's top priority. The various regulatory requirements that were put in place will likely remain for the foreseeable future. However, there is room for adjustment to better support the restart of the air sector. Transport Canada will be actively assessing orders that have been issued to see what can be done and will be consulting with industry on possible amendments. We recognize that the virus and public health measures have resulted in dramatic reduction in passengers and a significant financial impact on operators throughout the air sector. This means that revenues are greatly reduced and the sector cannot operate in the same manner prior to the pandemic. Operators have done a lot to manage their costs with over 50% layoffs across the industry, as well as other reduced operating and capital costs. Appreciating the situation faced by operators, we continue to engage with stakeholders and fully understand the challenges and assess their solutions. The government has already taken some important steps. In March, we waived rent for airport authorities that have ground leases with the federal government, thus removing some costs from the system. We have provided funding to ensure air service to remote communities with $17.3 million in April for the territories alone and up to an additional $174 million in August. The government has also launched several broad economic measures that the air industry has been able to benefit from, most notably the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, which has been widely utilized by the air sector to the benefit of both employers and employees. To date, this has provided over $1 billion in relief to the industry. The government will continue its important engagement with stakeholders and partners as we work to address challenges faced by the air sector in Canada today and to ensure that we have a strong industry into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like the parliamentary secretary to listen also to this correspondence after that bureaucratic dribble. Honourable member, I have been following you for a while on social media, and I really want to thank you on behalf of our pilots. We are going through some incredibly difficult times, and your voice is a light at the end of a very long tunnel. Please keep on doing your work. Everyone is very appreciative, and if you need support at any point, please let us know. When this whole pandemic started, I was doing my captain training while rescuing Canadians in Europe and in the South. Now, if I can fly again as a first officer, I would be happy. When this pandemic started, we didn't know what we were fighting against, but all the staff was very courageous, and with no information about the virus, we went to fly in already infected countries to bring Canadians home. As now we feel abandoned by the government, we thought by the end of the spring there would be something to help us. Rapid testing, is there a plan? Is there discussion? Madam Speaker, this government had the opportunity to do something amazing, to save a sector. What did they do? Nothing? Where is the plan?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And again, it's interesting that the honourable member points to the United States as the best plan and the best way to address this public health emergency. I'd like to point her to a tweet from the honourable member from Carleton, who is her party's finance critic. Easy rule: if a business venture needs a government handout, it's a money loser. And it's truly unfortunate that the Conservative Party would have that type of policy from their finance critic. And we're hearing something a little different today from the transportation critic, but this government has a commitment across the Canadian economy, which includes the air sector. And we've seen it through the wage subsidy. We've seen it through relief. And as we've seen in the Throws speech, there's a signal that we're willing to do more, we're open to do more, and looking forward to seeing that plan for the sector. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.